Chapter 44. Seeing Gu Fei grabbing the Golden Moon Chakram with his bare hands, even the controller of the Golden Moon Chakram, Dongfang Chun, was taken aback. As a disciple of the Biyun Peak, he knew the power of this treasure of the Biyun Peak. Was Gu Fei confident that he could block the Golden Moon Chakram? In a competition between fellow disciples, if the opponent was seriously injured or crippled, he would inevitably be punished. However, when Dongfang Chun thought of the punch that Gu Fei had landed on his body, he hardened his heart. He no longer cared if Gu Fei's palm would be crippled by the Golden Moon Chakram. He repeatedly made hand seals, and when he raised his hand, he constantly shot golden lightning at Gu Fei. At the same time, he used his divine sense to control the Golden Moon Chakram to strike at Gu Fei. On the other hand, Gu Fei remained calm under Dongfang Chun's fierce attacks. He pressed his right palm forward and a surging golden aura swept forward like a huge wave, blocking the incoming lightning bolts, not allowing them to take a single step forward. At the same time, his left hand that was reaching out to grab the Golden Moon Chakram suddenly turned purple and was surrounded by a purple aura. When Gu Fei's 5 fingers touched the Golden Moon Chakram, there were a few slight clanging sounds. This was the sound of metal colliding. Gu Fei's left hand seemed to have turned into indestructible gold. He actually grabbed the Golden Moon Chakram of the Biyun Peak. What a strong power of the metal element! When the 5 fingers of Gu Fei's left hand touched the Golden Moon Chakram, his body immediately shook a few times. He only felt a strong, sharp, and incomparably sharp power of the metal hit his 5 fingers and palm, making his left hand numb. The Golden Moon Chakram almost flew out of his hand. Under the impact of the Golden Moon Chakram, the power of the metal element palm in front of him immediately weakened. Boom! With a loud bang, a golden lightning bolt as thick as a child's arm broke through the golden wave-like aura and collided with Gu Fei's right palm. Ding ding dang! Gu Fei retreated 3 steps. The powerful and explosive power of thunder and lightning immediately attacked his arm from his right palm. On his forearm, tiny golden electric currents flashed chaotically. The sleeves on his forearm were instantly burned to ashes by the golden electric currents. From this, one could see how powerful the golden lightning was. Humph! With a thought, Gu Fei's right arm shook, and the power of the 5 elements immediately burst out from the muscles, bones, and flesh of his right arm. The power of thunder that invaded his forearm was immediately forced out. With another burst of crackling, the golden electric current disappeared in the void in the blink of an eye. After using all his strength to attack Gu Fei with a thunder palm, Dongfang Chun could no longer attack Gu Fei with thunder and lightning. He quickly pinched the Tao formula to control the Golden Moon Chakram, operated the spiritual power in his body, and pointed forward. Gu Fei suddenly felt the Golden Moon Chakram in his left hand. Om! All of a sudden, the golden light shone brightly, and then a huge power of the metal element burst out from the Golden Moon Chakram. Countless sharp golden rays violently collided with his hand like divine needles, causing his left hand to feel a trace of pain. Then Gu Fei's left hand shook, and the 5 fingers that grabbed the Golden Moon Chakram were bounced off by the power of the metal element. A golden moon-like light rushed out from his hand and flew back to Dongfang Chun's side, circling around him. The Golden Moon Chakram was taken back, and Dongfang Chun's heart was at ease. If the Golden Moon Chakram of the Biyun Peak was taken away by Gu Fei, then he would lose a lot of face. Although the round of fighting between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chun was short, it could be said to be thrilling. The disciples of the 9 lineages who were watching the battle were stunned. Because of the surprise, their mouths were opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. The strength shown by the 2 was impressive, especially the performance of Gu Fei, which was even more shocking. He could actually compete with Dongfang Chun head-on and was not at a disadvantage. Did the Green Spirit Peak really have a genius? And it was a genius who was transformed from a good-for-nothing? Gu Fei's performance broke everyone's view of the Green Spirit Peak. Weapon refining body. I didn't expect this little boy to master this magical power overnight. The head of the Taishan sect, Taoist Xintian, who was sitting on the top of the steps and watching the battle, noticed that Gu Fei's left hand suddenly turned purple. He looked at Gu Fei with a bit of appreciation in his eyes. At this time, the purple color on Gu Fei's left hand had faded, and his palm had returned to its original color, But the disciples watching the battle below the stage had already seen this strange phenomenon on his left hand. Especially the 7 heads of the 9 lineages, who were many times more intelligent than the average young disciple. They had already vaguely noticed that there seemed to be something strange in Gu Fei's body. However, the weapon refining body technique was too amazing. It was able to fuse the divine weapon into the flesh and blood. Even the 7 heads of the 9 lineages felt a trace of strangeness in Gu Fei's body, but for a moment, they did not know what was wrong with Gu Fei's body. He grabbed the sharp blade of the golden moon chakram with his bare hands, but he was not injured? How is this possible? Although the Taoist Xuanfa did not show it on the surface, he was already shocked. The golden moon chakram was the most precious treasure of the Biyun Peak. After being refined by several generations of Biyun Peak's heads, its power was so great that it was not much worse than the black tortoise seal of the purple bamboo peak. Moreover, the golden moon chakram was a magic treasure of the metal attribute. It contained a huge amount of sharp metal power. Not to mention flesh and blood. Even if it was a divine weapon made of the essence of the 5 metals, it would still be able to cut it in half. Could it be that Gu Fei's body had actually been cultivated to the point where it was even stronger than the essence of the 5 metals? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable that Gu Fei could grab the golden moon chakram. At this time, Dongfang Chan also felt that it was difficult to get off. Before the battle, he had more than once said that he would trample on Gu Fei, but now it seemed too unrealistic. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded Dongfang Chen's expectations. Is there something strange about his left hand? Dongfang Chan was shocked that Gu Fei dared to use his flesh and blood to grab the golden moon chakram. He knew that Gu Fei was not afraid of the golden moon chakram. In this way, the advantage of a magic treasure was no longer an advantage. After taking back the golden moon chakram, Dongfang Chan and Gu Fei confronted each other. Neither of them dared to make a move rashly. Both of them were thinking about how to defeat each other. Among the thousands of disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect present, except for the Supreme Mystery Sect's Taoist Xiantian, no one knew that Gu Fei had already integrated the short purple rod passed down from the Jade Spirit Peak into his body. The magical power of refining the body could fuse a divine weapon into the flesh and blood of the body, allowing a certain part of the body to have the characteristics of a divine weapon. Although the short purple rod looked ordinary, it was exceptionally hard. No divine weapon or Taoist magic treasure could damage it in the slightest. Gu Fei relied on this characteristic of the short rod that had fused with his body to dare to grab the Biyun Peak's killing weapon, the golden moon wheel, with his bare hands. Chapter 45. The golden moon shines in the sky, illuminates the world, open. Dongfang Chen's face was gloomy. His hands separated, and the spiritual power in his body surged out, pouring into the bright golden moon in front of him. Buzz! The golden moon wheel suspended in front of Dongfang Chen suddenly made a long sound. At the same time, a wave of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the golden moon wheel. Then the golden light shone brightly, and the golden moon wheel shook repeatedly. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4. In the dazzling golden light, thousands of golden moons appeared, and the arena suddenly erupted with a dazzling golden light that no one dared to look directly at. A gust of strong metal wind swept out from the arena, causing the disciples of the 9 branches to feel a sharp pain in their faces. The disciples of the 9 branches who were watching the fight around the arena were shocked and hurriedly retreated. Gu Fei's heart trembled. The golden moon wheel, under Dongfang Chen's Taoist techniques, transformed into thousands of copies, and Dongfang Chen's figure was immediately submerged by the golden moons. Thousands of golden moons fluttered in the air above the arena, forming a marvelous scene. Wave after wave of surging and surging waves of magical power rippled out from the arena, causing the hearts of the disciples of the younger generation who were watching the battle in the surroundings of the 9th arena to palpitate. No one doubted the strength of Dongfang Chen. With the cultivation he showed, the disciples of the younger generation of the 9 lineages of Taishan sect, except for a limited number of people, were ashamed of their inferiority. Eldest brother, it seems that Gu Fei is in trouble. The golden moon wheel of Biyun Peak is not so easy to deal with. Ziyu, who was watching the battle in the distance, said to Li Lingfeng with a smile. As the eldest brother of the head of Taishan Peak, Li Lingfeng's knowledge was also beyond that of his peers. He looked at the ninth arena, touched his chin and said, Dongfang Chen's strength is amazing. I think he is likely to have broken into the 8th layer of heaven, but that Gu Fei is not easy to deal with. Let's wait and see. The outcome will be revealed soon. Gu Fei, it's still not too late for you to admit defeat now. If I launch an attack, your life will be in danger. At that time, don't blame me for not reminding you. An awe-inspiring voice sounded from the heavy golden moon, filled with confidence. Thousands of golden moons danced around Dongfang Chen's body, and the power of the metal element had been pushed to the peak by Dongfang Chen. Waves of sharp blade-like metal wind surged out, attacking the arena with a misty blue light. If it were not for the fact that an expert had set up a defensive formation around the 9th challenge ring to ensure that it would not be destroyed by the power of the Dao techniques unleashed by the contestants, the 9th challenge ring would have long been sliced into thousands of pieces by the sharp metal winds of the golden moons. Li li li. The metal wind surged, and the power of the metal element was like a blade. The clothes on Gu Fei's body were torn one after another, as if they were really cut by a sharp blade, revealing the bronze skin under the clothes. He stared at the thousands of spinning golden moons in front of him. He was shocked to find that he couldn't tell which golden moon was the real one. It was as if these thousands of golden moons were all real golden moons. It's not an illusion. How is this possible? Gu Fei didn't listen to Dongfang Chen's words at all. In his mind he was thinking about how to break this golden moon wheel. As long as this treasure of Biyun Peak was broken, Dongfang Chen would become a toothless beast, and Gu Fei would have 60 to 70% confidence in defeating Dongfang Chen. However, it seemed that these thousands of golden moons were real tangible objects. The metal wind emitted from the golden moon was like a sharp blade. Although it was much more powerful than ordinary weapons for Gu Fei, unless he was cut by the real golden moon, it was absolutely difficult to hurt him. Gu Fei had refined all the meridians and bones in his body to the point of changing marrow and changing blood. His whole body's qi and blood could reach every part of his body. With a thought, essence qi spread throughout his body, as if he was wearing an invisible armor. The sharp blade of ordinary weapons could no longer cut his skin and flesh. Very well, since you are asking for trouble, then don't blame me. Dongfang Chen, who was hidden in the thousands of golden moons, saw that Gu Fei did not pay attention to him, so he said in a fierce voice, "Go." Without any hesitation before his voice fell, Dongfang Chen released a huge amount of spiritual power and integrated it into the golden moons that were hovering around him. Then, the thousands of golden moons around him immediately rushed up and surrounded Gu Fei in front of him. Whoosh whoosh! The metal wind surged, and thousands of golden moons covered the sky and the earth. From the sky to the ground, front to back, left to right, they blocked all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Seeing this scene, Zhao Ziru, who was below the stage, opened her cherry mouth in surprise, revealing her jade-like teeth. She nervously looked at the figure that was surrounded by the golden moons. Her palms were already sweating. Among the young disciples in my sect, Dongfang Chen's cultivation is the strongest. To be able to use this Dao technique with the golden moon, he is not simple. The Xianfa Daoist looked at the competition below with a smile. The power of the golden moon was of course far more than this. However, Dongfang Chen was limited by his own cultivation, so he could only use 20 to 30% of the power of this sect treasure. After Dongfang Chen released this attack, he felt a burst of exhaustion. The golden moon will almost sucked all the Fa Li in his body. The more powerful the magic treasure, the more spiritual power it consumed. This was proportional, and Gu Fei, who was surrounded by thousands of golden moons, was in a difficult situation. The arena was only so big. Thousands of golden moons covered the entire arena, blocking everything. It was difficult for Gu Fei to dodge, and he could not dodge. Swoosh swoosh! Like a sharp blade cutting through the void, the golden blades of light shot towards Gu Fei like countless crescent moons. The metal wind that surged from all directions was like a heavenly blade, chopping his body, causing him to feel bursts of pain. The places that were swept by the metal wind were burning. Although they did not cut his flesh, it was still difficult for Gu Fei to endure. Roar! In the face of danger, Gu Fei looked up to the sky and roared. His black hair suddenly danced wildly and stood up. A majestic force surged out from his body, and a ball of purple light instantly enveloped him. It was as if he was wearing a bright purple armor from head to toe. Extreme weapon refinement skill. Gu Fei had no choice. At the moment when the golden moons with the terrifying power of metal slashed at him, Gu Fei used the short stick that had been smelted into his body and turned it into a purple airflow in his blood and qi to cover his whole body, protecting his whole body. At this time, Gu Fei was equivalent to the incarnation of the short stick, and his whole body emitted a shocking sword qi. Boom! 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 The thousands of golden moons that were flying toward him from all directions collided with his body, causing a series of loud noises. The spectating disciples of the 9 branches exclaimed one after another. To these people, using flesh and blood to fight a magic treasure was undoubtedly an extremely crazy move. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat for Gu Fei. Boom! The entire arena suddenly began to shake, and a violent force burst out like a raging sea wave, followed by a boom. Under the inexplicable gaze of the spectating disciples, a purple figure broke through the layers of golden moons, shattered thousands of golden moons, and rushed out of the encirclement. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Dongfang Chen's eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. Although he was shocked, his reaction was extremely fast. When Gu Fei rushed out of the encirclement of the golden moons, he made a Taoist incantation gesture and pointed at Gu Fei. Swish! The magic treasure golden moons transformed into thousands of crescent light blades in an instant, turned into a golden moon that illuminated the world, and slashed at Gu Fei's chest. Humph! With a cold snort, Gu Fei took a step forward and threw a punch out. His fist, which was shrouded in purple qi, streaked across the sky like a meteor and collided with the golden moon that was flying over. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the surging power shook the world. Even though it was daytime, the 2 terrifying powers violently collided, and the dazzling light that erupted from them illuminated the entire arena. The vast and mighty aftershocks caused the arena to shake violently, as if it could collapse at any time. The golden moon was directly smashed away by Gu Fei's punch, and Dongfang Chen immediately suffered a great impact. Ah! He spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered a few steps, and almost sat down on the arena. Chapter 46. You want to humiliate me in the arena? Then you have to be prepared to be abused. Gu Fei's body was covered in purple flames, and the murderous aura that surged out of his body made people's hearts palpitate. He grabbed Dongfang Chen's neck with one hand and lifted him up. His long hair fluttered without any wind, and his eyes shot out 2 blade-like sharp eyes, shining on Dongfang Chen's face. There was no expression on his face. Just now, the thousands of crescent-shaped golden blades slashed on Gu Fei's body. Although they did not cut his flesh, his clothes had been cut into pieces and hung on his body. Cough! Dongfang Chen's handsome face immediately turned purple. He was not willing to be defeated like this. With a thought, all the remaining spiritual power in his body rushed to the index and middle fingers of his right hand, and a golden light immediately gushed out from his fingertips. Qi! Dongfang Chen's fingers were like a sword, and the golden light burst out from his fingers, breaking through the void, and fiercely pierced towards Gu Fei's throat. Humph! Gu Fei did not dodge. He looked at Dongfang Chen with disdain in his eyes. Dongfang Chen's right index and middle fingers pierced Gu Fei's throat like lightning. But at the moment when he pierced Gu Fei's throat, Dongfang Chen felt that his finger was like piercing a piece of hard iron. With a light "Kacha!" the finger bone was immediately broken by the force of the shock. Gu Fei, who fully displayed the weapon refining technique, was covered with the essence of the short stick that was smelted into his body. He had the characteristics of a short stick. Even the golden moon wheel of the Biyun Peak couldn't cut Gu Fei's skin and flesh, let alone a mere sword finger. Do you admit defeat? Do you lower your head? Gu Fei would never be soft-hearted to those who looked for trouble with him. Even on the arena, he wanted Dongfang Chen to lower his head and admit defeat in front of him. Bah! Dongfang Chen opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood at Gu Fei. The spittle that flew towards Gu Fei couldn't even get close to Gu Fei's body. The purple aura around his body shook the spittle away. Very good. Gu Fei suddenly smiled, and then punched Dongfang Chen's lower abdomen. The golden armor that Dongfang Chen was wearing was immediately smashed by the powerful fist force, and a faint fist mark appeared where the fist hit. Wow! Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Dongfang Chen's face was extremely distorted. Obviously, this punch had a great impact on him. It shook his internal organs and made him even more injured. When the disciples below the stage saw how Gu Fei treated Dongfang Chen, they couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, they were shocked. This Gu Fei was throwing away the face of the Biyun Peak. He was really bold. The Supreme Mystery sect leader, Taoist Xian Tian, who was sitting on the steps in front of the Supreme Mystery Hall, as well as the other heads of the 7 branches, all frowned. Gu Fei's behavior seemed a bit excessive, especially the Taoist of the Biyun Peak. At this time, his face had already darkened. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like it was about to drip water. The most outstanding young expert of the Biyun Peak was actually humiliated like this by his opponent. The entire Biyun Peak could not help but be furious. Stop! The disciples of the Biyun Peak who were watching the battle immediately shouted. Some of them even directly walked up to the bottom of the stage, as if they wanted to make a move. Where it is possible to forgive people, one should forgive people. Gu Fei, don't go too far. Below the stage, Dongfang Chen's master, Taoist Danyang, said fiercely. He looked at Gu Fei with eyes that seemed like they were about to spit fire. At this time, the Biyun Peak's treasure, the Golden Moon Wheel, that was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch, had already been used by Taoist Danyang to retrieve it. This is the stage. If Dongfang Chen does not admit defeat, then I will beat him until he does. Gu Fei did not give any face to Taoist Danyang. He continued to hold Dongfang Chen's neck like he was holding a rooster waiting to be slaughtered. He waved his left fist and repeatedly greeted Dongfang Chen's body, bombarding the armor on Dongfang Chen's body with golden light. This Gu Fei is too arrogant, Li Lingfeng said with a frown. Offending the Biyun Peak did not benefit Gu Fei at all. Instead, he made a lot of enemies. The Dongfang clan would definitely not let this matter go after he taught Dongfang Chen a lesson in front of so many fellow disciples. They would not dare to do anything to Gu Fei on the surface, but they would definitely not let Gu Fei off in secret. The Dongfang clan was not a weak force in the Tung-Long continent's Qi country. If Gu Fei went down the mountain in the future, it was hard to say that the Dongfang clan would not take revenge on him. Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat? Gu Fei shouted again and again. At the same time, he punched Dongfang Chen's body again and again, causing Dongfang Chen to vomit blood. Taoist Danyang, who was below the stage, saw his disciple being beaten by Gu Fei until he vomited blood again and again. He was anxious to save his disciple, so he did not care about his face anymore. He shouted at Gu Fei on the stage. We admit defeat, quickly stop. The disciples around the stage were all shocked to see this scene. This Gu Fei was really daring. He actually dared to treat the disciples of the Biyun Peak like this. As for the Biyun Peak disciples, their faces were filled with anger. Some of them even started cursing at Gu Fei. After hearing the words of Taoist Danyang, Gu Fei looked at Dongfang Chen, who was in his hand. He saw that although Dongfang Chen looked tired, he still held on and did not let himself faint. Dongfang Chen, count yourself lucky. Gu Fei lifted Dongfang Chen in front of him and whispered in Dongfang Chen's ear. Dongfang Chen panted heavily and his whole body trembled. It was because he was angry. He was born in a cultivation family. It could be said that he had the wind and rain when he wanted it. Even if he lost to Lin Shuer of the Shangqing sect a year ago, it was far less humiliating than losing to Gu Fei. He was a proud person, a frivolous person. He was a disciple of an aristocratic family, a cultivation genius, and at such a young age, he had extraordinary strength. With such capital, how could Dongfang Chen not be frivolous? He was so ashamed that he wanted to die. In his heart, he already hated Gu Fei. He secretly clenched his teeth and made up his mind that in the future, he must teach Gu Fei a lesson. However, Gu Fei did not care so much. With the force of his right hand, he threw Dongfang Chen out of the ring. The bright purple light that was emitted from his body gradually faded, and then all of it was absorbed into his body. Taoist Danyang quickly jumped forward and hugged Dongfang Chen, who had fallen from the ring. He looked at Gu Fei, who was on the ring, and did not say a word. He turned around and walked away with Dongfang Chen in his arms. The battle between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chun was extremely shocking in the Supreme Mystery Sect. The Chuiling Peak actually had a disciple like Gu Fei. His combat strength was amazing. He had defeated the outstanding disciple of the Shaoyang Peak, Li Hao, and the young master of the Biyun Peak, Dongfang Chun, and advanced to the second round of the competition with 2 complete victories. It seemed that among the top 10 young masters of the 9 Peaks tournament, Gu Fei had already occupied one of them. Dongfang Chun, who was second only to the eldest disciple of the Supreme Mystery Sect, Li Lingfeng, had been defeated. Among the younger generation of the 9 Peaks tournament, perhaps only the eldest disciple Li Lingfeng could fight with Gu Fei. While everyone was talking in low voices, Gu Fei jumped down from the ring. Wherever he passed, the disciples made way for him. All the young disciples had a sense of awe for Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei was not feeling well either. He had not used the weapon refining body refining technique perfectly. Under the desperate display of the technique just now, the flesh and bones in his body had been injured by the essence of the short stick in his body. If one looked closely, they could see that the pores on Gu Fei's body were oozing with blood. Gu Fei went straight to a big tree outside the square and sat cross-legged. He mobilized the exuberant essence in his body, shook his muscles, bones, and flesh, and repaired the damaged parts. Zhao Ziru saw that Gu Fei had won and wanted to congratulate him, but when she saw Gu Fei sitting cross-legged under the big tree like an old monk, she retracted her foot that had stepped out. Gu Fei was recovering his yuan qi, but it was not suitable for Zhao Ziru to disturb Gu Fei at this time. After closing his eyes, everything in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with Gu Fei. The sounds in the square were all excluded from his ears, and he was unmoved. My heart is one, immersed in the path of cultivation, not disturbed by external things. This is Gu Fei's way of cultivation. What I think in my heart, I will put it into action, and I will maintain a pure heart. Chapter 47. Although the weapon refinement technique allowed Gu Fei to possess an abnormally strong body that could withstand the Biyun Peak's treasure, the Golden Moon Wheel, for a short period of time, this state of spreading a certain characteristic of the divine weapon into his body could not be maintained for long. Moreover, the strange essence of the magic weapon had not completely dissolved in the body's qi and blood. If he desperately stimulated the power of the magic weapon, his body would inevitably not be able to bear it. Gu Fei was now suffering from the side effects of overexerting the magical power of weapon refining body. Every inch of his body felt as if it was being pricked by sharp needles. Just sitting under the tree for a while, his tattered clothes were soaked with sweat, and the sweat, with a bloody smell, dyed the tattered clothes on his body dark black. It was the clotted blood that was forced out of the body. All of Gu Fei's flesh and bones trembled slightly. His body vaguely emitted the rumbling sound of heavenly drums. The vigorous qi and blood in his body washed through his body, and the pain of being pricked by thousands of needles gradually subsided. The body refining technique and martial arts cultivation method made Gu Fei's body strong enough to be comparable to ordinary magic weapons of cultivators, and his recovery ability was also amazing. Waves of qi and blood containing the original essence of the 5 elements washed through his body, and the wounds in his flesh and blood were healing rapidly. Well, the path of martial arts is a path of the strong derived from fighting, progress in life and death battles, and move forward by stepping on the corpses of the opponents. Gu Fei felt that after the fierce battle with Dongfang Chun, his strength seemed to have made some progress. Life and death battles were conducive to the breakthrough of his cultivation base. This was Gu Fei's realization after the battle. It seemed that the predecessors had taken the wrong path. His master, Wan Xiancheng, did not easily step out of the Green Spirit Peak. He always immersed himself in cultivation in the mountains. Little did he know that this ancient body refining technique was a killing technique created for battle. A strong body corresponded to unparalleled combat power. There was a limit to progress by immersing oneself in cultivation. Life and death battles were a shortcut. To comprehend in battle and sublimate in battle was a completely different path from the quiet and inaction of Tao techniques. Cultivators focused on meditation, moving the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nourishing the primordial spirit body, and condensing magical power. But the path of martial arts focused on movement, refining the tendons, bones, flesh, and blood of the whole body, and producing the original power from the qi and blood. Therefore, too much meditation would restrict the breakthrough of one's cultivation base. The Green Spirit Peak had not produced a transcending mortality realm martial artist for hundreds of years, and perhaps this was the reason. When one encountered a bottleneck in one's cultivation, they would enter into seclusion. This was a habitual thought process of cultivators, and it wasn't suitable for cultivators. For cultivators, rather than sitting in meditation all day, it was better to leave their seclusion grounds and challenge other cultivators. While fighting with others, they would be able to comprehend the true essence of the martial Tao. Gu Fei seemed to see a glimmer of light in the fog. He seemed to have comprehended a brand new path of cultivation, a path of cultivation that belonged to a martial artist, and that was battle. Gu Fei was unmoved by everything that was happening outside. On the 9 arenas on the square, the disciples participating in the competition were still moving up and down. The duels of Tao techniques would erupt from time to time, and there would be flashes of bright light and loud booms that shook the mountains. The remaining battles were far less intense than the battle between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chan, but they still attracted the attention of the thousands of disciples on the square. This time's 9 Peaks trials was different from the previous ones. The top 10 disciples would not only receive rewards, but also a chance to enter the Ruined Sky Realm. The Ruined Sky Realm was a blessed land for the 3 great Taoist sects, but it was also a dangerous place. For those who entered, it was also an opportunity. In this world, there was nothing that could be obtained without effort. In the midst of danger, there were opportunities that could change one's fate. If one could grasp this fleeting opportunity, they would be able to rise rapidly. If they could not, their lives would be in danger. Li Lingfeng, the eldest disciple of the Taishan Peak, and his junior disciple Ziyu, easily defeated their respective opponents and advanced to the second round of the trials with 2 wins. As for Zhao Sueki of the Purple Bamboo Peak, she encountered Song Ruochen, an outstanding disciple of the Tongtian Peak, in the second round of the trials. Song Ruochen's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th heaven. Even though Zhao Ziru had the Black Tortoise seal, the treasure of the Purple Bamboo Peak, it was still difficult for her to contend against Song Ruochen, and she was defeated. However, with 1 win and 1 loss, Zhao Ziru was able to advance to the second round of the trials. In fact, the main reason for Zhao Ziru's defeat was because she had used up a great deal of her magic power to activate the Black Tortoise seal in the morning. Even after resting for 4 hours, she was still unable to fully recover, which gave Song Ruochen an opportunity to take advantage of. When night fell, all the trials were over. The profound magic Taoist expressionlessly walked out and announced that the second round of the trials would begin the next day. Soon after, a list was posted. It was the name list of those who advanced to the second round of the trials. When the profound magic Taoist announced the end of the trials for the day, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged under a tree at the side of the square, opened his eyes. With a thought, the golden light on his body flickered and disappeared. Then the tattered, dark black clothes on his upper body were torn to shreds and fell to the ground, revealing his bronze-colored, robust body. Gu Fei's shirt was in tatters, and he was only wearing a pair of trousers that were also tattered and full of holes. However, the trousers on the important parts of his body were still relatively intact, so he would definitely not be exposed. Gu Fei stood up and immediately heard light footsteps coming from the side. He turned his head and saw a girl in a white dress walking over gracefully. In the night, she seemed to be stepping on a cloud as she floated over. Her beautiful appearance, long hair that burst out like a burst, and her muscles that were as cold as ice, as if she was a fairy that had descended from the heavens to the mortal world. Junior sister Zhao? Gu Fei was startled. His eyes looked at the girl's face and some kind of emotion seemed to rise in his heart. This was a strange feeling that he had never felt before. This feeling made Gu Fei's heart beat faster and his blood flow faster. Zhao Ziru was as light as a swallow as she arrived in front of Gu Fei. Congratulations to senior brother Gu for showing your strength and defeating Dongfang Chan. Haha, it's really unexpected. The shock caused by Gu Fei defeating Dongfang Chan was unparalleled among the younger generation of disciples. The disciples of the Green Spirit Peak gave people the impression that their cultivation was low, but their skin was thick and they could take a beating. But today the combat power that Gu Fei had displayed was shocking. Pure martial skills were very terrifying. Even the disciples of the older generation were amazed. Wan Xiancheng, the disciple of the previous generation of the Green Spirit Peak, who had passed away, usually stayed in his cave in the Green Spirit Peak and would not easily show his combat skills in front of others. Therefore, even the disciples of the generation of Wan Xiancheng, very few people knew how powerful the combat skills of the Green Spirit Peak were. And Gu Fei's performance today undoubtedly shocked them, and also gave birth to some uneasiness. They were afraid that in the future, the Supreme Mystery Sect would no longer be peaceful. Humph! If Dongfang Chan didn't have the golden moon wheel of the Biyun Peak, he would have lost even more miserably. Gu Fei said with some disdain. Defeating Dongfang Chan was actually not a great thing. The disciples of the Green Spirit Peak were originally stronger than the disciples of the other 8 branches of the same realm. Even if they faced a disciple whose cultivation was 1 layer higher than them, they could still compete with them. Moreover, this situation was not so obvious in the realms below the 5th layer. After surpassing the 5th layer, the advantage of a martial artist would appear among other cultivators of the same realm. Gu Fei's master Wan Xiancheng, who had passed away, had once used the cultivation of the 9th layer to force back a cultivator of the transcending mortality stage. And now, Gu Fei had cultivated the magical ability of transforming his body into a weapon. His combat power would be even more amazing, and it was no longer impossible for him to challenge someone of a higher level. Senior brother Gu, you must not be careless. With Dongfang Chen's cultivation, he could only display 10 to 20% of the power of the Golden Moon Wheel. Zhao Ziru said. The Golden Moon Wheel, being able to become a treasure of the Biyun Peak, its power was certainly not limited to this. However, with Dongfang Chen's cultivation, being able to drive the Golden Moon Wheel to display the Dao technique of the Moon Shadow Division was already the limit of what he could bear. Gu Fei nodded. He knew that if he hadn't cultivated the magical ability of transforming his body into a weapon and smelted the short stick that seemed to be a sword hilt passed down by his master into his body, the outcome of today's battle with Dongfang Chan would have been rewritten. The sharpness of the metal element magic treasure, the Golden Moon Wheel, was definitely not inferior to the sharpness of a divine weapon. It was not surprising that the circle of sharp blades could cut hair, cut stone and split gold. Ordinary swords, ordinary magic treasures, Gu Fei could directly resist them with his body, but he would never be able to withstand the slash of the Golden Moon Wheel. With the power of the Golden Moon Wheel, even a real person made of iron would be split in half. Unless Gu Fei could cultivate this ancient body refining technique to the great accomplishment realm, his body would be able to ignore the attacks of any divine weapon or magic treasure. Senior brother Gu. Let's go take a look at the list posted. Zhao Ziru said. All right. Gu Fei's words were very direct and very straightforward. He seemed to never be sloppy. He always maintained his original heart and did what he wanted to do. When Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru walked towards the steps in front of the square, a pair of vicious and fierce eyes were staring at the two of them under the tree opposite the square. Gu Fei. Under the tree, the man's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth, and these 2 weak and almost inaudible sounds came out of his mouth. At this time, a white-robed disciple walked towards the man who was full of resentment towards Gu Fei. Junior brother Wang, so you are here. Eldest senior brother invites you to come over. Why does Li Lingfeng want to find me? The man frowned, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then said to the white-robed disciple, Please lead the way, senior brother. In the Supreme Profound Sect, the only person who had enmity with Gu Fei was Wang Yuanji, and the person who wanted nothing more than to cut Gu Fei into 8 pieces was Wang Yuanji. The white-robed disciple was a member of the sect leader's faction, so Wang Yuanji did not dare to be negligent. He immediately changed his expression and followed behind the white-robed disciple, heading towards the back peak of the Supreme Profound Peak. Wang Yuanji originally wanted to use Dongfang Chen's hand to humiliate Gu Fei, but unfortunately, Dongfang Chen was not a match for Gu Fei, and was instead humiliated by Gu Fei. After this battle, Dongfang Chen had no face left, and even the disciples of the Biyun Peak felt ashamed. In this way, the new hatred and old hatred added together, causing Wang Yuanji to want to go crazy. He hated Gu Fei to the point that his teeth itched, but he could not do anything to Gu Fei. This kind of feeling of not being able to vent his anger almost made Wang Yuanji, a narrow-minded disciple of an aristocratic family, go crazy. However, so what? The demons could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. They could only break their teeth and swallow the blood into their stomachs. At this time, the people in the square had gradually dispersed. Those who had advanced to the second round of the competition tomorrow had already returned to their respective cultivation grounds to recuperate their chi and restore their mana and physical strength in preparation for tomorrow's competition. As for those who had been eliminated, they sighed dejectedly. On the contrary, they were still discussing today's competition with others, looking at the list that had been posted, or simply walking to the side in a daze. Chapter 48. Gu Fei raised his eyes and looked at the yellow paper on the wall next to the square. He glanced at it and said, In the first round of the competition, 39 people were eliminated, which is equivalent to eliminating half of them. Out of the 2 rounds of the competition, only 1 victory would allow them to advance to the second round. Yet, half of them had been eliminated. This had more or less exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. The number of people who advanced to the second round of the competition is the highest. Zhao Ziru also looked at the list of people who had successfully advanced and said. She did not seem too surprised. The disciples of the Taishan Peak were the disciples of the sect leader. The outstanding disciples of the sect leader were, of course, more than the other 8 branches. The eldest senior brother, Li Lingfeng, was recognized as the number 1 person in the younger generation. It was said that his cultivation was not far from the bottleneck of condensing the Dao core. Li Lingfeng is a good opponent. Gu Fei looked at the first name on the list and said indifferently. As soon as he said this, not only Zhao Ziru, but the disciples next to him were also shocked. Gu Fei actually regarded Li Lingfeng as an opponent? However, when they thought of the strength that Gu Fei had displayed today, they were relieved. This disciple of the Green Spirit Peak was no longer the same as before. He was no longer the loser whose cultivation was the last among the younger generation of disciples of the Taishan sect. With the strength that Gu Fei had defeated Dongfang Chan, he was qualified enough to challenge Li Lingfeng and even compete for the throne of the first among the younger generation of disciples. After looking at the list, Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru walked out of the square under the gaze of the crowd. Outside the square, after Gu Fei and Zhao Ziru parted, they directly went down the Taishan Peak and went straight to the Green Spirit Peak. Tomorrow it would be a tough battle. Although today they had the feeling of being in the limelight, but at the same time they had also offended many people. Strength, as long as they had enough strength, they did not need to be afraid of anyone. Gu Fei wanted to become stronger, but on the path of cultivation, one couldn't become a peerless expert overnight. Aside from hard work, one also needed to be talented in cultivation. Today's battle with Dongfang Chan gave Gu Fei some insights, so he planned to use one night to digest today's insights. Although it was only one night, if he could comprehend it, he might be able to break through his current realm and take another step forward in his cultivation. Just as Gu Fei descended Taishan Peak and headed for Chuiling Peak, a person came out of a wooden house in the plum forest behind Taishan Peak. At this time, the sun had disappeared under the mountains, and there were still a few red clouds floating in the western sky that seemed to be on fire. In the plum forest behind Taishan Peak, there was already a trace of mist, and it seemed a little dim. After this person came out of the wooden house, he seemed to be impatient to leave this place. He walked briskly along a small path in front of the wooden house and headed out of the forest. The plum forest was not big, only about 10 acres. The man quickly walked out of the plum forest along the small path. He actually told me not to find trouble with that Gu Fei? This is outrageous. After leaving the plum forest, the man suddenly stopped, looked back at the wooden house in the forest, and muttered with hatred. The dim light shone on the man's face. This man was Wang Yuanji, who had been invited by Li Lingfeng. At this time, Wang Yuanji had a cold look on his face. He turned around and continued to walk forward. After leaving the plum forest, there was a gravel path that led straight to the front of Taishan Peak. When Wang Yuanji's figure disappeared on the path, the wooden door of the wooden house in the plum forest was pushed open from the inside, and a young man in white came out. This was an ordinary young man. He had no handsome face, no tall figure, no white skin. He was very ordinary, so ordinary that if he stood in the crowd, he would never attract the attention of others. But it was this young man, who was neither handsome nor tall and powerful, and whose skin was even a bit like that of a farmer, who was the eldest senior of the younger generation of the Taishan sect. Li Lingfeng, an ordinary young man, was known as a cultivation genius. He was the #1 expert of the younger generation of the Taishan sect. Although his appearance was not outstanding, no one dared to look down on him. I hope that Wang Yuanji can be vigilant. Otherwise, if he goes to find trouble with that Gu Fei, his life may be in danger. Li Lingfeng looked in the direction where Wang Yuanji disappeared and sighed. A person like Gu Fei is only dedicated to advancing bravely on the path of cultivation, but he is arrogant and does not leave any leeway, without the slightest restraint or restraint. Today, when he dealt with Dongfang Chun in the arena, I know that he is a decisive person. If Wang Yuanji really doesn't know what's good for him and provokes him again, I'm afraid there will be big trouble. A person like Li Lingfeng, of course, would not wholeheartedly cultivate in the plum forest in the back of the mountain. As a disciple of the head of the sect, the eldest senior of the disciples of the 9 veins of supreme mystery, things that he should know absolutely could not escape his eyes, and things that he should not know, he was too lazy to pay attention to. Li Lingfeng shook his head and sighed, then turned and walked into the wooden house, closing the wooden door. There was no light inside and there was no light. The plum forest was silent and no sound came out. Gu Fei, who had come down from Taishan Peak, ran more than 100 miles on the rugged mountain road in one breath, returning to the bamboo forest at the foot of Green Spirit Peak. My own place is still the best. Gu Fei took a deep breath, and the faint fragrance of bamboo floated into his nose, making him feel refreshed. Just as Gu Fei was about to enter the bamboo forest, he suddenly felt a chill on his body before he could even step down with his right foot. Then all the hair on his body instantly stood on end. His entire body was filled with alarm, as if he was being stared at by a terrifying, ferocious beast in the dark. Not good. Gu Fei was shocked, and all the muscles and bones in his body immediately trembled. His joints and bones immediately erupted with a burst of dense thunder, and as his flesh and bones vibrated, a huge wave of yuan qi immediately burst out. The wave passed through his body, violently shook the air, and a strong wind immediately swept in all directions. The bamboo leaves on the ground with a tongue sound were stirred up into the sky, and pieces of bamboo leaves danced in the air. All of this happened in an instant, and at this time countless dark green bamboos were reflected in Gu Fei's eyes. Without a sound, the bamboo that had been sharpened shot out from the bamboo forest, and quickly streaked across the air, but did not make a single sound. It was extremely strange. Hey! Gu Fei's right foot, which had not yet stepped down, suddenly stomped down. Pung! His whole body left an afterimage as he rapidly retreated. However, Gu Fei had underestimated the speed of the countless sharp bamboo that shot out from the bamboo forest. The bamboo seemed to give people an illusion that they were slow, but in reality, they were unimaginably fast, and definitely exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. Just as his body flew up, the dense bamboo in front of him, as if it had teleported, shot in front of him. Damn it! Gu Fei was greatly shocked, and he only had time to cover his eyes with his hands before feeling waves of piercing pain come from his body, as if countless sharp steel pillars had collided with his body. Moreover, every single bamboo contained a formidable force of impact, and it directly knocked Gu Fei over 30 m away. Gu Fei felt as if he'd been densely bombarded by countless 500 kilograms hammers, and his entire body was shaken by the innumerable bamboo that collided with his body to the point it seemed as if it was about to fall apart, and the tendons and bones on his body emitted waves of soreness. Bang! Gu Fei directly smashed into a small patch of forest behind him, and a large hole was instantly smashed open in that small patch of forest. Broken branches and shattered leaves fluttered in the air, and dust and dirt rose into the air. Meanwhile, a black figure slowly walked out from the bamboo forest. This was a man in black, a person covered from head to toe in tight black clothes. From his appearance, it was impossible to tell whether this person was male or female, old or young. This mysterious person's exposed eyes revealed an undisguised killing intent. Looking at this posture, he not only came for Gu Fei, but also wanted to kill Gu Fei. Pung! With a sound, Gu Fei shook off the soil on his body and rushed out of the pit. His entire body rushed out a misty multicolored light, revealing a powerful and oppressive aura. The man was obviously taken aback. He seemed to be a little surprised. Under his attack, Gu Fei did not seem to be injured at all. Gu Fei was shocked. His eyes revealed a sharp light as he swept his gaze over the person in front of him. There was actually someone here to kill him. Was this person skilled and bold, or was his head kicked by a donkey? This was the territory of the Taishan sect. Was he not afraid of alarming the masters of the Taishan sect? The black-clothed man did not say anything. He coldly snorted, and then his hands formed a mysterious formula in front of his chest. A vast wave of spiritual power immediately spread out from the black-clothed man. Then, the mountain rocks that were scattered around the black-clothed man immediately flew up. At the same time, they emitted raging flames and turned into a group of meteors that flew towards Gu Fei from all directions. When Gu Fei saw this scene, his pupils could not help but shrink. This person's cultivation was really amazing. He was not an ordinary master. The flaming stone had not actually flown in front of him, but a terrifying heat wave had already hit Gu Fei's body. This heat was not simple. It made him feel as if he had fallen into a cave of fire. It continuously drilled into the 84,000 pores on his body, as if it wanted to ignite his body from the inside out. Gu Fei felt great danger from the black-clothed man. He did not dare to be negligent. His body immediately shrank. His entire body shrank to a height of about 3 feet, as if he had suddenly become a child. The black-clothed man was obviously shocked by the scene in front of him. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Whoosh! With a sound, Gu Fei, who had shrunk his body, leaned down to the ground at the same time. His feet fiercely pushed off the ground, and his entire body was like a spirit snake flying along the ground, rushing towards the black-clothed man. Boom boom! There was a huge tremor. The flaming stones that were rushing towards Gu Fei from all directions exploded at the moment when Gu Fei darted out. The terrifying heat that erupted from it burned the surrounding 10 feet into scorched earth. At this moment, Gu Fei had already arrived in front of the black-clothed man with the snake movement technique at lightning speed. Then, like a venomous snake, he twisted around the black-clothed man's body in an instant. With an incomparably fierce bear hug, he wanted to crush the black-clothed man's bones and crush his tendons to death. Gu Fei's attack was incomparably fierce. This bear hug was even more brutal and ferocious than the hug of the giant mountain bear. Chapter 49. Phantom Doppelganger? When Gu Fei extinguished the black figure, he was instantly shocked. This kind of doppelganger technique that was almost like a real person had already surpassed the scope of the Dao techniques that martial cultivators of the awakening self stage could use. This person is a martial cultivator of the transcending mortality stage. In an instant, Gu Fei was able to determine the cultivation level of this person. To him, a martial cultivator of the transcending mortality stage was simply too great of a threat. With his current cultivation level, it was absolutely impossible for him to fight against an expert of this level. In the blink of an eye, just as Gu Fei crushed the doppelganger with a bear hug, he instantly felt a bone-chilling murderous aura attack his body from behind, causing him to quiver and shiver. Then, a wave of magical power that was as vast as the ocean came from behind him. A flaming fist with a terrifying heat that could melt gold and iron cut through the void and smashed into his back in an instant. Pung! Gu Fei was directly smashed into the air by the extremely violent fist force. The moment he was smashed into the air, a large mouthful of blood involuntarily gushed out of Gu Fei's mouth and the blood splattered outside the bamboo forest. So strong! Is this the strength of a martial cultivator of the transcending mortality stage? Although Gu Fei had used the weapon refining body transformation technique at the critical moment, condensing the chi of the divine weapon transformed from the short purple rod in his body onto his back to block the mysterious person's fist, the power of the flame fist that the mysterious person had struck out was simply too strong. However, the mysterious man's raging flame fist was simply too powerful. Almost with a single punch, the divine weapon chi that he had refined into his body was blasted out of his body. The powerful shock immediately caused Gu Fei's internal organs to be impacted, causing him to suffer serious internal injuries. If he had not used the weapon refining body transformation technique and the divine weapon that he had melted into his body to block most of the impact, even if this punch could not kill Gu Fei, it would have at least taken half of his life. However, the mysterious person's attack did not stop there. When he sent Gu Fei flying, He appeared behind Gu Fei, as if he had walked out of the void soundlessly. The black-robed man seemed to open his mouth at Gu Fei, and suddenly a thin line of fire shot out from his mouth through the black cloth that covered his face. Chi! There was a subtle sound of a sharp blade tearing through cloth. It swept towards Gu Fei, who had already been sent flying hundreds of feet away and crashed into the bamboo forest. Fiery sword Chi? Suddenly, a startled cry rang out from afar. A silhouette flashed as a person rushed over with the speed of the wind. You are from the Guangqing Immortal Sect? How dare you come to my Taishan sect to cause trouble? A beautiful young man in white appeared outside the bamboo forest. This young man raised his hand, and a yellow light shot up into the sky, flying towards Taishan Peak. And at the moment when this young man in white appeared, Gu Fei, who had been sent flying hundreds of feet away by the black-robed man, was in a desperate situation of life and death. The black-robed man simply wanted Gu Fei's life, and his attack was extremely vicious. He could not kill Gu Fei with one punch, so he immediately opened his mouth and spat out a thread-like 7 or 8 feet long sword Chi of raging fire. A flash of fire in an instant caught up with Gu Fei, who had flown hundreds of feet away like a meteor, crashing into the bamboo forest and wrapped around his neck. The cold sword Chi revealed an unparalleled heat, and in an instant, it made Gu Fei feel like he was trapped between ice and fire. Roar! A feeling of extreme danger assaulted his heart. Without even thinking, Gu Fei let out a roar that sounded like that of a dying ferocious beast that had been forced into a dead end. His voice was filled with endless anger and unwillingness. At the moment when the fiery sword Chi of raging fire was about to wrap around Gu Fei's neck, a layer of purple light appeared on Gu Fei's neck. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. When the fiery sword Chi landed on Gu Fei's neck, it actually emitted the sound of metal rubbing against each other. Then, like a spirit snake, it flew back and once again entered the black-clothed man's mouth. At this time, Gu Fei smashed into the depths of the bamboo forest. It smashed into the depths of the bamboo forest. Instantly the ground shook, and the bamboo forest was destroyed. A dozen birds resting in the bamboo forest flapped their wings and flew out. At this time, the handsome young man in white who had suddenly appeared had already attacked the black-robed man. Without seeing how he moved, the ground under the black-robed man's feet suddenly broke open, and emerald green vines emerged and wrapped around the black-robed man. Those were not ordinary vines. Every vine was covered with dense black thorns. No matter if it was a man or a beast, once they were wrapped around, their skin would be torn and their flesh torn. The black-robed man did not want to be entangled with the white-robed young man. The black-robed man opened a scroll in his hand, and a strange wave of Fa Li immediately rushed out from the scroll and enveloped the black-robed man. The black-robed man's body immediately became blurry, and in the instant that the thousands of vines wrapped around his body, he disappeared on the spot. All that was left in the void was a series of ripples that resembled water. This! The white-robed young man was stunned. A law technique scroll? And it is a high-level scroll with the space-shifting technique sealed in it. Who is this person? At this time a vast wave of Fa Li came from the top of Taishan Peak, like a monstrous wave, surging through the mountains. The next moment, a purple figure appeared in the sky above the bamboo forest below Green Spirit Peak. A purple-robed old Taoist stood in the void, exuding a majestic aura from all over his body. At this moment, the aura of a powerhouse who looked down on the world was fully displayed. Greetings to the head of the sect. The white-robed young man outside the bamboo forest immediately bowed when he saw the old Taoist. Ziyu, what the hell is going on? The person who came was the head of the Taishan sect, Taoist Xiantian. He looked around and immediately noticed the Fa Li that had yet to dissipate. Taoist Xuantian's expression could not help but change. With Taoist Xuantian's terrifying cultivation base at the 9th heavenly layer of Imperial Void, his Yuan spirit could cover a distance of 100 miles in an instant. But even with such speed, the black-clothed man still managed to escape. As Xuantian's proud person spoke, he pressed his right palm downwards and a figure floated up from the depths of the bamboo forest. It was as if there was an invisible rope pulling it towards Taoist Xiantian. The person who rose up from the depths of the bamboo forest was Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei had already fainted. His body was covered in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. However, there was still a trace of his breath left. Reporting to the head of the sect, someone just tried to kill Brother Gu Fei. They wanted to kill Brother Gu Fei. The handsome young man Ziyu quickly replied respectfully. At this time Taoist Xintian had already caught Gu Fei. He looked down and saw that Gu Fei's eyes were closed. His face was filled with pain, and there was a circle of wounds on his neck. The flesh on the wound was twisted, and blood was seeping out. Taoist Xintian was shocked and quickly looked closely. Fortunately, it was only a layer of flesh. The muscles, meridians, and blood vessels inside were not injured. Who the hell is it? Taoist Xintian, who rarely got angry, couldn't help but feel anger rise in his chest. His eyes shone several feet away. Swish! 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 At this time, figures swayed in the air above the bamboo forest. One after another, 7 purple-robed old Taoists appeared. They had sensed the terrible Fa that had just exploded on Taishan Peak, so they had rushed over to see what had happened. Senior brother this. The head of the 7 branches who had rushed over were shocked by what he saw. The bamboo forest was a mess, and Taoist Xintian was holding an unconscious Gu Fei. These 7 old Taoists had lived for hundreds of years. They had a wide range of knowledge, and their thoughts were meticulous. It was difficult for others to compare. They could be called old monsters. With a glance, how could they not know what had happened? How dare someone attack our disciple in our territory? How can we let this go? Purple Bamboo Peak's head, Long Hongxue, said fiercely. That person had dared to attack Gu Fei in the Taishan sect. This was no different from slapping the Taishan sect in the face. The 7 heads were already angry. Ziyu, describe that person's characteristics to the other martial granduncles. Taoist Xuantian's voice came down from the sky. Although his tone was calm, others could still hear a trace of gunpowder in it. Yes, head of the sect. Ziyu hurriedly bowed to the head of the 7 branches, who was standing in the sky, and then told them the characteristics of the black-clothed person. What? After a while, the heads of the 7 branches and Taoist Xiantian were both shocked after listening to Ziyu's story. The identity of that mysterious person seemed to be, Senior brother. Could it really be someone from the Guangqing Celestial sect? Taoist Xuanfa's tone was a little hesitant. He was not sure, because if this matter involved the Guangqing Celestial sect, it would be very troublesome. Someone who can cultivate the fiery sword qi is not necessarily someone from the Guangqing Celestial sect. In this world, it is not only the Guangqing Celestial sect that cultivates the sword celestial technique, Taoist Xintian said after thinking for a while. A scroll that has sealed the power of a Dao technique, and it is a Dao technique that moves the universe and changes space. This kind of high-level Dao technique scroll is rare. Since the mysterious person who tried to kill Gu Fei dared to use the sword celestial technique, release the fiery sword qi, and then use the Dao technique scroll to escape, it was obvious that he was not afraid of the Taishan sect. No one knew if this mysterious person was deliberately trying to mislead them, or if he was plotting something. This matter needs to be discussed at length. We cannot be careless. If we do not handle it properly, it will cause a misunderstanding between us and the Guangqing Celestial sect. The consequences will be unimaginable. Taoist Xuanzang frowned. Junior brothers, there is no point in guessing here. You should go back first. Since that person was able to escape with a law technique scroll with the power of the law technique sealed in it, I'm afraid he has already planned everything. It is difficult for us to make any progress in this matter at the moment. I should take Gu Fei back to Taishan Peak and heal his injuries first. Taoist Xintian thought for a while and finally said this. Since that mysterious person had used a Dao technique scroll to escape, then it was absolutely impossible to catch up to him, nor was there any way to pursue him, because no one knew which direction he had fled in. The 7 leaders bid farewell to Taoist Xintian and flew back to their own caves. But the medicine Taoist, the head of Spirit Beat Peak, was stopped by Taoist Xintian. Senior brother, is there something else? The medicine Taoist seemed surprised that his senior brother had stopped him. In fact, he was faking it. As expected, Taoist Xintian smiled. Junior brother medicine, do you really not know why I stopped you? Taoist Xintian looked at the medicine Taoist meaningfully. If I had known, I would not have come here. The medicine Taoist helplessly patted the cosmos bag on his waist. A red gourd flew out of the bag and landed in the medicine Taoist's hand. The medicine Taoist painfully pulled out the stopper of the gourd. A faint fragrance immediately floated out from the gourd. This fragrance made one feel refreshed and comfortable. Chapter 50. One of the 9 branches of the Taishan sect, the Spirit Beet Peak, was in charge of the immortal herb garden. It was the branch of the Taishan sect that was proficient in the way of alchemy. The amount of effort and energy required to start a cauldron was unimaginable. Most cultivators were not willing to spend too much time and energy on alchemy. This was because alchemy, in addition to expending a lot of effort and energy, it also required raw materials. Often, a cauldron of pills would require dozens or even hundreds of different kinds of spiritual herbs. The reason why spiritual herbs were called spiritual herbs was because they were rare. After all, these spiritual herbs were not like carrots. After 2 or 3 months, they would grow into a large field. The more precious a pill was, the rarer and more difficult it was to find the spiritual herbs needed. Often, when an alchemy master prepared to start a cauldron of pills, just collecting the spiritual herbs would take years, even decades or even decades. The golden pill that the medicine Taoist poured out from the red gourd was the famous golden pill of 9 revolutions in the world of cultivation. To refine a cauldron of 9 transformations golden pills, just the preparation time alone would take up to 10 years. The number of spiritual herbs needed to be collected was as many as hundreds of types, and some of the spiritual herbs could even be called the spiritual essence of the world. Moreover, even if a cauldron of pills was successfully refined, it would be pitifully small. At most there would be 7 or 8 pills. At the very least, there would only be 1 golden pill of 9 revolutions. The golden pill of 9 revolutions could restore flesh and bones from the dead. No matter how serious the injury, as long as one was still breathing, they would not die after taking the golden pill of 9 revolutions. For a cultivator, this was undoubtedly an extra life. With Gu Fei's current injury, if he did not take the golden pill of 9 revolutions, he would need to lie in bed for at least 10 days to gradually recover. However, the competition tomorrow would require Gu Fei's participation. Therefore, Taoist Xintian asked the medicine Taoist for a golden pill of 9 revolutions. "Senior, I still have things to do. I will leave first." After the medicine Taoist put away the red gourd, he hurriedly bowed to Taoist Xintian and turned into a ray of light, as if he was escaping. "Ziyu, come with me." Taoist Xintian put away the golden elixir of 9 transformations and carried Gu Fei toward Taishan Peak. Ziyu, who was on the ground, felt his body tighten. Then he could not help but rise into the air, following behind Taoist Xintian. They flew through the air towards the towering Taishan Peak. In a secret room at the back of the Supreme Profound Hall, there was a praying mat in the center. On the praying mat sat a naked youth, and opposite the youth sat an old Taoist. There were 2 other white-clothed youths standing respectfully behind the old Taoist. One of them was handsome like jade and had an elegant demeanor. He was a beautiful youth, but his body seemed a little weak. The other youth's appearance was very ordinary, just like a farmer youth in the countryside. A person's appearance often did not mean anything. Of these 2 youths, one was weak, the other ordinary, but their backgrounds were not small. They were the 2 most outstanding disciples of the sect leader's generation. The graceful and beautiful young man was Ziyu, whereas the young man with an unprepossessing appearance that seemed to have dark red skin from being exposed to the sun and rain in the countryside was the eldest senior brother of the sect master's line, Li Lingfeng. And the old Taoist priest in the secret room was the sect leader of Taishan sect, Taoist Xintian. The youth who sat cross-legged in the middle of the secret room with his eyes closed, his expression pained and his body naked, was Gu Fei, who had been injured by the mysterious person. On Gu Fei's back, there was a deep purple fist print that had sunk into Gu Fei's body. Blue veins spread out from the center of the fist print, protruding from the skin on Gu Fei's back. It was a shocking sight. Gu Fei, who had bones of steel, had been heavily injured by the mysterious person's punch, even though he had used the magical power of refining his body to protect his back. This was the difference in strength, the difference between the awakening realm and the transcending mortality realm. The mysterious person's cultivation was a whole realm higher than Gu Fei's. If it were not for the fact that Gu Fei cultivated in a body-refining technique that was famous for its strength, and that his body was much stronger than that of an ordinary martial cultivator, If it were not for the fact that Gu Fei had used the magical power of refining his body to counteract most of the power of the mysterious person's punch, Gu Fei would have really died under that person's fist. At this time, Gu Fei had already taken the golden elixir of 9 revolutions. The medicinal power of the golden elixir of 9 revolutions was extremely strong. Daoist Xiantian sat in front of Gu Fei, his hands constantly forming seals, injecting magical power into Gu Fei's body, controlling and stimulating the medicinal power of the golden elixir of 9 revolutions, so that the effects of the golden elixir of 9 revolutions could be fully exerted. A huge amount of spiritual power surged through Gu Fei's body, and all his muscles, bones, and flesh were surging and trembling. Within his flesh and blood, not only was there a huge burst of spiritual power from the golden elixir of 9 revolutions, but there was also a trace of fire. It burned through Gu Fei's meridians, evaporated his blood, and burned his life. The medicinal power of the golden elixir of 9 revolutions was healing Gu Fei's injured body, but the threads of fire were like maggots in his bones, burning Gu Fei's flesh, bones, and tendons. The two extreme powers of regeneration and destruction were using Gu Fei's body as a battlefield. They collided with each other and cancelled each other out. This made it hard for Gu Fei. Every inch of his skin felt like it was being pierced by thousands of small knives. It was like he was being tortured by 1,000 cuts. The golden elixir of 9 revolutions went through 9 revolutions. When the powerful spiritual power from the golden elixir of 9 revolutions in Gu Fei's body reached 7 revolutions, Gu Fei's body began to violently tremble. Then strands of hair-thin flames seeped out of his pores. What a sinister method! Daoist Xiantian formed a seal, carefully drawing out the spiritual power in Gu Fei's body. It was now a critical moment. The huge amount of spiritual power was gradually forcing out the flames in Gu Fei's body. Daoist Xiantian never imagined that the person who had attacked Gu Fei had buried a fatal killing blow in Gu Fei's body. That mysterious person had actually injected the Daoist true fire into Gu Fei's body, causing the Daoist true fire to hide inside Gu Fei's body. At a certain time it would explode from Gu Fei's body, burning him to ashes. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu, who were standing behind Daoist Xiantian, watched this scene in shock. To be able to survive a full-powered attack from a cultivator at the transcending mortality stage, the shock that Gu Fei had brought them was a little hard to accept. As far as they were concerned, it was as easy as flipping one's hand for a cultivator at the transcending mortality stage to kill a cultivator at the awakening self stage. The miracle that appeared on Gu Fei had shattered this fixed view of theirs. Was the cultivation method of the Green Spirit Peak really so powerful? At this time, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu vaguely understood why the sect master valued this sole remaining disciple of the Green Spirit Peak so much. If such a heaven-defying disciple were to mature, what kind of scene would that be? This Gu Fei was still young, but his potential was limitless. Just who would attack Gu Fei? In the short period of time that the mysterious person had exchanged blows with Gu Fei, he had already used such a sinister move. Clearly, he was determined to kill Gu Fei. However, in front of a peerless expert at the 9th heavenly layer of the void controlling realm, this little trick naturally could not be hidden from their eyes. Daoist Xiantian did not directly use his great power to expel the Taoist true fire hidden in Gu Fei's body. Instead, he sent streams of power into Gu Fei's body to stimulate the medicinal power of the 9 revolutions golden elixir, using Gu Fei's own power to expel the true fire in his body. At the 8 revolutions golden elixir, the Taoist true fire in Gu Fei's body had been completely forced out. The terrifying heat scorched the ground around Gu Fei into scorched earth. The praying mat he was sitting on did not seem to be an ordinary item, for it could actually withstand the terrifying heat emitted by the Taoist true fire without being burned to ashes. Daoist Xuantian's great power formed streams of light outside of Gu Fei's body, completely binding the powerful spiritual power that erupted from the 9 revolutions golden elixir within Gu Fei's body, not allowing a single strand of it to spill out. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu were both extremely envious. Gu Fei actually had such a fortuitous encounter that the sect leader would personally treat Gu Fei's injuries. The medicinal power of the 9 revolutions golden elixir would definitely cause Gu Fei to be reborn. This time Gu Fei had really profited from a disaster. The power in the secret chamber was vast and mighty, and the yuan qi emitted from Gu Fei's body also became more and more intense. His body, under the enormous spiritual power, rapidly recovered. The fist mark on his back gradually began to fade, and the blue veins also began to disappear on his back. And the barrier that Gu Fei's cultivation seemed to have made some breakthroughs under the effect of this spiritual power. The spiritual power transformed from the 9 revolutions golden elixir was extremely pure, flawless, and full of vitality. It was precisely this power that caused Gu Fei's stagnant cultivation base to once again advance. Gu Fei's cultivation base was originally only a step away from the peak of the 7th heavenly layer. Now he had finally taken this step. With his cultivation base at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer, even if he encountered an awakened 9th heavenly layer cultivator, he would still be able to put up a fight. On the path of cultivation, aside from unremitting effort, there was also a bit of opportunity. For example, if Gu Fei hadn't been attacked this time, if Daoist Xiantian hadn't personally saved him, he wouldn't have been able to make a breakthrough under such circumstances. There was no doubt about the miraculous effects of the 9 revolutions golden elixir. When the sky was about to brighten and the stars began to recede from the sky, Gu Fei finally completed the 9 revolutions golden elixir and completely refined the spiritual power transformed from the 9 revolutions golden elixir. The spiritual power merged with his own strength, and all his internal and external injuries were completely healed. The shocking fist mark on Gu Fei's back had long since disappeared. Just as he was refining the enormous spiritual power of the 9 revolutions golden elixir, all the muscles and bones in Gu Fei's body immediately exploded, and a wave of air surged out from his body. Li Lingfeng and Ziyu, who were standing behind Daoist Xiantian, suddenly felt a strong wind blow against their faces, and they were extremely shocked. Gu Fei's bronze-colored skin was shrouded in a layer of precious light, and there seemed to be streams of light swimming on his body. His iron body exuded a powerful and oppressive aura. The flesh and bones in his body had been cleansed by the enormous spiritual power of the 9 revolutions golden elixir 9 times, making Gu Fei feel as if he had been reborn. His precious body had become even more powerful. The fluctuations of spiritual power in the secret room gradually subsided, and the fluctuations of Yuan Qi also gradually converged into Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's eyelids moved, and then he opened his eyes. What was reflected in his eyes was the slight smile of Daoist Xiantian, the head of the Taishan sect. Gu Fei hurriedly turned around and bowed to Daoist Xiantian. Gu Fei greets the head of the sect. Many thanks to the head of the sect for saving my life. Although Gu Fei had been sent flying by a punch from the mysterious person before Daoist Xiantian had arrived, and then he had been strangled by the Li Fire Sword Qi on his neck, causing him to fall into a coma, the moment he woke up, he knew that it was Daoist Xiantian who had saved him. Daoist Xiantian stood up and said indifferently, "Get up." Then he said to Li Lingfeng and Ziyu, "Take Gu Fei to bathe and change his clothes, and then go directly to the square. It won't be long before the second round of the competition begins." "Yes, head of the sect." Li Lingfeng and Ziyu hurriedly responded in unison. Then Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng, and Ziyu bowed to Daoist Xiantian, and Gu Fei, led by Li Lingfeng and Ziyu, walked out of the secret room. There seems to be a secret on Gu Fei's body. The Tai Chi symbol on his chest is very similar to the one that appeared on the night when the Demon Lord of 6 Paths attacked. Could there be some connection between the two? Daoist Xiantian sat down cross-legged on the praying mat again and began to ponder. When he was healing Gu Fei, he had discovered the strangeness on Gu Fei's chest. This shocked him and question marks appeared in his mind. Chapter 51. Taishan Peak was the most beautiful and magnificent of the 9 peaks of Taishan. The peak was covered with green trees and exotic flowers, and grasses could be seen everywhere. Waterfalls and springs dotted the landscape, and celestial clouds lingered. It was a scene of immortals. On this morning, when the sky was about to brighten and the eastern horizon was bright and bright, a man emerged from a small pool below a waterfall at the back of the mountain with a huala sound. The man walked straight out of the pool, letting the water flow down his body. His bronze-colored body was slender and straight. His muscles were not very developed, but he gave off a feeling of power. It seemed that every muscle contained a terrible explosive power. The perfect curves of his body could make all the girls in the world blush. He was this kind of person, a warrior who was cold, strong, and always maintained a heart of cultivation. He was Gu Fei. Gu Fei's appearance was not that breathtakingly handsome, nor did he have the charm that could make all the girls in the world fall head over heels for him. However, his face was well defined, giving off a sense of determination and courage. He was a decisive person. Once he decided on something, he would not easily change his mind. For his enemies, he was a dangerous beast. No one knew what he would do in the next moment, because all his actions were in accordance with his heart. This was Gu Fei, the last disciple of the Green Spirit Peak of Taishan sect. Among the three great Taoist sects, he was the only one who did not cultivate Taoist magic. He was a different kind of Taoist disciple. Brother Gu. When Gu Fei came out of the pool, an ordinary-looking disciple in white came up to Gu Fei with a set of clean clothes and handed them to him. If other disciples saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Then the gossip of Li Lingfeng helping Gu Fei bathe and dress would definitely spread throughout the Taishan sect in the shortest time possible. The ordinary-looking disciple in white who came forward with the clothes was the eldest disciple of the younger generation of the 9 branches of Taishan, Li Lingfeng. Thank you, senior. Gu Fei took the clothes. At this time, the water stains on his body had already been evaporated into water vapor by his inner yuan qi and dissipated into the surrounding air. After seeing Gu Fei put on his clothes, Li Lingfeng smilingly said, "It seems that Junior Brother's cultivation has improved again. I remember that Junior Brother's previous cultivation level seemed to be..." When Gu Fei heard this, he immediately felt a chill in his heart. Li Lingfeng's words had a hidden meaning. Gu Fei immediately became vigilant. Without batting an eyelid, he said, "On the path of cultivation, opportunities are sometimes very important. Your junior brother was just a little lucky." As for Li Lingfeng's curiosity about his sudden increase in cultivation, Gu Fei simply brushed it off without leaving a trace. Gu Fei did not want anyone else to know about the secret of his great increase in cultivation, because if this secret were to be leaked, it would bring him endless troubles in the future. "Oh." Li Lingfeng looked at Gu Fei with a strange look in his eyes. He said with some envy, "I don't have such luck as junior brother." Haha. Gu Fei laughed, then asked, "Where is senior brother Ziyu? Why don't I see him?" Gu Fei immediately changed the topic, not wanting to talk more about cultivation with Li Lingfeng. "Junior brother Ziyu? He has already returned to his place of cultivation. Today's second round of competition is very important. He needs to prepare," said Li Lingfeng. After the first round of competition, out of the 81 outstanding disciples of the 9 branches who participated in the competition, 39 people were eliminated, and 42 people advanced to the second round of competition. These 42 young disciples of the Taishan sect, who won, represented the 42 young disciples with the most powerful cultivation level in the 9 branches of Taishan. No one was weak, and the weak had already been eliminated. Even a young expert like Ziyu did not dare to be careless. As disciples of the sect leader, the pressure they endured was much greater than the disciples of the other 8 branches. The disciples of the sect leader had to lead the group of disciples of the 9 branches. They were the role models for the disciples of the other 8 branches. Therefore, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others could not lose. Even if they lost, they had to lose brilliantly. I want to cultivate my qi here for a while. I wonder if it's possible?" Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the 7th level of awakening. He wanted to feel out the situation in his body in order to better control the new power in his body. When Li Lingfeng heard this, his face did not show any expression. He only glanced around, then said, "Why not? However, you must not miss today's competition." "In that case, thank you, senior brother. When the competition begins, I will definitely be there on time." As Gu Fei spoke, he walked to a large rock beside the pool, jumped up, and then sat cross-legged on the rock, closing his eyes to cultivate. When Li Lingfeng saw this, he shook his head and left this beautiful place to go to the Supreme Mystery Temple. In the rear hall of the Supreme Mystery Temple, where Taoist Xintian cultivated, Taoist Xintian sat quietly on a praying mat like a stone statue. There were no fluctuations coming from his body, as if he had really turned into a lifeless stone statue. No one could sense his existence. Taoist Xintian seemed to have become one with the world. His Tao was profound and he was one with the world. His spiritual power was endless. This was the terror of a cultivator at the 9th level of Imperial Void. He was only a step away from attaining the position of a half-god, and enjoying an immortal lifespan. This was the immortal god realm that every single cultivator that comprehended the grand Tao and pursued immortality dreamt of. Unfortunately, this one step separated immortals from mortals. It was this one step that had shackled Taoist Xintian for hundreds of years. The demigod realm was like an unattainable fruit. He could only smell the fragrance of the fruit, but he could not pluck it. Longevity grass, 200 years of lifespan. I can't miss this chance. Suddenly, Taoist Xintian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed through them. At this time, a series of light footsteps came from the distance and stopped outside the door. Come in. With Taoist Xuantian's powerful divine sense, the scene outside the door was immediately reflected in his mind. It was even clearer than when he saw it with his eyes. The stone door was pushed open from the outside and a white-robed youth walked in. The white-robed youth closed the stone door and respectfully walked in front of Taoist Xintian. Did you send off that Gu Fei? Taoist Xintian asked indifferently. He didn't even look at the ordinary-looking youth in front of him. This youth was Li Lingfeng, who had come back to report. He quickly said, Ancestor, junior brother Gu Fei is still in the back mountain, preparing for today's competition. Oh, Taoist Xintian was a bit surprised. The people of Green Spirit Peak were all cultivation maniacs. This was not bad. They didn't miss any time to cultivate. Very good. Taoist Xintian nodded to himself. You can leave. Taoist Xintian said. Yes. Li Lingfeng respectfully took a few steps back, then turned to the stone door, opened it and walked out. The cultivation place of the ancestor was not a place that just anyone could enter. Without Taoist Xuantian's orders, no one in the Taishan sect dared to come here, not even the heads of the 7 branches. What secrets does Green Spirit Peak have that I don't know? Is the Tai Chi symbol on Gu Fei's chest a coincidence or? Taoist Xintian slowly closed his eyes and turned back into a statue. He sat quietly on the praying mat, motionless and silent. The sun rose from the east, dispelling the darkness that shrouded the world. Light shone on the earth. A figure stood at the top of Shaoyang Peak, facing the rising sun. His stomach expanded and contracted, and 2 flickering flames came out of his nostrils. The power of fire in the world, especially the first wisp of true fire that came from the rising sun, was sucked into the nose of the old Taoist. This old Taoist was the head of the Shaoyang Peak, Taoist Chaoyang. Taoist Chaoyang cultivated in fire elemental Tao techniques. He was absorbing the true fire of the sun to nourish the fire elemental power in his body. With the 9 revolutions of qi, Taoist Xiaoyang's nostrils sucked in the 2 streams of crimson qi into his body. His entire body was immediately covered with a layer of faint fire, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature, causing the space around him to distort. Where Taoist Chaoyang stood, there was not a single blade of grass within 100 feet of him. All that was left was a scorched and cracked stone. It seemed that he often absorbed the sun's fire here, so much so that the ground within 100 feet around him was scorched. After finishing his cultivation, Taoist Chaoyang's figure suddenly disappeared from the top of the mountain. Not only the old Taoist on Shaoyang Peak, but all the disciples of Taishan sect who cultivated in fire elemental Tao techniques were standing high up, facing the sun, breathing in and out. They were all doing the same thing, and that was to absorb the first wisp of pure sunlight that shone into the world when the sun rose. When the sun rose in the morning, the first ray of sunlight was the first wisp of sun essence that the sun emitted throughout the day. It was the purest true fire of the sun. Then, the sun emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the world. The pure true fire of the sun gradually faded until it finally disappeared. Clang! Soon, a melodious bell sound rang throughout the 9 peaks of Taishan. It came from Taishan Peak, which was surrounded by the 8 peaks. It echoed throughout Taishan Mountain for a long time. This sound seemed to penetrate through Taishan Mountain and spread to every corner of the huge Taishan Mountain for hundreds of miles. It completely broke the peace of Taishan Mountain. After the bell rang on the other 8 peaks that surrounded Taishan Peak, white-robed disciples or green-robed disciples appeared one after another. The disciples of Taishan sect who were cultivating on the 9 peaks of Taishan all came out from their cultivation places. Whether they wanted to or not, when they heard the bell, they all had to go to Taishan Peak in the middle. Even those who were in a deep state of meditation were awakened by the sound of the bell without exception. The disciples of the 9 branches gathered outside Taishan Temple on Taishan Peak. The 9 major arenas stood on the square, and the heads of the 7 branches and Shintian Taoists sat high up in front of the temple. Chapter 52. The second round of competition was much more intense than the first round yesterday. 42 disciples were able to win in yesterday's competition, so they must have had something special about them. Either they were better at Taoist techniques, or they had powerful magical treasures that made it difficult for them to fight. But no matter if they won with Taoist techniques or magical treasures, no one had any objections. Victory was victory, defeat was defeat. This was the cruel rule of the strong. After the lots were drawn, the second round of competition began under the direction of the Xuanfa Taoist. The 9 arenas in the square were immediately filled with excitement. All kinds of Tao techniques emerged one after another, and the powerful pressure that emanated from the magical treasures was frightening. On the 9 arenas, 42 of the most outstanding youths from the 9 branches showed off their skills and fought with all their might. Even if they did not go too far, it was inevitable that one side would be injured. But if it was not life-threatening, or if the opponent was deliberately injured, the sect would not pursue the matter. The heads of the 7 branches and the sect leader sat in front of the Supreme Mystery Hall. No one dared to act presumptuously in front of them. Therefore, the 9 Peaks trials were carried out in an orderly manner without any disputes. It seemed that not many people knew that Gu Fei had been attacked last night, nor did it spread within the sect. Perhaps the sect leader and the heads of the 7 branches had suppressed the matter. The 9 Peaks trials continued as usual, as if nothing had happened. This surprised Gu Fei. The reaction of the sect leader and the heads of the 7 branches seemed to be a bit unusual. The Taishan sect was one of the 3 main sects, a famous sect in the world of cultivators. To have a disciple attacked in the sect was no small matter, but the sect did not seem to have done anything about it. Whatever happens, it is not something I can control. Let's win the 9 Peaks trials first. At this moment, the outcome of the battle between the 2 youths on the first ring had been decided, and it was Gu Fei's turn to enter the ring. Lei Ao, an outstanding disciple of the Biyun Peak, seems to be Dongfang Chen's senior brother. Interesting. Gu Feiyue stepped onto the stage and was greeted by a tall youth with long arms and legs. He looked very mighty. The 2 walked to a distance of 6 feet from each other and stood still. Lei Ao had the head of a leopard, the eyes of a tiger, the waist of a bear, and the appearance of a mighty man. It could be said that he was naturally gifted. Lei Ao stood in front of Gu Fei and a ferocious beast-like aura immediately swept towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily shrank. This Lei Ao is not simple. Gu Fei felt that Biyun Peak's Lei Ao's cultivation was not inferior to Dongfang Chen's. He was a strong opponent. Humph! Gu Fei, you went too far yesterday. Today, I will return the humiliation that Dongfang Chen suffered to you. Lei Ao pointed at Gu Fei with an ominous glint in his eyes and said ruthlessly, "Senior brother Lei, why are you still talking so much with this arrogant guy? Just beat him up and help us vent our anger." The Biyun Peak disciples below the stage all clamored. Not a single one of them did not glare at Gu Fei angrily. It seemed like they were going to attack Gu Fei as a group. Yesterday on the arena, Gu Fei's humiliation of Dongfang Chen had greatly angered all the disciples of the Biyun Peak and made them lose face. It would be strange if these disciples were not angry. As for Dongfang Chen below the arena, he was gnashing his teeth at Gu Fei. He could not wait to jump onto the arena and chop Gu Fei into pieces to vent his anger. Yesterday, Gu Fei made him lose face in front of the disciples of the 9 factions. It could be said that he had formed an irreconcilable grudge with Gu Fei. Although Dongfang Chen had suffered serious internal injuries yesterday, after a night of treatment by the experts of the sect and the consumption of elixirs, his injuries seemed to have completely healed. The methods of cultivators were extremely mysterious. For those with great power, even moving mountains and draining seas was a piece of cake. It was very easy to heal a mere internal injury. Last night, Gu Fei was attacked by a cultivator of the transcending mortality stage. His body was hit by the Taoist true fire, which burned his meridians and meridians. His injuries were unimaginably serious, but he was still healed by Taoist Xuantian's 9 revolution golden pill. What a joke. Even Dongfang Chun is not my opponent. You should just admit defeat. Gu Fei said disdainfully. Lei Ao's cultivation seemed to be on par with Dongfang Chen's, but he still wanted to help Dongfang Chun vent his anger. Wasn't he looking for trouble? Damn it. Today I will let you experience my power. Lei Ao was instantly enraged when he heard Sumo's words. Veins appeared on his forehead. Then prepare to be tortured. Gu Fei's expression turned cold and a ray of light shot out from his eyes. Then, he left an afterimage on his original spot and appeared in front of Lei Ao in an instant. Lei Ao did not expect Gu Fei's speed to be so fast and he was instantly shocked. However, he was after all, a rare young expert among the young disciples of Biyun Peak. When Gu Fei moved, he let out a low roar and a violent wave of spiritual power surged out of his body. There was a series of crackling sounds around his body and sparks flew everywhere. His body was actually covered with a layer of dazzling lightning that was as thick as a child's arm, protecting him inside. When Gu Fei approached Lei Ao with his extreme speed, he had already attacked. A fist had already landed on Lei Ao's abdomen, and the fist had even touched Lei Ao's clothes. However, Lei Ao's spiritual power had already erupted from his body like a volcano. It was a layer of red lightning net that carried a shocking fire elemental power. 5 Thunder's execution? Gu Fei's fist instantly collided with the protective lightning that surged out of Lei Ao's body and gave out a low thunder-like sound. Then Gu Fei quickly retreated. His entire arm was already covered with red lightning. It was that punch that caused Lei Ao's protective lightning to attack Gu Fei's arm. It caused his entire right arm to feel numb. What a powerful lightning power. It is many times more powerful than the palm thunder. When the red lightning attacked his arm, Gu Fei's right sleeve was immediately burnt into ashes. Roar! With an angry roar, Gu Fei shook his right arm and used a strong force to disperse the red lightning on his arm. Then, he stopped his retreating body and stared coldly at Lei Ao, who was still retreating. Gu Fei's fist was extremely powerful. Although the fist did not really hit Lei Ao's body, the strong force of the fist still caused Lei Ao to suffer a great impact. His body was unsteady as he retreated continuously. Every time he took a step back, Lei Ao's heavy and ferocious steps caused the arena beneath his feet to tremble. He retreated continuously for more than 10 steps before he could dissolve the force of Gu Fei's fist. Warriors are indeed scary. Every move they make is filled with great force. In terms of body strength, I am not as good as Gu Fei. Lei Ao was secretly shocked. With a lightning-fast exchange of blows, he had already determined how strong Gu Fei was. 5 Thunder's technique. Eastern would thunder appear. Lei Ao pinched a thunder seal with both of his hands. The red lightning on his body that was crackling continuously immediately turned into a dark green color. Then it rushed out from Lei Ao's body and formed more than 10 green lightning arcs that struck towards Gu Fei. The strong force of the thunder contained a wave of plant essence qi. The wood elemental power in the air also gathered from all directions and merged with the lightning, causing the tens of green lightning arcs to explode with even more blinding light. Among all the Taoist skills, the most powerful one was the thunder skill. Thunder was the command of heaven, and it represented heaven to punish. Once the thunder was out, everything in the world would tremble. And the thunder skill that Lei Ao cultivated was the authentic 5 Thunders technique. Even though the thunder had not formed a core of Tao and had broken through to the realm of transcending mortality, the power of the thunder that he displayed was not to be underestimated. Feeling the oppressive aura that was filled with destruction from Lei Ao, Gu Fei could not help but frown. But at this moment, the tens of green lightning arcs had already struck in front of him and he did not dare to be careless. His right hand grabbed the air in front of him and a purple light instantly rushed out from his palm. With a clang sound, a purple lightning that looked like a sword but was not a sword immediately condensed and was caught in his hand. Gu Fei waved the 3 feet purple lightning that looked like a sword but was not a sword. Instantly there was a chi-chi sound. Rays of purple sword chi broke through the air and slashed towards the tens of green lightning arcs at lightning speed. There was a series of loud noises as the sword chi and lightning collided with each other. But Gu Fei's body followed the sword and his aura was imposing. When he destroyed the lightning arcs, he took big steps towards Lei Ao. Gu Fei used the desolate steps. It looked slow but it was actually very fast. Lei Ao saw Gu Fei turning into a flowing shadow and pouncing towards him, and he was instantly shocked. Although he was tall and strong and his Taoist techniques were powerful, his martial arts were very ordinary. He did not dare to let a martial artist like Gu Fei get close to him. Lightning doppelganger! Lei Ao shouted, and there was a loud sound of thunder in the arena. At the same time, his body suddenly became blurry. Gu Fei's heavy punch directly penetrated through Lei Ao's chest. Just when everyone was shocked, Lei Ao's figure had already appeared behind Gu Fei. Illusion! Gu Fei's face was expressionless as he dispersed Lei Ao's afterimage doppelganger with one punch. He was not surprised at all. Lei Ao's doppelganger technique was much inferior to the doppelganger technique that the person from last night had used. 5 Thunders execution. South Fire Thunder appear. Central Earth Thunder rise. Lei Ao's hands instantly formed 2 Taoist seals. On the arena, there was instantly an explosion of 2 violent forces. Then, kaboom! A large ball of fire exploded in the air above Gu Fei's head. It shot out streaks of lightning that were like fire snakes and formed a fire net that covered Gu Fei's head. At the same time, a thick earth energy suddenly rose under Gu Fei's feet. The earth energy was not a patch of grayness. Instead, under Lei Ao's Taoist technique, it had condensed into streaks of grayish lightning, which coiled around Gu Fei's body with crackling sounds. 5 Thunders execution used the power of the 5 elements to condense the power of lightning, and used it to attack the enemy. The violent power of lightning tore the air apart and attacked from above and below. It completely sealed all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Chapter 53. It could not be denied that the 5 Thunders technique of Lei Ao, the outstanding disciple of Biyun Peak, was truly amazing. Lightning as thick as a finger crackled and instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Using a technique to attract the thunder and fire in the air and extract the thunder and lightning from the ground, Lei Ao seemed to have really used a great power to attract the fire thunder from the south and extract the earth thunder from the ground, causing the sky to lose its color. More than half of the arena was covered by the power of thunder and lightning. It was difficult for Gu Fei to dodge, and there was no place for him to dodge. Humph! A cold laugh came from within the net of thunder and fire. Under the shocked gazes of the audience, Gu Fei did not dodge at all. He directly let the fire thunder that fell from above and the earth thunder that rose from the ground attack his body. The crowd of Taishan sect disciples watching the battle immediately cried out. This was simply too crazy. Did Gu Fei really dare to use his flesh and blood to block the power of thunder and lightning? The 5 Thunders technique was an authentic heavenly thunder technique. Using a spell with one's hand and activating one's spiritual power, one could draw out the true power of thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning was a violent and destructive force in the world. If an ordinary person was struck by it, they would definitely be burnt to a crisp in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. In the eyes of the spectators, this action of Gu Fei was no different from seeking death. Wah! The power of thunder and lightning engulfed Gu Fei in an instant. The powerful electricity invaded his flesh and mercilessly ravaged his sensitive nerves. The violent power passed through his muscles, bones, and flesh, causing him to howl in pain. Seeing this scene, Lei Ao could not help but be shocked. He could not believe what he was seeing. His opponent, Gu Fei, did not even try to block it. Instead, he directly used his body to block the power of thunder and lightning. Was he crazy? Oh no, this guy is looking for death. He can't blame me. But if he dies by my hand, I will also be unlucky. After a moment of shock, Lei Ao could not help but be shocked. The arena battles of the 9 Peaks trials did not determine life and death, only victory and defeat. It was understandable if one accidentally injured someone, but if one were to kill someone, then regardless of right or wrong, one would not be able to escape punishment. As Lei Ao thought of this, he hurriedly withdrew his lightning technique. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's voice was heard from the dazzling lightning ball on the arena. Good. 5 Thunders execution. Not bad. What a pity. It's not strong enough. Trapped in the pincer attack of the Southern Fire Thunder and the Central Earth Thunder, although Gu Fei was screaming in pain, he was still able to speak, which was inconceivable to everyone. You actually said that my lightning technique isn't strong enough? Lei Ao, who was about to withdraw his Taoist technique, suddenly paused. His face was immediately covered with a layer of frost. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "All right, I will risk the sex punishment to hack you to death, you arrogant brat." As he spoke, Lao chanted and his hands formed the Five Thunders execution technique. As the mysterious hand seals were formed one by one, the sky above the arena suddenly darkened and there were signs of the weather changing. Following which, an earth-shaking explosion sounded from all four directions at the same time. Endless lightning appeared in the sky and rays of golden light danced in the air. They all struck towards Gu Fei, who was on the arena. When the spectators below the stage saw the might of the heavens and earth, they immediately cried out in alarm and retreated. They didn't want to be the fish in the pond. The power of thunder and lightning wasn't a joke. If they were struck by the electricity that shot out from the stage, although they wouldn't die, they would inevitably be injured. Rumble. For a moment, the sky above the first arena was filled with the sound of thunder. The entire arena shook violently. If it wasn't for the fact that the arena itself was protected by magic power, it would have collapsed long ago. Everyone's gaze was attracted to the arena. Everyone was shocked. Lao was really ruthless. He actually used the Five Thunders at the same time. It was obvious that he wanted to teach Gu Fei a lesson and did not give him any leeway. The Five Thunders moved around the arena and intertwined to form a huge thunderball. It trapped Gu Fei inside and bombarded him indiscriminately. It was a shocking sight. The dazzling light from the thunder made it hard for everyone to look directly at it. Gu Fei's furious roars could be heard from within the thunderball. However, his roars of pain did not weaken at all. Even the thunderclaps seemed to be able to drown out his roars. The scene was extremely shocking. In front of the Supreme Mystery Hall, Daoist Xiantian, who was sitting on the throne, could not help but frown slightly. His gaze was like lightning piercing through the void. He could clearly see the crazed Gu Fei trapped in the five-colored thunderball. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts coiled around Gu Fei's body, passing through his entire body, inside and out, swimming in his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh. The unparalleled power of lightning penetrated through his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and the 7 apertures of his body. He seemed to have turned into a god of lightning that emitted dazzling bolts of lightning from all over his body, becoming a spirit amidst the lightning. Good boy. He is actually using the power of the 5 elements to refine his body. How audacious! When Daoist Xuantian's powerful divine sense swept over Gu Fei's body in the 5-colored thunderball, he immediately discovered the strangeness of Gu Fei's body. At this time, the other 7 chiefs also revealed a trace of surprise. They had clearly also discovered the strangeness of Gu Fei. It turned out that the reason why Gu Fei did not resist the thunder technique that Lao had used was to refine his body. He was confident that with his strong body of the 7th heaven, it was enough to withstand the power of lightning released by a young expert like Lao. Surrounded by thousands of lightning bolts, Gu Fei roared continuously and cried miserably. The sound that came from his throat shook the entire Guangqing, causing the spectators to be inexplicably frightened. It was said that when the peak cultivators on the mainland broke through the void and ascended to the heaven realm, a great tribulation would descend. This tribulation of ascension was the heavenly lightning tribulation. Those who ascended had to undergo the baptism of the heavenly lightning tribulation, and completely refine all the elements in the mortal world, so that their power would completely transform into the purest celestial spirit power. Their bodies would also be refined into the celestial spirit body. Only then could they successfully ascend. As for Gu Fei, he was now following the example of those peak cultivators, undergoing the baptism of lightning and borrowing the power of lightning to refine his body, taking the crucial step towards the indestructible treasure body. This action of Gu Fei was undoubtedly audacious and completely exceeded the scope of everyone's understanding. It could be said to be an extremely frightening and dangerous action. If Gu Fei could not withstand the power of the 5 Thunders true technique, he would be blasted into charcoal by the terrifying lightning that was filled with a destructive aura. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to have successfully withstood the bombardment of thunder and lightning. His 5 elemental natal essence qi became purer and purer under the refinement of the lightning bolts that passed through his flesh and bones. The impurities in his body were refined and washed away. Looking inside, Gu Fei realized that all the bones in his body had become as clear as jade, emitting a faint brilliance, as if they were made of refined iron. The strength of his bones was already comparable to refined iron. His desperate action had increased his cultivation by quite a bit. The changes in his bones meant that he had already entered the stage of changing his bones. The peak of the seventh heaven of Awakened realm was the great success of changing marrow and changing blood. If he were to break through to the eighth heaven of Awakened realm, it would be changing his bones, and all the bones in his body would start to transform. Chapter 54. Monster. This guy. How is it possible? Thunderclaps shook the heavens. 5-colored lightning shot out from the first arena in a frenzy. The destructive power of the lightning caused the heaven and earth to tremble. However, the white-clothed youth who had unleashed such a shocking lightning technique on the arena felt as if his heart had fallen into an ice cave. His entire body was ice-cold. Lei Ao, the only disciple of Biyun Peak who practiced the Five Thunders Righteous Tao technique in Dongfang Chen Sr., was now pale. He looked at the huge lightning ball that was formed by the interweaving power of the 5 elements of lightning in front of him in fear. His body trembled slightly. He could not believe his own eyes. A person of similar age to him could actually use his flesh and blood to resist his lightning technique. It was too unbelievable. Feeling the aura in the lightning ball that was gradually getting stronger, Lei Ao could not help but doubt the power of the lightning that he released. He no longer had the confidence he had before. Even a huge rock would be turned into dust after being struck by lightning for half an hour. Could it be that Gu Fei's body was actually tougher than a huge rock? Not only was Lei Ao shocked, but the people who were watching the battle below the challenge ring were also shocked. The scene that they saw had already been deeply imprinted in the hearts of the young disciples. They believed that they would remember this unbelievable scene for the rest of their lives. Zhao Ziru's heart was already in her throat. She stared nervously at the blurry figure in the lightning ball. Even her breathing seemed to have stopped. She was worried about Gu Fei. In her opinion, no one would dare to use their body to withstand the power of heavenly thunder. As far as she knew, the Taishan sect's 5 thunders righteous way drew upon the true thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. Its power was vast and could intimidate all things. With Lei Ao's cultivation, although the power of the lightning that he triggered was many times weaker than the real lightning, it was still not something that cultivators of the same level as him could resist. This action of Gu Fei had really shocked her. Luckily, Gu Fei seemed to be able to use his flesh and blood to resist the power of the 5 thunders. This made Zhao Ziru feel more at ease. This Gu Fei, he is still not dead. The heavens are really blind. Wang Yuanji, who was watching the battle from the crowd below the stage, couldn't help feeling disappointed when he saw that Lei Ao was unable to summon a thunderbolt to kill Gu Fei. Wang Yuanji, a narrow-minded disciple of an aristocratic family, was taught a lesson by Gu Fei and robbed of his life-saving spirit talisman. Wang Yuanji wished he could grind Gu Fei's bones to ashes. However, he was not strong enough and did not dare to find Gu Fei for revenge. Thus, he hoped that Gu Fei would die in the hands of others. Seeing his enemy in trouble, of course, he was extremely happy. However, it was a pity that his happiness came too early. Not only did Gu Fei not die from the lightning, he was also using the power of the lightning to train his body and make a breakthrough in his cultivation. The extremely crazy training of the body brought about endless pain. The power of the lightning shook his soul and almost shook Gu Fei's 3 souls and 7 spirits out of his body. However, he gritted his teeth and endured it. However, he still let out a heart-wrenching scream from time to time, which made one's scalp go numb. The fierce power of the lightning passed through his body, causing him extreme pain. However, it also stimulated the potential of his body bit by bit. Where there is gain there is loss, and where there is loss there is gain. Enduring the endless pain brought about a sublimation of his power and body, and an increase in his cultivation. As for Lei Ao, he did not believe it and tried his best to gather the mana in his body. Using his mana as a guide, he moved the power of the lightning from all directions and crazily struck towards Gu Fei. Streaks of silver snakes rampaged in the air, causing the arena to be filled with a thick aura of destruction. Lei Ao's eyes were already red. He no longer cared about Gu Fei's life and death. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent, and his black hair danced wildly as if he was crazy. Lei Ao's body emitted an unprecedented strong fluctuation of mana. He wanted to destroy this crazy young man in front of him, who made him tremble with fear. Daoist Xiantian and the 7 branch heads, who were sitting on the steps in front of the Supreme Mystery Hall, shook their heads inwardly. You're desperately using the 5 Thunder Righteous Tao technique, not to hurt the enemy, but to help them raise their cultivation. Of course, there were not many people present who could see the difference. They were all amazed by the power and dominance of the Green Spirit Peak's body training technique. It could actually train one's body to the point where it was not afraid of lightning. However, no one would have thought that Gu Fei was actually using Lei Ao's power to train his flesh and bones to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation. The head of the Biyun Peak, Daoist Xian Fa, who was sitting beside Daoist Xian Tian, had an ugly expression on his face. Seeing his own disciples doing their best to refine the opponent's body made him feel like he was going to go crazy. The chiefs of the other branches were watching this scene with great interest. They didn't even look at the matches that were going on in the other arenas. Ah! Gu Fei, who was trapped in the 5 lightning ball, suddenly roared towards the sky. 2 rays of divine light, which were a few feet long, shot out from his eyes. His long black hair stood up, and every strand of his hair seemed to be surrounded by lightning. Every inch of his skin seemed to have electricity flowing. He was like a demon god. His body shook violently, and a majestic force exploded from his body. It was like a monstrous wave sweeping across the heaven and earth, and it forced the lightning flowing on his body away. Inside Gu Fei's body there was a series of crackling sounds. The 84,000 pores on his body emitted needle-like rays of light at the same time. There were sizzling sounds and a crystalline light flowed on his skin. At this moment, Gu Fei could clearly feel the tiny rays of light formed from the essence of qi flowing happily through his flesh and bones. It was like a stream of water, flowing over and over again. He felt that his body was filled with an inexhaustible amount of power. It was as if he could shatter the heavens with a raise of his hand, and crack the earth with a single step. 8th heavenly layer. I've finally broken through the bottleneck of cultivation, and entered the 8th heavenly layer of the awakening realm. Gu Fei laughed to the sky. His laughter was filled with joy. A strong power was emitted from his body, which seemed to be made of steel. Not only did it cause Lei Ao, who was still using the thunder technique to attack Gu Fei crazily, to be shocked, even the younger generation disciples who were watching the battle below the stage felt a strong pressure, and their expressions changed. The lightning that Lei Ao shot out had already been blocked by the power that surged out from Gu Fei's body. The power of the lightning and the might of the thunder could no longer do anything to him. Humph! Gu Fei laughed coldly. Both of his hands directly reached into the densely packed lightning that was swimming around in front of him. Then his hands separated, and he actually tore apart the lightning net that was enveloping him. Then the endless power of the lightning was actually absorbed into his hands. The next moment he waved his hands, and the lightning that was caught in his hands was thrown towards Lei Ao like a spear. Lightning shield. Lei Ao was shocked. He immediately formed a seal with both of his hands, and a light shield that was formed from the interweaving of lightning appeared in front of him. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The lightning that was thrown by Gu Fei instantly collided with the lightning shield. At the same time there was a loud sound, and at the same time there was a glaring strong light. The strong light was so glaring that it was painful. The disciples who were watching the battle below the stage were temporarily blinded in that instant, and they all exclaimed in shock. The lightning shield that was protecting Lei Ao disappeared at the same time as the lightning that struck him. Lei Ao, on the other hand, felt as if he was hit by a heavy hammer. His body shook violently and he took a few steps back. Swoosh! Gu Fei's body moved, and in an instant he was in front of Lei Ao. Lei Ao was shocked, and he wanted to use the Tao formula. However, Gu Fei did not give him the chance to do so, and Gu Fei had already landed a heavy punch on his abdomen. Wah! Lei Ao cried out miserably. His tall body instantly curled up like a prawn in pain. In that instant he only felt that all the bones in his body were shattered by the punch, and all the meridians in his body were about to break. This kind of pain was simply unbearable. Chapter 55. Gu Fei had defeated Lei Ao so easily. When Lei Ao's body fell heavily on the arena, the crowd was still in disbelief and they stared at the scene with their mouths agape. The younger disciples of Taishan sect all gasped. Originally, Lei Ao had the ability to compete with Gu Fei. How was it that in just a short hour, Lei Ao could not even withstand a single blow from Gu Fei? Amongst the younger generation, no one understood what was happening. All of them scratched their heads in confusion as they looked at Gu Fei, who was leaping down from the stage with fear in their eyes. The younger disciples had long heard that the disciples of Cui Ling Peak were different in Taishian's sect. It was indeed not groundless. There was no fluctuation of spiritual power, and he did not use any Taoist techniques, but he had defeated the two outstanding disciples of Biyun Peak. It was really frightening. The path of martial arts had long declined in the cultivation world of Tunglong continent. The profound meaning of martial arts had long been lost in the long river of time. Although there were still many martial artists in the secular world, those martial artists who walked in the pugilistic world were like ants in front of martial cultivators. They were simply not worth mentioning. No one understood the profound meaning of martial arts, and no one had seen real martial arts techniques. Therefore, the younger disciples were all in awe of Gu Fei. It was because they did not understand the path of martial arts that they were in awe of him. It was because they were ignorant that they were afraid. Humans tend to hold an attitude of reverence towards the unknown. Gu Fei did not care about the looks of others. After jumping off the arena, he walked out. The people in front of him quickly moved to the sides and made a path for him. At this time, a few disciples of Biyun Peak had already jumped onto the arena and carried Lei Ao, who was unconscious, off the arena. Below the arena, Taoist Danyang's face was so gloomy that it was scary. He looked at the back of Gu Fei, and a light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, Gu Fei seemed to have sensed Taoist Danyang's gaze. He suddenly stopped and turned around. His eyes shone brightly as he glanced at the people behind him. All the younger generation disciples who were swept by his gaze were intimidated by the ominous glint in Gu Fei's eyes. Their bodies turned cold as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast, causing their hearts to palpitate. Finally, Gu Fei's gaze fell on Daoist Scarlet Sunday. However, at this moment, Daoist Scarlet Sun had already retracted his gaze from Gu Fei, and bent down to examine the unconscious Lei Ao, who was carried to the front by a group of disciples. I felt a dangerous aura coming from behind me just now. Could it be him? Gu Fei turned around thoughtfully and continued to walk out of the square. The breakthrough in his realm had also strengthened his spiritual senses. When Daoist Scarlet Sun revealed his hostility towards him, his sharp spiritual senses immediately captured the abnormality coming from behind him. However, Daoist Scarlet Sun was a cultivator at the transcending mortality stage after all. Although Gu Fei felt that something was amiss, he couldn't be sure who was behind him. In that instant he felt a sense of danger. He had just broken through to the 8th heaven of awakening realm. He needed to calm down and comprehend for a while to consolidate and stabilize his 8th heaven of awakening realm. Therefore, he walked out of the square and sat cross-legged under a big tree at the side of the square. He closed his eyes and meditated. However, he did not dare to completely immerse himself in deep cultivation. Instead, he released a trace of his divine sense to observe the situation around him. Although no one dared to harm him under the eyes of the sect leader, Daoist Shintian, it was good to be careful. When Gu Fei came down from the arena, Zhao Ziru had wanted to go up to him. However, it was her turn to go up, so she had no choice but to jump onto the 8th arena. On the square there were 9 arenas. On the other 8 arenas, 8 pairs of young disciples were already locked in a stalemate. Waves of powerful spiritual power rippled out and cheers rose and fell. The second round of the competition had already reached its climax. Among the 42 disciples, other than a few who possessed overwhelming strength, the rest of them were about the same level, with not much difference between them. On the 8th arena, Zhao Ziru, a disciple of the Purple Bamboo Peak, fought against Ziyu, a disciple of the Taishian Peak. Because Ziyu, an outstanding disciple from the sect leader's faction, had participated in this competition, it attracted the attention of many disciples from the other factions. Ziyu, an elegant and beautiful young man, had a handsome face that made even women feel ashamed of their inferiority. He could be said to be a perfect young man, but the frailty that seeped out of him caused him to lack the masculinity that a man should have. This was one of Ziyu's flaws. He was a handsome man that was as weak as a woman. If he changed into women's clothes, he would definitely be a great beauty that could cause the downfall of nations. No one would be able to tell that he was actually a man. When the black tortoise seal appeared, the 8th arena was instantly filled with water vapor. An oppressive aura surged out, and the power of the water element swept towards Ziyu like a surging wave. Facing the outstanding disciple from the sect leader's faction, Zhao Ziru immediately took out the precious treasure of Purple Bamboo Peak. This was because Ziyu's cultivation was much higher than hers. Zhao Ziru's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer, while Ziyu's cultivation, although he did not use his full strength in yesterday's competition, a conservative estimate would definitely be around the peak of the 7th heavenly layer, or even had already broken into the 8th heavenly layer. In yesterday's second round, Zhao Ziru had lost to Song Ruochen, a disciple of the sky-piercing peak. Song Ruochen's cultivation was at the peak of the awakened 7th heaven. Although Song Ruochen had won through trickery, it was enough to show that a cultivator at the 7th heaven still had an overwhelming advantage against a cultivator at the 6th heaven, who wielded a precious treasure. After a night of rest, Zhao Ziru was full of energy. The power she displayed when she activated the black tortoise seal could not be compared to before. The black tortoise seal quickly enlarged, becoming the size of a small mountain as it smashed down towards Ziyu. The vast and mighty water elemental energy emanating from the seal caused this part of the world to seem to be filled with water ripples. The water elemental energy seemed to have taken a tangible form, surging mightily above the arena like the waves of the sea, enveloping Ziyu from all directions. This was the extraordinary power of the black tortoise seal. Furthermore, this was not the true power of this precious treasure. If the black tortoise seal were to truly display its full power, it was unknown what kind of terrifying scene it would be. Rumble! The blue power that filled the sky was like waves as it poured down in torrents. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping, or as if there was a raging sea surging with waves. Faced with such a ferocious attack, the corners of Ziyu's mouth suddenly curled up, revealing the trace of a smile. Then he calmly slammed his palm towards the black tortoise seal that was smashing down on his head. Chapter 56. Boom! The green palm that shot up into the sky violently collided with the black tortoise seal that came crashing down, exploding with an extremely loud sound. The blue water waves surged violently, and the tangible water elemental power was broken apart. The green palm was only the size of a normal person's palm, but it contained a vast amount of power. The giant seal in the sky trembled violently. Although it was not actually sent flying by the palm, it was still shaken. Everyone watching the battle could not help but be shocked. The palm that Ziyu had sent out was something that every disciple of the Taishan sect was very familiar with, because it was an entry-level technique of the Taishan sect, the Taishan mountain-splitting palm. The Taishan mountain-splitting palm, using one's own power as a guide, could release a tremendous power that could split a mountain. This was not an exaggeration. The black tortoise seal was already comparable to a small mountain. Zhao Ziru's expression immediately changed. This Ziyu's strength was indeed extremely powerful. With just his own power he could shake the black tortoise seal. This was much more powerful than Song Ruochen the day before. Zhao Ziru hurriedly formed a seal, and sent a wave of power into the black tortoise seal in the sky that was repeatedly shaken by the impact of Ziyu's 5-ding mountain-splitting palm. The giant seal that floated above Ziyu's head immediately shone brightly, and stopped shaking. It surged with boundless water elemental power, and the sky was filled with surging blue water waves that seemed to have substance, smashing down towards Ziyu. The black tortoise seal was a water elemental magic treasure. It contained great power, and it could draw the water elemental power between heaven and earth to attack the enemy. It was a great killing weapon of the Purple Bamboo Peak. The black tortoise seal emitted an incomparably powerful pressure, and it directly affected Ziyu's heart. In his mind, it destroyed his fighting spirit, and shook his confidence. In a battle between experts, aura sometimes played a decisive role. If an expert's aura was taken away, and fear arose in his heart, then his entire ability would be reduced by 40 to 50%. Ziyu obviously wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Just as the black tortoise seal above his head began to smash towards his head again, he stretched out his right hand and a dark green light flew out from his sleeve. Ziyu held the green light in one hand and brushed it upwards. Instantly, a powerful spiritual energy ripple spread out from the green light. The misty plant essence chi was like a dark green mist as it rushed up to meet the black tortoise seal that was smashing down. Only now did everyone clearly see what the green light in Ziyu's hand was. It was actually a jade green branch that was about 2 feet long, and there were 7 or 8 emerald green leaves on the branch. What kind of magic treasure is this? Besides feeling shocked in their hearts, all the young disciples couldn't help but guess what the branch in Ziyu's hand was, to actually be able to emit such an extremely formidable second wood essence. That branch was not an ordinary item. As it moved, it seemed to gather the wood elemental energy in the world. Dots of green light faintly appeared on the trees outside the square, gathering towards the 8th arena. The wood elemental energy surged on the arena. Ziyu continuously brushed the branch in his hand, and the misty wood elemental energy was like a green cloud. It actually blocked the huge seal that was smashing down from the sky, causing the black tortoise seal to stop its downward momentum, freezing it in the air. The water elemental energy that surged out from the black tortoise seal enveloped a part of the world and collided with the wood elemental energy that was charging up from below. The two waves of energy continuously collided, continuously cancelled each other out, and unceasingly produced each other. In the sky there was a rumble that was like muffled thunder. The remnant might of the two waves of energy swept down from the arena. The expressions of the spectators below the arena instantly changed, and they hurriedly retreated and dodged. The spirit branch in Ziyu's hand had actually blocked the precious treasure of Purple Bamboo Peak, the black tortoise seal. This greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Zhao Ziru was even more shocked, and also felt a trace of fear. She repeatedly circulated her magic power, pouring it into the black tortoise seal that had transformed into the size of a small mountain above Ziyu's head, and did her best to activate the power of the black tortoise seal. But no matter how Zhao Ziru activated the black tortoise seal, she was unable to break through the misty dark green light below. The power emitted by the spirit branch in Ziyu's hand did not seem to be inferior to the black tortoise seal. Long Hongxue, the head of Purple Bamboo Peak, who was sitting on the steps in front of the palace and watching the battle in the 8th arena, said, "Senior Martial Brother Sect Leader, isn't the branch in Ziyu's hand a branch that one of your disciples broke off from a spiritual root in the Ruin Heaven realm 100 years ago? I can't believe Senior Martial Brother has refined it into a unique treasure." The Ruined Sky realm was a land of treasures, but also a land of great danger. There were natural treasures that had long been extinct in the outside world, as well as treasures left behind by those extraordinary and powerful people from ancient times. After entering the Ruined Sky realm, if one was fated with the treasures, they would be able to obtain them. Daoist Xiantian, who sat in the middle, smiled faintly and did not answer. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the other branch heads. As brilliant as they were, they could already tell that there was no suspense in this match. At this moment the situation on the arena had already changed. Ziyu's right hand brushed the spirit branch, while his left hand pressed towards Zhao Ziru. A strange fluctuation immediately spread out from his left hand. Countless dark green vines instantly grew out of the void, rapidly piercing through the air and emitting strange sounds as they entangled towards Zhao Ziru. "Inescapable net!" Ziyu shouted in a low voice. His left hand formed a seal, and the endless vines that appeared out of nowhere immediately spread out. From top to bottom, left and right, they sealed off all of Zhao Ziru's paths of retreat and closed in on her. Ziyu cultivated in wood elemental Dao techniques. At this moment, his wood elemental magic surged violently on his body, causing his frail body to emit a powerful pressure. At this moment, Ziyu seemed to have found the masculinity that a man should have, becoming rather manly. Kiss. Zhao Ziru sucked in a breath of cold air. She had never imagined that Ziyu would be able to so easily use Dao techniques to attack her, while blocking the black tortoise seal. It was difficult for her to use the black tortoise seal to defend against Ziyu's vine attack. She had no choice but to wave her hand and recall the black tortoise seal that was floating above Ziyu's head. The black tortoise seal instantly appeared above Zhao Ziru's head. Boundless water blue might descended mightily, and the vines that were entangling from all directions and were about to attack Zhao Ziru's body immediately collapsed under the impact of the water elemental power, and then disappeared in the void. The black tortoise seal protected her body, and waves of water blue membrane instantly formed around Zhao Ziru's body. The water elemental power that was emitted from the black tortoise seal seemed to have solidified, and the area around Zhao Ziru's body seemed to have really become an ocean, surging violently. The thousands of vines that were entangling Zhao Ziru immediately collapsed and disappeared, and Ziyu's Dao technique was broken. The instant the Dao technique was broken, Ziyu's face flushed red, and he seemed to have received an impact. Asterisk swish. Asterisk asterisk swish. Asterisk asterisk swish. Asterisk Ziyu repeatedly waved the spirit branch in his hand, and shot out rays of dark green light, blocking all the power of the 5 elements that were surging towards him. Then the spirit branch in his hand suddenly shone with a green light, and an extremely huge wave of Imu essence Qi instantly exploded from the spirit branch. Within the green light, the spirit branch in Ziyu's hand actually instantly grew into a huge tree that was more than 100 feet tall, and it was a treasure tree that looked like it was carved out of a top-grade jade. The power of the wood elemental power between heaven and earth immediately gathered, and dots of green light surrounded the tree. The 7 or 8 leaves had already become the size of a palm leaf fan, and there was a misty green aura surrounding them. Ziyu felt a wave of exhaustion, and he almost lost control of the treasure tree that was transformed from a branch. Because in order to activate the power of the spirit branch, the power in Ziyu's body was almost sucked dry by the spirit branch. Asterisk roar. Asterisk Ziyu hugged the treasure tree that was more than 100 feet tall, and directly swept it towards the giant seal that was the size of a small mountain that was floating above Zhao Ziru's head. At this moment the treasure tree blossomed with boundless dark green light, and it dyed the heaven and earth green. The heavy power of the water elemental power that was emitted from the black tortoise seal was actually forced away. Zhao Ziru was instantly shocked, and at this moment, the treasure tree that was more than 100 feet tall had already swept fiercely onto the black tortoise seal. The direct collision of the 2 treasures immediately caused the heaven and earth on the arena to tremble violently, and the vast and mighty power that was emitted almost destroyed the arena. The giant seal, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, was swept away by the treasure tree, and Zhao Ziru also flew out of the arena as if she was struck by lightning. After the black tortoise seal was swept away, it quickly shrank and finally returned to the size of a fist, and the treasure tree also turned back into a spirit branch. The head of the purple bamboo peak, Long Hongxue, who was sitting on the steps in front of the hall, waved his hand, and the black tortoise seal was kept into his big sleeve. Chapter 57. The battle between Zhao Ziru and Ziyu made everyone gasp in amazement. The treasure of purple bamboo peak, the black tortoise seal, had actually been sent flying by Ziyu with an unknown magical weapon. It was truly surprising. However, Ziyu was a disciple of the Taishan peak. The Taishan sect had been in charge of the treasures of the sect for generations. It was expected that he would have a few secret treasures. On the contrary, if a large Taoist sect like the Taishan sect did not have a few secret treasures, it would be strange. When the power of the magical weapons was equal, one's own cultivation became crucial. Ziyu's cultivation was much higher than Zhao Ziru's. This was the key to her defeat. The spirit branch in Ziyu's hand had already been put back into his sleeve. He then jumped off the platform. The disciples of the Taishan peak immediately came forward to congratulate Ziyu on his victory. Junior brother Ziyu, well done. Li Lingfeng patted Ziyu on the shoulder and said with a faint smile. Although the battle between Ziyu and Ziyu was wonderful, in the eyes of those with discerning eyes, the outcome had long been decided. The spirit branch in Ziyu's hand was enough to withstand the black tortoise seal, and then it was a contest of their own Dao power. In a contest of Dao power, Zhao Ziru was obviously no match for Ziyu. Haha. Thank you, senior brother, for your praise. Ziyu smiled, then walked with Li Lingfeng to where the disciples of the Taishan sect were gathered outside the square. On the other side of the square, in the tent set up by the disciples of Purple Bamboo Peak, Zhao Ziru sat cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed. Her master Yan Xingyun placed one hand on her back, stirred up the spiritual power in his body, and poured it into Zhao Ziru's body through his palm. When Ziyu had used the spirit branch to send the black tortoise seal flying, her Dao technique had been broken. She immediately suffered a great impact, and her Dao power was almost shaken away. After being carried back by Yan Xingyun immediately used his own Dao power to strengthen Zhao Ziru's foundation and nurture her true essence, so that her cultivation would not regress. The 9 revolutions of cultivation, the Taoist true essence in Zhao Ziru's Dantian that was condensed from essence, qi, and spirit began to spread out bursts of Dao power, nourishing her body and nourishing her primordial spirit. Zhao Ziru's exhaustion was immediately dispelled. Her dispirited spirit became energetic once more. The cultivation techniques of Taoism followed the path of core formation and nascent soul. The body was the cauldron, and the essence, qi, and spirit were the medicine in the cauldron. The essence, qi, and spirit were refined, thus achieving the trinity, forming the Tao core, and then cultivating the nascent soul and nascent soul. In Taoism, the body was nothing more than a cauldron that had to be abandoned in the end. Therefore, Taoism's cultivation focused on the essence, qi, and spirit, and would not pay too much attention to the cauldron that was the body. However, before reaching the nascent soul or nascent soul stage, this cauldron was still extremely important to cultivators. If the Dharma body was damaged and the cauldron was damaged, it would definitely affect one's cultivation. As a result, even though she was already full of energy, Zhao Ziru did not stop her cultivation. Instead, she continued to sit cross-legged on the ground and nurtured the Tao energy condensed from essence, energy, and spirit in her dantian, carefully nourishing the cauldron that was her body. On the other hand, after seeing that Zhao Ziru was fine, her master Yan Hengyun walked out of the tent and continued to pay attention to the matches on the 9 arenas in the square. From morning to noon, the first match of the 42 disciples of the 9 branches who had won the day before finally ended. Among them, the most eye-catching matches were the battle between Gu Fei and Lei Ao, the battle between Zhao Ziru and Ziyu, and the battle between Li Lingfeng. It had to be said that although Li Lingfeng did not have a handsome appearance, his cultivation far surpassed his peers, and the strength he displayed was shocking. None of the people who fought against him were able to last more than 15 minutes against him. They were all easily defeated by him, and it was under the situation where he did not use any treasures. However, no matter how intense and exciting the matches on the field were, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged under a large tree outside the square, was like an old monk in meditation. He did not even open his eyes, as if he was truly isolated from the outside world. I have already broken into the 8th heavenly layer. Why can't I refine the essence of the short rod in my body? Gu Fei was adapting to the new power, but he found that the sword hilt-like purple rod that he had refined into his body with the weapon refining body transformation had not been completely refined into the blood and qi in his body. Gu Fei knew that this item left behind by his master was not as ordinary as it looked on the surface. It seemed to be an amazing treasure. With his current cultivation, it was still difficult for him to completely refine it. The purple essence in his body flowed along with the blood and qi in his body. With just a thought, Gu Fei could make a certain part of his body have the characteristics of this short rod. This was the power of the weapon refining body transformation. Once the body was transformed into a divine weapon, it would be unparalleled. As Gu Fei's cultivation increased, the divine weapon that he had refined into his body could also exert greater power. With the help of the power of thunder and lightning, Gu Fei successfully refined his body. Using this extreme method, he stimulated the potential in his body and made a breakthrough in the body refining technique, achieving great success in blood transformation. Looking inside, Gu Fei could feel that the blood and qi flowing in his body contained a huge amount of essence, emitting a strong aura of life. It was constantly nourishing his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones, and his entire body's bones began to become as translucent as jade. The 8th heavenly layer of the awakening self-realm was the step of shedding ordinary bones, making the bones of the whole body extraordinary. All of Gu Fei's bones were already harder than steel, and it was absolutely no problem for him to resist ordinary magic treasures. It was no wonder that the indestructible body in the cave at the bottom of the icy jade lake could not melt after so many years, and still looked like a living person, vivid and lifelike. It was all because the indestructible body's physical body was too strong. Its blood, flesh, tendons, and bones were no longer ordinary, and contained great power. Although the person was already dead, the power contained in the blood, flesh, tendons, and bones did not dissipate, but were firmly bound within the body, making the flesh immortal and invulnerable. And now, Gu Fei's body was also transforming in the direction of the indestructible body. Gu Fei sat under the tree for several hours, until it was his turn again in the afternoon. He opened his eyes and stood up from under the tree. The biggest dark horse in this 9-peak trials was undoubtedly Gu Fei. Before the 9-peak trials, no one was optimistic about Gu Fei, and everyone thought that he would be eliminated in the first round. Who would have thought that not only would Gu Fei not be eliminated, but he would also consecutively defeat the two top disciples of Biyun Peak, Dongfang Chan and Lei Ao. Dongfang Chan was also known as the second strongest among the younger generation. From then on, no one doubted Gu Fei's strength, and no one dared to underestimate him. A powerful martial artist, a martial artist who could resist the power of thunder and lightning, made the hearts of the younger generation palpitate. Perhaps only the number one of the younger generation, Li Lingfeng, could be a match for him. And the battle between Li Lingfeng and Gu Fei would also come soon. The number one youth expert of the Taishan sect, among the young disciples of the 9 Peak Xian sects, only one could obtain this honor. Who would be the first? This was something that everyone was curious about. Originally, the most outstanding disciple of Biyun Peak, Dongfang Chan, had the qualifications to be the first. However, his qualifications had been forcibly removed by the sudden appearance of Gu Fei, causing him to no longer have any relationship with the first place. Now, everyone believed that the battle for the first place would only be fought between two people. Those two people were the only successor of Green Spirit Peak, Gu Fei, and the eldest disciple of Taishan Peak, Li Lingfeng. Although many people found it hard to accept, Gu Fei's sudden rise among the younger generation was already an unchangeable fact. Gu Fei's second opponent in the second round was not Li Lingfeng, but a disciple of another branch. This was a match without any suspense. In the face of Gu Fei's overwhelming strength, the disciple's Dao technique was quickly broken by Gu Fei, and he was sent flying out of the arena with a single punch. He was utterly defeated. In the evening, the second round of competition ended, and then another list was posted. In today's competition, 28 people had been eliminated. In the last round of competition tomorrow, the top 10 young experts would be produced from the 14 disciples who had successfully advanced to the third round of competition today. On the square, the disciples of each branch dispersed one after another, returning to their respective training grounds. The most talked about thing among the disciples was Gu Fei's performance today, which was breathtaking and dazzling. Gu Fei was already destined to become the topic of discussion in the Taishan sect. His strength, his boldness, and his reckless body-refining process had all become the topic of discussion among the disciples. Night fell. In the cave of Green Spirit Peak, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a praying mat, motionless. His mind was completely immersed in training. As he inhaled and exhaled, he moved the air around him. Specks of multicolored light lingered around his body, and the bronze skin that was exposed outside his clothes flowed with a sparkling luster. The blood and qi that flowed under his skin washed over him in waves, tempering his skin and flesh. As his flesh and blood trembled, wisps of life essence energy were released, seeping into his muscles and bones, covering them with a layer of precious light. In his dantian, the life essence condensed into a multicolored ball of light the size of an egg. It flickered, and the 5 elements of essence produced from his flesh and blood gathered in his dantian. After being refined by the life essence, the impure impurities were filtered out, and then they were dispersed and reintegrated into his flesh and blood. The cycle in Gu Fei's body repeated itself over and over again. There was no end to it, and there was no end to it. The flow of essence in Gu Fei's body did not seem to be a Taoist technique at all, but it also seemed to follow some kind of rule of heaven and earth. It was so natural, as if it should be like this. The transformation of his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones would cause his strength to transform. Conversely, the transformation of his strength would promote the transformation of his tendons, bones, and flesh. The two were connected, and on the path of cultivation, Gu Fei's body would become even more powerful. Chapter 58. Just as Gu Fei entered a deep meditative state, in the peach forest behind Taishan Peak, there were 2 figures in white standing under the peach tree in front of the wooden house. "Brother, how confident are you that you can win first place in tomorrow's competition?" A handsome young man, who was so handsome that even beautiful women paled in comparison, said to an ordinary-looking young man in white. This peach forest behind the mountain was Li Lingfeng's place of cultivation. The ordinary-looking young man was Li Lingfeng, and the person talking to him was his junior brother, Ziyu. "I don't care who wins or loses, but this time, the head ancestor seems to pay special attention to this 9 vain trials. I feel that something is about to happen," Li Lingfeng said with a frown. The The atmosphere between the head ancestor and the other 7 chiefs seems to be a little strange. I heard from some of the senior brothers in the transcending mortality realm that in the past 9 vein trials, the branches rarely used precious treasures, but this time the 7 chiefs all gave out precious treasures, hoping that the disciples who participated in the competition would win, Ziyu said. The ruined sky realm opened once every 100 years. Few people even in the 3 great Taoist sects knew about this, let alone these young disciples who had only been in the sect for 10 years. However, Li Lingfeng and Ziyu had also vaguely noticed that something was amiss during the 9 peak trials. After the 2 talked for a while, they could not find any clues, so Ziyu said goodbye and left. Li Lingfeng also walked into the wooden house. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The mountains seemed particularly quiet. Except for the occasional roar of beasts in the dense forests and the places where fierce beasts roamed, there was no other sound to break this silence. However, in the sea of clouds hundreds of miles away from Taishan Mountain, a golden beam of light broke through the clouds and rushed out like a dragon. Swoosh! The dragon-like golden light turned and tore through the night sky like a golden bolt of lightning, flying toward Taishan Mountain. In an instant it disappeared into the sky. At the summit of Taishan Peak in the rear hall of Supreme Mystery Temple, where the headmaster, Taoist Xintian, cultivated, Taoist Xintian suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he disappeared from the praying mat in an instant. In the next moment, Taoist Xuantian's figure appeared in the sky above the Supreme Mystery Temple. His sleeves fluttered in the wind and his white hair fluttered in the wind. He exuded an otherworldly aura. Taoist Xintian was like a celestial being, like a true immortal descending to the world. He looked towards the eastern horizon and saw a flash of golden light. When the golden light first appeared, it was still far away on the horizon. No one knew how far it was, but in the blink of an eye it came closer. Like a golden bolt of lightning, it made a slight sound as it flew into the range of Taishan Mountain. In the blink of an eye, it was near the 9 peaks of Taishan. The square immortal sect's flying sword messenger? How sharp was Taoist Xuantian's eyes? He could tell at a glance that this golden light was a flying sword released by a master swordsman. This shining golden light was only about 3 feet long, but he could not see the shape of a sword. It was very different from a real sword. From far away, Taoist Xintian could feel the cold sword chi that came from the golden light. From the cold sword chi that came from the sword light, it was righteous and not evil. This was definitely a flying sword that had been refined using Xianmen techniques. The Guangqing Immortal sect cultivated authentic sword techniques. Their skills were all in the sword. As long as they had a sword in hand, they could kill anyone in their way. It was the most powerful technique in the Taoism. At this time, the golden sword chi had already flown above the 9 peaks of Taishan. However, at this time there seemed to be a great power that was activated. A power like a wave of water blocked the golden sword chi outside the 9 peaks. It turned out that the protective matrix of the Taishan sect had come into play. After the attack of the demon lord of 6 paths, the protective matrix of the Taishan sect had been broken by the mysterious Tai Chi diagram. It had taken the Taishan sect a whole year to barely activate the matrix. The spiritual stones used to activate the matrix were very rare in the world of cultivation. It was very difficult to gather 81 of these spiritual stones, which contained a great amount of spiritual chi. Without spiritual stones to suppress the eye of the matrix, other spiritual items were used instead. However, the power of the Great Mountain Guarding Formation was much weaker than the original formation. Even so, the golden light could not break through the formation no matter how hard it tried. It was enough to show the power of the Great Mountain Guarding Formation. Taoist Xintian looked at the golden sword light in the distance and couldn't help but frown. Why did Xinyuan send a message to me with a flying sword? As he said this, he reached out his right hand and grabbed the golden sword chi. Immediately, a faint illusory palm transcended the distance of space and reached out from the formation. It grabbed the golden light in its hand and then retracted back into the formation. Xintian Taoist removed a jade scroll from the flying sword. He loosened his grip, and the golden sword light immediately rose from his hand. It flashed a few times and then quickly flew out of Taishan Mountain. Soon, the golden sword light came from the east and headed east before disappearing into the eastern horizon. Taoist Xintian held the jade scroll in his hand. With a thought, His mind immediately seeped into the Jade Scroll and learned all the information contained in it. After reading the contents of the Jade Scroll, Daoist Xintian could no longer remain calm. He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect the trip to the ruined sky realm to be brought forward." Daoist Xintian lowered his head and thought for a while before his body flickered, and he disappeared from the sky above Taishan Temple. On the morning of the third day of the Nine Peaks trials, the melodious sound of a bell echoed through the mountains. All the disciples of Taishan sect came out of their training places and gathered at Taishan Peak. Today, the top 10 young masters of the younger generation would be chosen from the 14 outstanding disciples who had won the previous day. Everyone thought that the title of the top master would be decided between Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng. Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng were both powerful young cultivators. Their cultivation was higher than that of their peers, and they could be said to be the two most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation with unlimited potential. Compared to Li Lingfeng, the upper echelons of Taishan sect paid more attention to Gu Fei, because the cultivation method of Jade Spirit Peak was unimaginably difficult to cultivate. An ancient body cultivation method that was regarded as trash had been cultivated by Gu Fei to the 8th level of the awakening self realm. Those who knew about this cultivation method found it hard to believe. The competition began. The 14 people were divided into 7 pairs and fought in the 1st to 7th arenas. As a result, there were 2 arenas on the square that were empty. These 14 people were all the most outstanding young masters of the Nine Peaks mysterious sect. Unfortunately, Zhao Ziru had lost both of her matches the previous day, and had already been eliminated in the second round. On the third arena, Gu Fei stared at the opponent in front of him. His sharp eyes were like blades as he stared at the opponent's face. Power surged from his body, and an oppressive aura filled the air. Chapter 59. On the third arena, Gu Fei and Ziyu stood facing each other. Ziyu's body was thin, and as he stood on the arena, he seemed to give off a light feeling, as if he could float away with the wind at any time. His handsome face, which could be said to be devilish, carried a trace of a faint smile, like a Buddha picking a flower, and actually revealed an otherworldly charm. Ziyu. Gu Fei had a serious expression as he looked at the opponent in front of him, and his eyes narrowed into a line. He didn't let Ziyu's outer appearance be affected, and in the midst of it, his keen spiritual sense felt the well-concealed pressure on Ziyu's body. That's right, the handsome youth in front of him made Gu Fei feel pressure. "Junior brother Gu, please advise me." With a flip of Ziyu's right hand, a jade-green, crystalline, and translucent 7-leaf tree branch that was like top-grade jade appeared in his hand. This was a magic treasure refined from the branch of a spiritual root of heaven and earth. As soon as he saw the branch in Ziyu's hand that emitted an enormous wood elemental power, Gu Fei's pupils immediately contracted, and rays of light shot out from his eyes. Gu Fei had long since heard that yesterday, Ziyu had used a branch to sweep away the black tortoise seal of the purple bamboo peak, and defeated Zhao Ziru. "You flatter me." Gu Fei cupped his fists and then took a step forward. A powerful aura swept out from his body as he took this step. His hair fluttered without wind, and his clothes fluttered from the impact of the airflow that burst out from his body. The third arena was undoubtedly one of the most eye-catching places on the square. All the disciples were watching, wanting to know if Gu Fei's undefeated streak could continue, or if Ziyu would end his undefeated legend since the Nine Peaks trials. Wang Yuanji, the disciple of the Great Void Peak who had an inexplicable grudge with Gu Fei, was also mixed in the crowd of spectators below the arena. He looked fiercely at the figure who seemed to have transformed into a god of war, and emitted a powerful pressure, as if he wished for nothing more than to swallow that person into his stomach. He was here to watch a show, to watch Gu Fei make a fool of himself, to watch Gu Fei be defeated. In the Supreme Mystery Sect, the only one who had conflicts with Gu Fei was Wang Yuanji, the narrow-minded disciple of an aristocratic family. Only he hoped that Gu Fei would be defeated, and the majority of the people all harbored intense curiosity as they watched the battle. They were very curious who would win the battle between Gu Fei and Ziyu. Under the ring, the most excited group of people were the young disciples of Taishan Peak. The disciples of Taishan Peak were divided into 2 groups. One group was cheering for Ziyu below the third ring, while the other group was cheering for Li Lingfeng on the first ring. There was also a small group of people who were cheering for the other two outstanding disciples of Taishan Peak who had advanced. It had to be said that among the disciples of the younger generation of Taishan Peak, there were many outstanding figures. Among the 9 branches of Taishan Peak, there were actually 4 people who had overcome all the difficulties and entered the final round of the competition, which was enough to show that the disciples of the leader of Taishan Peak were extraordinary. Among the people who were watching the battle, there was one person who was very worried about Gu Fei on the ring. This person was a beautiful girl. Zhao Ziru was very clear about Ziyu's terror. With Ziyu's strength coupled with that spirit branch in his hand, it was absolutely difficult to find a match among his peers. Just as Gu Fei took a step forward, Ziyu moved. The powerful sense of oppression emitted from Gu Fei made him feel uncomfortable. Swoosh! The green shadow in his hand waved, and a misty green light immediately rushed out from the 7-leaf spirit root, surging towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. That was the extremely pure Imu essence. In the misty green light, layers of tree shadows emerged, as if there was an endless stretch of dense green wood, squeezing towards Gu Fei. The power of the wood element? Gu Fei could be said to be extremely familiar with the essence of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, because he cultivated the refining body technique, and the life essence produced from his flesh and blood was the qi of the human body. However, his qi of the 5 elements was from his own flesh and blood, and was refined into qi, which was different from the power of the 5 elements in this big world. Among the 5 elements, metal restrains wood. I will use the metal element fist to break your Taoist technique. With that, Gu Fei's punch, which had been accumulating power for a long time, blasted forward like lightning. In front of his right fist, suddenly the wind was mighty, and the golden light was like a golden blade, sweeping forward majestic and unstoppable. The power of the metal element fist that Gu Fei blasted out seemed to have completely turned into a tangible and substantial golden storm, constantly colliding with the thousands of giant trees that were surging and crashing in front of him. This was definitely a big collision between the power of the wood element and the power of the metal element fist, and the golden wind against the layers of green giant trees. The entire arena suddenly shook and trembled violently from the impact of the explosion of power, and all the people watching the battle below the arena quickly retreated. As if a dazzling golden sun had exploded in a green storm, Gu Fei's whole body was pulsating with a flame-like golden aura, and he rushed into the thousands of giant tree shadows in front of him, waving his fists fiercely. The incomparably powerful fist force was like a golden heavenly blade. It forcefully turned the thousands of tree shadows back into a ball of dark green light. When Ziyu saw this, he was immediately alarmed. He waved his hand repeatedly, and the 7-leaf treasured branch in his hand shot out layers of dark green light, transforming into a myriad of purple trees that launched wave after wave of powerful attacks at Gu Fei. The 7-leaf treasured tree branch emitted a surging green divine radiance that surrounded Gu Fei, completely sealing him off. 10,000 purple wood. With a light shout, Ziyu formed a seal with his hand and poured pure spiritual power into the 7-leaf treasured branch in his hand. Amidst the surging green light, the giant branches seemed to transform into real giant trees that had form and substance, exploding with an unprecedentedly powerful spiritual power fluctuation. With the force of a thunderbolt, they strangled towards Gu Fei. However, surrounded by the surging wood elemental power that was like a green ocean, Gu Fei displayed unparalleled power. Every time he threw a punch, he would definitely shatter a huge piece of wood. At the same time, he pressed towards Ziyu, who was in front of him, step by step. Bang! Gu Fei pressed in front of Ziyu and directly punched the 7-leaf tree branch in Ziyu's hand. The fierce power of the metal element fist caused the 7-leaf tree branch to flicker chaotically, and it almost flew out of Ziyu's hand. Gu Fei was really too strong. His long hair danced wildly, like the reincarnation of the god of war, directly using his flesh and blood to contend with the powerful magic treasure. It was really crazy. After the punch hit the 7-leaf tree branch, the thousands of giant trees that surrounded Gu Fei suddenly disappeared from the void. At the same time, Ziyu also suffered a great impact, his body unsteady, and he staggered back 5 or 6 steps. When Gu Fei's punch hit the 7-leaf tree branch, at the same time as it shook the 7-leaf tree branch, Gu Fei also felt a pain in his fist, as if he had punched an incomparably hard iron, shaking his fist to the point of numbness. The seven-leaf tree branch was worthy of being an important treasure of the Taishan Peak. It was refined from a paper strip of a spirit root between heaven and earth. When Gu Fei shook the seven-leaf tree branch, he himself was also forced back by the powerful Imu essence that erupted from the seven-leaf tree branch. The crowd of Taishan sect disciples watching the battle below the arena were all shocked by the short and soul-stirring confrontation between Gu Fei and Ziyu, and they were dumbfounded. Everyone was amazed again and again. This Gu Fei was really too crazy, using his flesh and blood to fight a magic treasure. This was an expression that only a fool would have. Chapter 60. Ascending above the 9 heavens, breathing in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and attaining the path of immortality was the lifelong wish of every cultivator. But the path of immortality was vague, the Grand Tao heartless, and the path of cultivation was filled with dangers and obstacles. The slightest carelessness would cause one to fall back into samsara. Thus, when cultivators comprehended the Grand Tao of heaven and earth, they had to utilize various methods to seek fortune and avoid calamity, in order to protect their own safety. Magic treasures were the protective magic treasures that cultivators used to resist natural and man-made disasters. The magic treasures of cultivators were Taoist magic treasures that were refined day and night with their own Taoist energy, causing them to be intelligent and possess great power. Generally speaking, the higher the cultivation of a cultivator, the greater the power of the magic treasures refined. For example, the black tortoise seal of Violet Bamboo Peak and the seven-leaf treasured tree branch in Ziyu's hand were both refined by great cultivators at the realm of void controlling. In this way, to completely bring out the power of these two magic treasures, the cultivator using these two magic treasures had to at least have a cultivation at the realm of void controlling. Ziyu's cultivation was only at the early 8th level of the awakened heaven, and he could only bring out a very small portion of the power of the seven-leaf treasured tree branch. Thus, Gu Fei was able to shake this powerful magic treasure of Taishan Peak. If the power of this magic treasure was fully unleashed, even if Gu Fei had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. On the arena, Gu Fei pressed forward step by step, repeatedly using his fists to forcefully collide with the seven-leaf treasured tree branch in Ziyu's hand. The dazzling golden light and the dark green wood essence chi violently collided, exploding out with loud sounds that were like muffled thunder. The arena beneath Gu Fei's feet also shook violently from his heavy footsteps that were like mountains, as if it would fall apart and collapse at any moment. The fist of metal was incomparably domineering. Even if Ziyu repeatedly executed powerful Dao techniques and even released thousands of thorny vines to entangle Gu Fei, they were all shattered by the force of his fists. Ziyu actually seemed to be at a disadvantage. Unarmed, he was actually able to force Ziyu, who was wielding the seven-leaf treasured tree branch, into a disadvantageous position. The combat power that Gu Fei displayed was truly unbelievable. Senior sect leader. This Jade Spirit Peak branch's skill does not seem to be underestimated. Xuanfa Daoist, who was sitting on the steps in front of the square, suddenly said to Xintian Daoist beside him, "This little fellow is not simple. At such a young age, he has actually cultivated the Jade Spirit Peak branch's cultivation method to such a level. Even at such a young age, he seems to be not much inferior." Long Hongxue sect leader of Spirit sect also said, and son and. But no one knew that Gu Fei was not an amazing cultivation genius. The reason why he had such a cultivation level was that he had a secret that no one knew except for him. A piece of Yinyang jade pendant could increase his cultivation speed by 10 times. In addition to increasing his cultivation speed, this piece of Yinyang jade pendant could also gather the surrounding spiritual energy when Gu Fei was cultivating. It was this piece of jade that had been integrated into Gu Fei's chest, leaving only a faint mark of the Tai Chi diagram on his skin, that had greatly increased Gu Fei's cultivation level. However, this mysterious Yinyang jade pendant had suddenly flown out of Gu Fei's chest on the night that the Demon Lord of Six Paths came to Taishan sect a year ago. Not only had it forcibly extracted part of the spiritual energy contained in the mirror of heaven and earth, but it had also broken the protective array of the Taishan sect. It had also completely absorbed the spiritual energy of the 81 spirit stones that had been used to suppress the eye of the array. After absorbing such a huge amount of spiritual energy, the mysterious Yinyang jade pendant seemed to have quietened down. After it had been integrated into Gu Fei's chest, there had been nothing wrong with it for the past year. 10 times the speed of cultivation had greatly benefited Gu Fei. It had greatly increased the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy from the outside world. He did not have to worry about his strength running out. Every time he punched out, it was as if a golden sun had exploded above his fist, shaking the world. When he used his full strength, he was able to break through all kinds of Taoist techniques and force Ziyu to retreat again and again. Swoosh! With the 8 desolation steps, Gu Fei suddenly left a shadow where he had been standing and shot into the sky. He used the golden element fist to break through the heavy power of the wood element and leaped into the air. Haha! Gu Fei suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. His voice was deafening, and the rolling sound waves cut through the sky, causing the ears of the disciples watching the battle to ring. Gu Fei's hair was flying in the wind. His eyes were as sharp as a blade. His tall and straight body suddenly turned upside down and swooped down. Metal and wood as one. As Gu Fei shouted, his expression became extremely serious. He punched down with both fists. His right fist shot out a bright golden light, and his left fist revealed a misty green light. It stirred up a fierce wind, as if it had triggered the power of metal and wood in the 5 elements of heaven and earth. A large amount of dazzling light poured down. Ziyu, who raised his head and saw this scene, was shocked. His face instantly became pale. How is it possible? Ziyu could clearly feel that the aura on Gu Fei's body had undergone an earth-shattering change. His body actually revealed 2 surging forces at the same time. One of the forces was extremely familiar to Ziyu, because it was the surging power of the wood element. How could the 2 forces coexist in one body? This was really unbelievable. This time, not only was Ziyu inexplicably surprised, but the disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect who had witnessed all these changes were also dumbfounded, as if they had been petrified. In the sky above the arena, the 2 forces constantly collided with each other. Not only did they not weaken these 2 forces, but they also continued to rise, erupting with even more powerful energy fluctuations. The power of the 2 elements as one was still astonishing. This was a battle skill that Gu Fei had comprehended after his cultivation broke through to the 8th layer of the awakening realm. This kind of battle skill, if used to the extreme, could make the 5 elements as one, erupt with a terrifying power that would make even the heaven and earth lose color. Right now, Gu Fei could only make the 2 elements as one. Gu Fei's use of this battle skill of the 2 elements as one was not smooth, because he had not yet completely grasped this battle skill, nor was he proficient in using it. However, even so, he was able to constantly erupt with his potential. The metal element fist and the wood element fist collided, and the power of the 2 elements intertwined. The power of the 2 elements continued to rise, and the power of the unity was like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky. It was unstoppable, and the terrifying power caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The arena below shook violently, and cracks appeared on the arena. The spiritual power that was exerted on the arena seemed to be unable to withstand such a violent and unparalleled power pouring down from the sky, and it could collapse at any time. Seeing this scene, the people around the arena couldn't help but be shocked. They quickly retreated far away, hiding far away, not daring to approach the arena. On the steps in front of the square, the 7 chiefs and the sect master, Taoist Xiantian, were both moved at this moment. The power of the 2 elements as one was actually so shocking. The spiritual power exerted on the arena to protect it from damage was enough to withstand a full-force attack from a cultivator at the peak of the 9th heaven. Didn't that mean that the power of Gu Fei's 2 elements as one was actually comparable to a full-force attack from a cultivator at the peak of the 9th heaven? Cultivators, terrifying cultivators, invincible in the same level. This was indeed not groundless. Even if the Green Spirit Peak was facing the danger of decline, they still did not give up on cultivating this ancient body refining technique, and it was not a reckless move. In the crowd, Zhao Ziru looked at the figure that was swooping down from the sky with great surprise, and her beautiful eyes sparkled. At this moment, Ziyu, who was facing the 2 elements as one attack head-on, felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on him from the heavens. The vast and mighty force pressed down on him to the point he was almost unable to straighten his back. What a good Gu Fei, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It seems that I've underestimated you. Ziyu's mind spun rapidly. Seeing that the unparalleled power of the 2 elements as one was about to envelop him, he actually did something that no one would have thought of. Ziyu, a disciple of the Great Mystery Peak, swung the 7-leaf treasured branch in his hand, and shot out surging streams of emu essence, which actually rushed out from under Gu Fei's fist. Gu Fei's 2 elements as one, and an unparalleled fist force erupted. The fist force enveloped the entire arena. If Ziyu wanted to rush out of the encirclement of Gu Fei's fist force, it was equivalent to rushing out of the arena. In this way, as long as Ziyu's feet landed outside the arena, he would be considered to have lost this match. However, Ziyu really did rush out of the arena under the surprised gazes of the crowd. Roar! The instant Ziyu rushed out of the arena, he gave a furious roar. A powerful mana undulation suddenly erupted from his body. His 2 legs strode in the air, and actually made an inconceivable turn in the air. It was as if there was an invisible ladder in the air, going against the air and scurrying into the air. Ziyu's body actually brushed past the unparalleled fist force that Gu Fei blasted down. Not only did he avoid the fist force, he even arrived at a position at the same height as Gu Fei. Swoosh! The 7-leaf treasured branch in Ziyu's hand suddenly shone with extraordinary splendor. Amidst the twining of dark green light, it suddenly grew explosively into a treasure tree over 100 feet long. Ziyu raised the treasure tree high and smashed it down towards Gu Fei's head without the slightest bit of hesitation. Gu Fei's strength was seriously astonishing to the extreme. His martial arts techniques and mystical abilities were hard to contend with. Even with a powerful magic treasure in hand, it also made Ziyu feel the aura of danger. Humph! Gu Fei gave a cold laugh and still dived down rapidly. However, the fist force of the 2 elements as one was retracted. Thud! Gu Fei's body landed on the arena. As if his feet had stepped on an incomparably huge drum, a muffled sound rang out. The right side of his body was surrounded by golden light, while the left side of his body was pulsating with dark green light like ghost fire. The power of metal and wood surged on his body, causing him to look extremely strange. Just as Gu Fei landed on the arena, the giant tree that was surrounded by green light and emitted a powerful undulation of mana like a mountain had already smashed down towards his head. Roar! Gu Fei's 2 fists closed and punched upwards. His right fist was metal and his left fist was wood. 2 elements as one, his 2 fists continuously vibrated. 2 different types of power entangled and struck towards the giant treasure tree that was smashing down. Boom! The energy wave formed by the interweaving power of the 2 elements instantly collided with the treasure tree transformed from the 7-leaf treasured branch. The powerful fist force under everyone's shocked gaze directly blew away the treasure tree that was smashing down. Ziyu's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. As if he was struck by lightning, he flew backwards. Boom! With a loud noise, the arena beneath Gu Fei's feet finally could no longer withstand the unparalleled power that exploded and collapsed. Gu Fei's body followed the collapse of the arena and fell straight down. Chapter 61. Ha! A beast-like roar burst forth from Gu Fei's throat as he spat out a mouthful of white air. Following a loud bang, the entire arena completely collapsed. Gu Fei fell to the ground amidst the flying pieces of wood. A raging energy storm swept out, and everyone nearby scrambled to avoid the flying pieces of wood. The arena was built of wood, and it was imbued with transcendence energy to protect it from being destroyed by the energy released during the battle. But now the arena had collapsed. It was all because the destructive power displayed by Gu Fei and Ziyu was too strong. The arena, which was already protected by transcendence energy, could not withstand the impact of the power, and was destroyed. After colliding head-on with the treasure tree transformed from the 7 leaves tree branch, Gu Fei immediately felt a sharp pain in his arms. It was as if thousands of sharp needles were stabbing into the flesh of his arms at the same time, and it was unbearable. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the sleeves of his arms had long disappeared. On his fists and forearms, dense beads of blood seeped out. From his fists all the way to his forearms, his skin cracked like a spider's web on the dry ground. In the attack just now, he had used the combined power of the metal and wood elements to blast away the treasure tree transformed from the 7 leaves tree branch. However, his arms had also suffered an extremely fierce impact, and his skin and flesh had been torn by the power that erupted from the treasure tree. Gu Fei stood in the middle of the collapsed arena, urging the qi in his body to surge to his arms. As the skin and flesh of his arms trembled, the cracks on his skin and flesh immediately shrank, preventing blood from seeping out. With regards to the control of his flesh, blood, tendons and bones, Gu Fei had already reached the point where he could command them like his own arms. It's only flesh and skin, not tendons and bones. It's not a big deal. As Gu Fei looked inside, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The bones of his hands and arms were as clear as jade, glowing with a layer of white light. They were like exquisite works of art. They were in perfect condition, without any damage from the direct collision with the magic treasure. Gu Fei's legend of invincibility had never been broken since the Nine Peaks trial. Today even Ziyu, who had mastered the treasure of Taishan Peak, the Seven Leaves tree branch, was defeated by Gu Fei's fist. This made all the young disciples extremely shocked, especially Wang Yuanji, who had a grudge against Gu Fei. When he saw Ziyu's defeat, he immediately did not stay and walked away angrily. Gu Fei, I'd like to see how long you can be so mighty. Wang Yuanji walked toward the place where the disciples of his branch gathered, while hating Gu Fei. The disciples of Taishan Peak saw that Ziyu had been defeated by Gu Fei. They were disappointed, but they could not help but feel a little dissatisfied with Gu Fei. Gu Fei had beaten Ziyu until he spat out blood. He was too heavy-handed. The magic treasure of a cultivator was connected to the cultivator's mind, and was closely related. It was equivalent to a part of the cultivator's body. Some spiritual magic treasures, even if they were thousands of miles away, as long as the owner of the magic treasure willed it, it would immediately fly back to the owner's hand. The Seven Leaves tree branch was blown away by Gu Fei, and Ziyu immediately suffered a great impact. The essence, qi and spirit that he had attached to the magic treasure with his spiritual power were scattered, causing him to suffer some internal injuries. However, the Seven Leaves tree branch had borne most of the power of Gu Fei's dual-element unification, and only a small part had affected Ziyu's body. In fact, Ziyu's injuries were not very serious. The battle between two young cultivators had collapsed the arena. This seemed to be unprecedented. The upper echelons of the Taishan sect all looked at the two of them with new eyes, especially Gu Fei. Although his disciple had been defeated, Taoist Xintian did not seem unhappy. Instead, his eyes flashed, as if he was very interested in Gu Fei. The seven heads of the sect were surprised, and their faces became a little serious. The only disciple of the Green Spirit Peak seemed to be very complicated. At this time, Gu Fei walked out from the broken pieces of wood on the ground. The surrounding disciples looked at him with a strange look. "Senior brother, you won again. Congratulations." Zhao Ziru greeted him with a smile. Gu Fei's victory seemed to be even happier than her own victory. Gu Fei smiled and did not say anything. He walked to the side. Zhao Ziru hurriedly followed. When she saw the blood on Gu Fei's arm, she could not help but frown. She took out a small jade box and quickly walked forward. "Senior brother, wait!" Zhao Ziru shouted as she ran in front of Gu Fei. Then she stretched out her hand and placed it in front of Gu Fei. "Here. This is the jade toad ointment that specializes in treating external injuries." At this time, the two of them had already arrived under an old pine tree at the side of the square. Jade toad ointment? The jade toad ointment of the spiritual beat peak. How did you get this thing? Gu Fei was startled. He looked at the small jade box in Zhao Ziru's hand, then raised his head to look at Zhao Ziru and asked. Zhao Ziru smiled and said, "Not long ago, I helped the medicine granduncle with a small favor. He gave it to me." Seeing that Gu Fei did not intend to accept it, Zhao Ziru said anxiously, "Quickly accept it, your injury." Gu Fei looked at Zhao Ziru, then looked at the small jade box in her hand. Then he said slowly, "Thank you for your kindness. The injury on my hand is just a flesh wound. It's not a big deal. This box of jade toad ointment might be of great use to you in the future. You should keep it for yourself." Gu Fei still knew about the jade toad ointment of the spiritual beat peak. This was a type of spiritual medicine made from the snow mountain ice toad and 10 other rare herbs to treat external injuries. With this kind of spiritual medicine, no matter how serious the external injury was, or even if one's arm was chopped off, it could be reattached. Moreover, it would be in perfect condition. There was no difference compared to before the injury. Although the cultivation of a cultivator was not above the corporeal body, if the corporeal body was injured, It would be like a cauldron being damaged. The essence in the body would leak out and affect the cultivation. Before condensing the primordial spirit or nascent soul, if a cultivator's dharma body was injured, it would affect the cultivation. Especially the cultivators in the awakening self realm, they were actually the same as ordinary people. Even if they suffered a fatal injury, they would still die. Only after breaking through to the transcending mortality realm and condensing the Tao core, nourishing the primordial spirit with the essence, qi, and spirit. When the primordial spirit and the Tao core became one, it was equivalent to a cultivator having two lives. Even if the corporeal body was destroyed, but the Tao core was not destroyed, the primordial spirit could temporarily reside on the Tao core. If there was an opportunity, it could even take over a complete body and cultivate again. But your hand? Zhao Ziru said anxiously. Her beautiful eyes looked at Gu Fei worriedly. I appreciate your kindness, but I cultivate a body tempering technique. My body's healing ability is stronger than the average person's. This small injury will heal in less than 3 days. If I were to use the jade toad ointment for this, it would be a waste of God's gift, said Gu Fei with a smile. This? Zhao Ziru saw that Gu Fei was unwilling to accept the jade box in her hand. She did not know what to say for a moment. Yes, if junior sister has nothing else to do, I want to find a place to rest. There should be a fierce battle this afternoon, Gu Fei said. Then, all right, senior brother. You must be careful during the competition, Zhao Ziru said as she put away the small jade box in her hand. Her tone was filled with deep concern. This made Gu Fei's heart warm up. This junior sister Zhao. No matter how stupid Gu Fei was, he also understood Zhao Ziru's feelings at this moment. However, a person in the distance frowned when she saw this scene. That person was a slender middle-aged Taoist nun, who wore a Taoist crown on her head and a green Taoist robe. Chapter 62. After Zhao Ziru left, Gu Fei found a place outside the square and sat down cross-legged. He circulated his body tempering technique, mobilizing the 5 elements yuan qi in his body and sending it to his arms. A layer of misty multicolored light emerged from his arms. If one observed carefully, one would notice that the skin and flesh of Gu Fei's arms were trembling slightly. His tendons and bones were trembling, and his flesh was surging. A huge amount of yuan qi was like a glowing thread, passing through the tendons, bones, and flesh on his arms, forcing out the clotted blood and necrotic skin and flesh on his arms bit by bit. The 5 elements yuan qi was repairing the injuries on Gu Fei's arms, and the skin on Gu Fei's arms was gradually covered with a layer of dark and smelly blood. It had to be said that the healing power of Gu Fei's body was really amazing. Every tendon and every muscle contained a powerful life yuan qi. His injuries were healing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The skin and flesh on both of his arms had split open like a spider web. In less than half an hour, a layer of scab had formed over them. Gu Fei's cultivation had already reached the great success of changing marrow and blood changing, and had stepped into the realm of bone changing. The blood and qi flowing in his body had already been renewed, and there was a huge amount of life yuan qi in his blood and qi. The life yuan qi was constantly nourishing the tendons, bones, skin, and flesh of Gu Fei's entire body. Even if Gu Fei did not deliberately circulate his qi to heal his injuries, the injuries on his arms would be healed in a day or two. Now that he circulated the 5 elements yuan qi in his body to his arms, the speed at which the injuries healed immediately doubled. Just as Gu Fei was healing his injuries outside the square, the matches on the other 6 arenas had also reached a white-hot stage. Above the 6 arenas, there was a vast and shocking fluctuation of magic power. On the other hand, the match between Gu Fei and Ziyu was so hair-raising, and the victor was determined very quickly. As for the matches in the other arenas, it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. On the first combat ring, Li Lingfeng's opponent was an extraordinary youth. He was young, tall, and had a gaze that was like cold stars. His hands formed seals, and with a raise of his hand, he struck out with layer upon layer of Tao arts. He was actually locked in an endless battle with Li Lingfeng. The Great Void Peak actually has such a character. I don't think I've heard of him. The disciples of the 9 lineages who were watching the battle below the arena whispered, and pointed at the 2 people fighting above. Li Lingfeng's strength was in no way inferior to Gu Fei's. Since the beginning of the 9 Peaks trials, No one had been able to last more than 15 minutes against him. More often than not, the winner would be decided in a single exchange. Li Lingfeng's cultivation base was higher than his peers, and he was publicly acknowledged as the #1 figure among the younger disciples. But now Li Lingfeng seemed to have met his match. Senior brother Yu Su, when did you have such an amazing disciple? You've really hidden it well. On the steps in front of the Taishan temple, the head of the Shaoyang Peak, spiritual master Chaoyang, who was sitting next to the head of the Great Void Peak, said with some surprise. The other heads also looked at Yu Su. The Yushu Peak had actually produced someone who could contend against Li Lingfeng. It was really surprising that they didn't know about it beforehand. Haha, it's not that I'm trying to keep it a secret. In fact, I only found out a few days before the 9 Peaks trials that a young disciple of my lineage had suddenly made a breakthrough on the path of cultivation, Yu Su said with a faint smile. How could the other heads of the other lineages believe Yu Su's words? This disciple who could contend against Li Lingfeng was definitely someone that the Great Void Peak focused on cultivating. They had thought that there was no outstanding disciple among the younger generation of the Taishan Peak who could contend for the top 10, but it seemed that everyone was wrong. Level 8 cultivation base. If Li Lingfeng wants to win, he has to use his true strength, Daoist Xintian murmured as he watched the battle. Junior brother Qin, be careful. In the arena, Li Lingfeng no longer held back. He did not make any hand seals, nor did he recite any mantras. Suddenly 8 rays of light of different colors rushed out of his body. Qin Daoyun, the disciple of the Great Void Peak, was immediately shocked. He felt that 8 different powers had burst out of Li Lingfeng's body. The power of the 8 phases of heaven and earth. How is this possible? Qin Daoyun's expression immediately changed. He did not dare to be careless. He quickly made a hand seal and attacked with all his strength. He cultivated the way of yin and yang, not the way of the 5 elements. Black and white qi swirled around his body. The yin and yang power that burst out of Qin Daoyun seemed to communicate with the yin and yang of the world. As he made a series of mysterious hand seals, the world around him began to tremble slightly. Yin and yang split the world. Palm and finger overturned the universe. Qin Daoyun shouted softly. The black and white qi that represented the power of yin and yang quickly gathered from all directions. Then in the sky above Li Lingfeng's head, they formed a huge palm that was half black and half white. Pressed down directly. Rumble. The huge palm in the sky pressed down like a mountain. The vast power of yin and yang shook the void and caused the arena below to tremble violently. However, Li Lingfeng, who was beneath the huge palm, had a calm look on his face. The power of the 8 elements swirled and surged around him, quickly condensing into 8 trigrams to block the power that surged down from the sky. The huge palm formed by the power of yin and yang above him seemed to have no effect on Li Lingfeng at all. Qian Kuan, Sun, Jindui, Kansas Li. 8 trigrams appeared outside Li Lingfeng's body. The power of the 8 phases of heaven and earth immediately surged towards Li Lingfeng. The trigrams that represented the 8 phases of heaven and earth suddenly shone brightly, and the 8 kinds of power shook the sky. The spectators were all shocked. No one could have imagined that Li Lingfeng actually cultivated the innate 8 trigrams divine technique. He used his own power to form the 8 trigrams and communicate with the 8 phases of heaven and earth. Who could resist such a Dao technique? Li Lingfeng's Dao technique had a great origin. Even the 7 branch heads frowned. Only Taoist Xintian smiled without saying anything. It was said that in ancient times, there was an extremely talented god who comprehended the power of the 8 phases of heaven and earth. Then, he created the innate 8 trigrams divine technique that could shake the heavens and earth. The 8 trigrams divine technique allowed that god to move unhindered in ancient times. Only a few gods with similar great divine techniques could contend against him. This kind of divine technique was said to have disappeared along with that god. No one would have thought that it would appear on Li Lingfeng. The 8 trigrams divine technique was marvelous. When cultivated to great success, it could shatter the heavens and earth and reopen the chaos. It was one of the few great divine techniques in the world. With the innate 8 trigrams divine technique, Li Lingfeng was already in an invincible position. He pounced forward, his body merging with the Sun trigram. Sun was the wind, and Li Lingfeng seemed to transform into a gust of wind. He rushed out from the yin-yang giant hand that was pressing down from above. The other 7 trigrams circled around the gust of wind. It was a spectacular sight. By transforming his body into wind, Li Lingfeng moved as fast as the wind. He was unbelievably fast. The moment he rushed out from the envelopment of the yin-yang giant hand, Li Lingfeng made his move. He drew the Kan trigram that was circling around him into his right hand, and the Li trigram into his left. The 2 trigrams of Kan and Li appeared on his palms, with Kan representing water and Li representing fire. Boundless power of water and fire immediately gathered on Li Lingfeng's palms, and then, he thrust his palms towards Qin Daoyun. The Kan trigram and the Li trigram seemed to have condensed into tangible objects. They rushed out from Li Lingfeng's palms and quickly enlarged. The Kan trigram set off a monstrous torrent of water, while the Li trigram erupted with an earth-shattering sea of flames. The 2 mutually reinforcing and restraining forces intertwined and surged toward Qin Daoyun at the same time. Roar! Faced with the surging power of water and fire, Qin Daoyun let out a low roar and hurriedly gathered the power of yin and yang. The yin-yang giant hand that was descending from the sky immediately dissipated. The enormous power contained in the giant hand was restrained by Qin Daoyun. Yin-yang great shift, Qin Daoyun shouted. The power of yin and yang surged from his body. His long hair danced wildly in the wind. A monstrous power exploded from his body. Yin and yang qi instantly gathered in front of him and formed a black hole. He wanted to move the sea of flames and the monstrous torrent of water. However, the power of water and fire stirred up by the 2 trigrams was too strong. The moment Qin Daoyun's yin-yang vortex came into contact with the power of water and fire, it began to tremble violently. How could it be easy to move 2 such powerful forces away? After only a few short breaths, Qin Daoyun's black hole vortex was shattered by the power of water and fire. Wah! Qin Daoyun let out a cry of surprise. He was directly knocked out of the arena by the surging power of water and fire. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Qin Daoyun's body actually made a turn in the air and lightly landed below the arena. He did not seem to be injured by Li Lingfeng's move. Swoosh! The 8 trigrams entered his body, and the strange phenomenon that appeared from the power of water and fire immediately disappeared. The world suddenly became clear. There were no raging flames that covered the sky and the earth, no surging torrent of water. Everything that had just happened seemed like smoke in the eye, making people feel that it was extremely unreal. Many thanks to Senior Brother Li for showing mercy, Qin Daoyun said to Li Lingfeng, who was on the arena. The reason why he was not injured was that Li Lingfeng was unwilling to hurt him. Don't say that. I am also very impressed by Junior Brother Qin's magical Dao techniques. Li Lingfeng's words were extremely sincere. He did not have the slightest intention of making fun of Qin Daoyun. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled, and then Li Lingfeng leaped down from the arena. The 2 of them returned to their respective formations. The disciples of the Taishan Peak were naturally elated, and the disciples of the Taishu Peak did not seem to be disappointed by their defeat. After all, no one had ever lasted so long against Li Lingfeng since the start of the 9 Vein trials. Although he had lost, it was enough to show Qin Daoyun's strength. Today was already the last day of the 9 Peaks tournament. The 7 pairs of disciples fighting on the arenas had already come to an end. Li Lingfeng, Gu Fei, and the other 5 disciples who had won would compete for the title of number 1 among the top 10 youths in the afternoon. And the 7 who had lost would compete for the last 3 spots among the top 10 youths. No one knew what kind of dogshit luck Dongfang Chan had, but he had actually defeated the strong opponent he had fought, and still had a chance to compete for the number 1 spot. On the contrary, the powerful Qin Daoyun and Ziyu were extremely unlucky. They had encountered young powerhouses like Li Lingfeng and Gu Fei, causing them to completely lose their chance to compete for the number 1 spot. Chapter 63. Without any suspense after a fierce battle, when the sun was setting in the west and the sky was filled with rosy clouds, the fight for the first place was between Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng. This was the most exciting scene in this 9 Peaks tournament. Of the top 7 young cultivators, only Song Ruochen from the sky-reaching peak had the lowest cultivation level. He was at the peak of the 7th sky of awakening. The other 6 were all at the 8th sky of awakening. As for Li Lingfeng's cultivation, he had already broken through to the 9th heavenly layer. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's sudden appearance, the title of first place would have been his. First place. Gu Fei was not interested. He just wanted to fight. He wanted to make breakthroughs in battle and improve himself in battle. Winning was good, but if he lost, he wanted to lose with a bang. And among the entire younger generation of the Taishan sect, only Li Lingfeng could be considered his strongest opponent. A warrior at the 8th Sky of Awakening was strong enough to compete with a cultivator at the 9th Sky of Awakening. There was no doubt about that. No cultivator at the same level as Gu Fei was a match for him. Even if these cultivators had powerful magical treasures, Gu Fei could still defeat them with his fists. He did not need magical treasures. He himself was a magical treasure, and his powerful body was comparable to a magical treasure. And now, Li Lingfeng did not seem to be using any magical treasures. Once he used the 8 symbols and 8 trigrams, even without magical treasures, he could defeat his opponent. Both of them had their own trump cards that others did not know about. The battle between Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng had not even begun, but it was already full of imagination. Would Gu Fei's battle skills be able to compete with Li Lingfeng's 8 symbols and 8 trigrams? No one knew. Both of them were young experts with peerless strength. Without competing, it was hard to judge whose battle prowess was a notch higher. Cultivators definitely had magical treasures on them. What was Li Lingfeng's magical treasure? Everyone was also very curious. Whether it was Daoist Xiantian or the 7 branch heads, they were all looking at the 2 people on the second martial stage. One was an ordinary white-robed disciple with an ordinary appearance. He didn't release any powerful aura, and his ordinary appearance gave people a feeling of elegance and transcendence. On the other hand, the other youth had black hair that flowed down like a waterfall, a tall and straight figure, and a pair of eyes that were like the cold stars in the sky flickered with a terrifying light that gave others an oppressive aura. The young man in the second ring with a different temperament attracted the attention of the audience. Who would be able to compete for the top spot among the younger generation of the Taishan sect? Everyone was extremely nervous at this moment, especially the disciples of Taishan Peak. Li Lingfeng was recognized as the number 1 among the younger generation. But today, his number 1 position was challenged by a disciple from the Green Spirit Peak that had completely declined. Gu Fei was now the only one left of the entire Green Spirit Peak. He had now embarked on a path of cultivation that was different from that of his predecessors. On the second martial stage, Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng stood motionless, facing each other. The distance between them was only 9 meters. With the speed at which they were moving, this distance was not a distance at all. But the 2 of them were like wooden figures standing there, neither making a move. Their eyes met in the void from time to time, and every time they looked, sparks seemed to shoot out in the void. This Li Lingfeng is indeed not simple. Gu Fei's pupils suddenly contracted. Li Lingfeng made him feel a great deal of pressure, and Gu Fei could no longer be as relaxed and calm as he was when facing other opponents. The awakening 9 heavens was the bottleneck of the first great realm of cultivation. Li Lingfeng's essence, qi, and spirit were completely full, and he had reached the stage of condensing his core. Although such a cultivator did not have the terrifying spiritual power of the shedding mortality realm, they had also cultivated their own spiritual power to the point where they could communicate with the power of heaven and earth for their own use, and borrow the power of heaven and earth to attack the enemy. In the face of such a cultivator, Gu Fei really did not have absolute confidence that he could defeat his opponent. The 2 of them stood there for half an hour. All the disciples of Taishan sect who were watching the battle nervously under the arena were beginning to look impatient. The originally quiet square gradually began to whisper. The momentum of these 2 people has climbed to the peak. Why haven't they made a move yet? What are they waiting for? In the crowd, a disciple in white whispered, "You don't know about this. They are waiting for an opportunity to make a move." A companion standing next to the disciple in white said aloud, "An opportunity to make a move?" Yes, an opportunity to make a move. For evenly matched experts like them, if they don't make a move, it will be earth-shattering. They must defeat their opponent in one move. As long as one side shows a flaw, the other side will immediately launch a fierce and peerless attack. At this time, another voice joined the conversation between the 2. Boom! Right at this moment, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the arena. After that, a thunderous sound resounded from the arena. Even though the sound wasn't loud, It resounded throughout the entire arena. It was not the spiritual power fluctuations that everyone was familiar with, but pure power fluctuations. That was Gu Fei making a move. Could he finally not hide it anymore? Everyone's eyes were glued to the arena. Sure enough, they saw Gu Fei stomp on the arena, and the entire arena suddenly shook violently. Then Gu Fei's body was like a fierce tiger, leaving a series of afterimages in the void as he pounced on Li Lingfeng. The distance of 3 feet was covered in an instant, and a gust of strong wind immediately swept out from the arena. Roar! With a furious roar, Gu Fei, with his black hair fluttering behind him, clawed out with awe-inspiring might. A cold light more than a foot long shot out from the fingertips of his 5 fingers. The power of his fingers pierced through the void and directly clawed at Li Lingfeng's chest. The violent and rapid claw shadow caused the air to emit a dull explosion. It was as if even the air had exploded under the claw. It was incomparably ferocious. Gu Fei's skin, flesh, tendons, and bones had all been trained by him to be harder than iron, and he dared to go head-on against the magical weapons of cultivators. Now that he was using the claw technique that he had learned from the fierce tiger pouncing on its prey with all his strength, his 5 fingers that were even harder than fine iron definitely had the terrifying power to pierce through stone and gold. If one were to be clawed by his claw, there was no need to fear that 5 bloody holes would immediately appear on one's body, and their tendons would break and their bones would break. However, the bystanders only felt that this claw of Gu Fei's was ferocious, but Li Lingfeng, who was facing this claw, had a completely different feeling, one that shook him to the core. This claw of Gu Fei's had actually enveloped the surroundings, and it caused Li Lingfeng to have the feeling that he was unable to dodge. It was truly terrifying. What a good fellow Li Lingfeng. He didn't panic in the face of danger. When the wind from the claw assaulted his face and caused him pain, with a single thought, a violet light flashed before him, and an object appeared to protect him. Gu Fei was instantly startled, but his body had copper skin and iron bones, and he was utterly unafraid of any magical weapon of a cultivator at the level of the awakening realm. His right claw directly grabbed onto this object that was coiled with violet light. Clang! The ball of purple light in front of Li Lingfeng was immediately dispersed by Gu Fei's claw, revealing a purple gold 8 trigrams. What was shocking was that when Gu Fei's claw made contact with this violet gold 8 trigrams, it actually emitted an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other. Could it be that his hand was forged from fine iron? At the same time that the violet gold 8 trigrams blocked Gu Fei's attack, Li Lingfeng rapidly retreated, pulling away from Gu Fei. When exchanging blows with a cultivator like Gu Fei, close combat was a great taboo for cultivators. The violet gold 8 trigrams was sent flying backward by Gu Fei's heavy and fierce claw force. Li Lingfeng formed a seal with his hand, and the violet gold 8 trigrams immediately circled around his body and returned to his hand. However, a faint blush flashed across his face. Although Gu Fei's attack had made contact with a magical weapon, it had still caused Li Lingfeng to suffer a considerable impact. After he stabilized his body, the blood in his chest immediately surged. Chapter 64. Magic Weapon? Gu Fei's claw grabbed onto the purple gold 8 trigrams and was immediately shocked. The finger power that could pierce through stone and gold felt as if he had grabbed onto a piece of incomparably hard iron. The 5 fingers of his right hand were numbed by the powerful force of the purple gold 8 trigrams. The bones of his fingers shook and made a slight explosion sound. At this time Li Lingfeng, who was on the opposite side, smoothed out the 5 faint finger marks on the purple gold 8 trigrams. He formed a spell with his hand and formed a hexagram. The purple gold 8 trigrams suddenly emitted a huge wave of magical power. Then the 8 powers of the 8 elements of heaven and earth emerged on the purple gold 8 trigrams. Each hexagram corresponded to a kind of power. Misty water vapor, raging flames, thick earth chi, the power of mountains. The 8 powers of the 8 elements interchanged with each other on the purple gold 8 trigrams. They rotated and curled around each other, revealing a heavy pressure like that of a mountain. The spectators below the stage were all shaken and looked nervously at Li Lingfeng. The 8 hexagram rushed out from the purple gold 8 trigrams, setting off 8 kinds of power of heaven and earth. They spun and sealed off Gu Fei. The 8 types of hexagram enveloped one side of the world. The 8 kinds of unparalleled power that rushed out from the hexagram intertwined and collided with each other. It actually caused the sealed part of the world to return to chaos, showing a shocking power. However, in the face of the hexagram that was sealing him from all directions, Gu Fei felt a different kind of scene. The surging power of the 8 elements made him feel as if he had fallen into a chaotic energy storm, and at this time, he was in the eye of the storm. The power of the 8 elements of heaven and earth set off by the 8 major hexagrams seemed to have really imprisoned these 8 kinds of power. In an instant, Gu Fei was drowned. The entire arena shook and trembled violently. If it were not for the protection of the magical power on the arena under the feet of the two would have collapsed long ago. The disciples of the Taishan sect who were watching the battle around the arena were all dumbfounded. They opened their mouths wide and forgot to close them. Yesterday, Li Lingfeng had already defeated the outstanding successor of the Great Void Peak, Qin Daoyun, with the power of the water and fire phases. Now, with the 8 phases simultaneously, and with the use of a magic treasure to drive the power of the 8 phases, its power was simply incomparable to the power of the water and fire phases yesterday. Among the younger generation of the Supreme Mystery Sect, only Gu Fei could force Li Lingfeng to use his full strength, not daring to hold back. Long Hongxue, the head of the Purple Bamboo Peak, who was watching from the front of the Supreme Mystery Hall, said to Daoist Xintian with a smile, "Senior brother sect master, it seems that your disciple Li Lingfeng has already won this match." Not necessarily. Daoist Xuantian's face didn't reveal any expression, and his tone was as calm as usual. Even the 7 branch heads couldn't see the slightest clue from his face. This purple gold 8 trigrams. Senior brother, I don't remember the sect having such a magic treasure. Zhenren Chaoyang, the head of the Shaoyang Peak, suddenly said with some surprise. On the arena, Li Lingfeng's purple gold 8 trigrams had already flown to the sky above Gu Fei. It slowly rotated, emitting a powerful wave of magical power. The 8 trigrams on it all emitted a dazzling brilliance that shone down. The power of the 8 phases was mighty, completely trapping Gu Fei. Ha! When Daoist Xintian heard this, he actually gave a rare laugh and then said proudly, "Our sect does not have this 8 trigrams among its treasures. Then in that case this magic treasure." When the heads of the 7 branches heard this, a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. They found it hard to believe because what they were thinking of seemed to be too unbelievable. That 8 trigrams was made by Li Lingfeng himself. "It is not a treasure of the sect," Daoist Xintian said with a smile. A magic treasure made by himself? A disciple who had yet to condense a Dao core in his body, and had only been in the sect for 10 years could actually make a magic treasure himself? After receiving Daoist Xuantian's confirmation, the 7 branch heads couldn't help but be a bit shocked. Only a magic treasure made by himself can be used with ease. Daoist Xintian sighed, his gaze never leaving the arena. Boom! Suddenly a loud sound came from the arena. The purple gold 8 trigrams hanging in the sky began to shake violently. The power of the 8 phases below was like a surging wave, violently rolling, as if there was a primordial beast trying to break out of the space trapped by the 8 phases. The spectators below the arena were immediately startled by the loud sound. Their faces were filled with shock, and some people began to retreat into the distance. The spectators below the arena did not want to be caught in the crossfire of the battle between 2 young experts. Zhao Ziru, who was mixed in the crowd, was also extremely nervous. The power of the 8 phases had trapped Gu Fei inside, which made her very worried. At this time, Gu Fei had indeed encountered the most dangerous battle since the start of the 9 Peaks trials. Trapped within the 8 phases, Gu Fei didn't dare to hold back any longer. He released all the power in his body. The energies of the 5 elements rushed out of his body and formed a layer of colorful flame around him. Terrifying energy waves surged out of his body and blocked the power of the 8 elements that surged over from all directions. 5 elements against 8 phases. Gu Fei really felt like he was trapped within the 8 trigrams. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his body, restricting his movements. Boom! The fist surrounded by golden light forced back the power of the 8 trigrams. Above the purple gold 8 trigrams, the heaven trigram that represented the power of the 8 trigrams trembled and flashed wildly. Li Lingfeng, who was making hand seals, also seemed to shake a little. The purple gold 8 trigrams were connected to his aura, as well as his spirit. When the magic treasure was attacked, he would also react. Li Lingfeng's expression was extremely solemn. He made hand seals again and again, and the magic power in his body surged. He struck at the purple gold 8 trigrams in the sky, causing it to shine brightly, and the power it released was even greater. He was fully activating the power of the magic treasure. If it was a demon that was sealed within the 8 phases, he could even use the power of the 8 phases to refine it. Right now, Li Lingfeng's 8-fold divine art was merely the tip of the iceberg. If he could fully master it, no matter how powerful a devil was, once it was trapped by him, even its body and primordial spirit would be completely refined. The devil would then completely disappear from the world and be deader than dead. Unfortunately, Li Lingfeng's 8 trigrams magic was still far from the day of mastery, and Gu Fei's 5 elements combat skill also had great power. The 8 trigrams and 8 symbols divine art could not cause any substantial damage to Gu Fei. Using the 5-element fist, the fist force was as heavy as a mountain, blasting away all the 8 trigrams and 8 symbols that were charging at him, making it difficult for them to get close to him. Gu Fei roared again and again in the world sealed by the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams shone brilliantly. Although it was blasted back, Gu Fei could not break the seal of the 8 trigrams and rush out. This was a collision between Taoist techniques and combat skills, a contest between cultivators and warriors. Li Lingfeng used Taoist techniques to activate the power of the 8 trigrams and the 8 powers of the 8 phases of heaven and earth, causing the world to lose its color. However, Gu Fei's performance was even more shocking. Every punch of the 5-elemental fist was as heavy as a mountain. With every punch, a dazzling 5-colored aura surged out. It was like a surging 5-colored wave that blocked the power of the 8 symbols. It was really surprising that he could burst out such a terrifying power with his body of flesh and blood. Very good. It seems that if I don't use that move, it will be difficult to break this formation. Gu Fei's long hair danced in the wind, and his eyes flickered with a fierce light. He planned to use his final trump card. In fact, Li Lingfeng's 8 trigrams magic had vaguely formed a mysterious 8 trigrams magic formation, firmly sealing Gu Fei. And the purple gold 8 trigrams above Gu Fei was the eye of the formation. Li Lingfeng was not old, but not only did he refine his own magic weapon, but he also dabbled in formations. He was really a talented person with unlimited potential. At this time, Gu Fei could see that a protracted battle would be very disadvantageous to him. If he continued to drag it out with Li Lingfeng, he would very likely be the one to lose. This was because Li Lingfeng cultivated the Tao. Using Taoist techniques to guide the spiritual qi of heaven and earth for his own use was the instinct of a cultivator. Although Gu Fei could also absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, his power came from his own 5 elements yuan qi. He had not broken through to the transcending mortality realm, and he had not transformed his skin and flesh. He could not communicate with the heaven and earth, and make his yuan qi endless and endless. Whether it was a cultivator or a warrior in the awakening self realm, they could not reach the point where their mana and yuan qi were limitless. Only by breaking through the cultivation realm, from the awakening self realm to the transcending mortality realm, could a cultivator condense a Tao core, and a warrior transform the blood vessels, tendons, bones, skin, and flesh. Only then could they achieve endless mana and yuan qi. Roar! Gu Fei let out a roar, and his black hair danced wildly. His eyes emitted 2 frightening rays of light, and he looked extremely ferocious. Pung! A violent force like the eruption of a volcano surged out from his body. In an instant, the clothes on his upper body were shaken into thousands of pieces, and the upper half of his body was completely exposed. His bronze skin flickered with a brilliant light, and it made people feel that he was powerful and terrifying. Clang! A light burst out from Gu Fei's right hand, and a tricolored light shot out from his hand. The tricolored divine light shrouded it, and it was the power of 3 of the 5 elements. The dusky gray was the earth elemental energy, the dazzling gold was the metal elemental energy, and the aqua blue was the water elemental energy. The power of the 3 elements shot out from Gu Fei's hand, and then it quickly shrunk from dozens of feet to about 10 feet. Gu Fei seemed to be very strained, and the blue veins on his right hand were bulging. His forehead was covered with soybean-sized beads of sweat, but before the sweat could flow down, it was evaporated by the huge yuan qi surging in his body. He forcefully combined the power of the 3 elements, and condensed it into a three-colored sword light that was about 10 feet long. The three forces collided and intertwined with each other, but it was also more powerful and terrifying than the three elements combined. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could barely combine the three elements, and the time he could maintain it was very short. He was staking everything on this one throw, and if he didn't win, he would lose. Kill! Gu Fei shouted and took a step forward. Dong! The entire arena suddenly shook violently, and there was a muffled sound. Then he struggled to wave the light sword in his hand, and slashed at the Zhenghua trigram that was rushing over. The three-colored sword light suddenly rushed up, like a dazzling divine light, and cut through the void. It was as if the space had been cut, and the Zhenghua trigram was silently split into two halves from the middle. Zhen was a mountain, and Zhenghua represented the mountain aspect of the 8 symbols. The mountain energy was extremely heavy, and the power condensed by the trigram was as heavy as a mountain. However, it was easily cut in half by Gu Fei's sword light that combined the three elements. Li Lingfeng was shocked when his magic was broken. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his body swayed a few times. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. After the sword light broke the Zhenghua trigram, it didn't dissipate. It directly broke through the world that was sealed by the power of the 8 symbols and the formation of the 8 symbols, and slashed out. Chi! There was a soft sound, and wherever the sword light passed, it immediately left a long sword mark on the arena, and rushed out of the arena. Everyone was shocked. When the three-colored sword light rushed out of the arena, it had already become dim, as if it could dissipate at any time. However, no one dared to be careless. Wherever the sword light went, the people below the arena hurriedly dodged. A blue figure rushed out of the crowd, and a palm seal was pressed against the sword light. Chapter 65. The power of the 5 elements complemented and restrained each other. With the 3 elements combined into one, Gu Fei's strength had been raised to a terrifying realm. Powerful yuan qi fluctuations swept out in all directions like a gale with astonishing power. The 3-colored sword light in his hand was like a divine weapon that could split the heavens and the earth, blasting out a terrifying sword light that could tear the world apart. It actually broke through the power of the 8 symbols, causing Li Lingfeng, who controlled the purple gold 8 trigrams, to suffer a great impact. However, the mountain qi that had been broken by Gu Fei's sword exploded with a loud bang. The torrential power also made Gu Fei take 3 steps back. The skin and flesh that had been tempered like fine iron also cracked open with bloody marks. Roar! Gu Fei let out a roar. Under his roar, the whole arena shook violently like a big tree in a gale. The sound shook the sky. The young disciples who were watching the battle below the arena were immediately shaken by the sound wave, causing their ears to buzz. They were inexplicably terrified. Gu Fei was like the reincarnation of a god of war. He was so ferocious that it caused people's hearts to palpitate. He slashed out 7 times in a row as if he had gone mad. These 7 strikes could be said to be the 7 shocking strikes, condensing all the 3 elemental yuan qi in his body. The 3 elemental energies were all released in these 7 strikes. The 3-colored sword light was like a startling rainbow, tearing the void and sweeping in all directions. The cold sword qi spread out, causing people to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Without any suspense, the other 7 trigrams also collapsed under the sword strike of Gu Fei. The power that represented the 7 symbols of heaven and earth immediately exploded. The 7 forces of heaven and earth intersected with each other, forming a vast energy storm. This energy storm swept out like a surging wave, instantly drowning Gu Fei. Even if his body had copper skin and iron bones, the moment the terrifying energy storm hit him, Gu Fei suddenly felt as if his whole body was going to be torn apart by this terrifying power. All the bones in his body made cracking sounds, giving him a terrible feeling as if his tendons, bones, and flesh were being torn apart. Pain, all the skin, flesh, tendons, and bones of his whole body were suffering from the impact of the terrifying energy storm. His skin cracked open, and his skin, which was comparable to ordinary magic treasures, actually burst open. From this, one could imagine just how powerful the impact would be when the power of the 7 symbols exploded. Even though Gu Fei's body was already strong enough to directly withstand ordinary magic treasures, he was still injured. If it was an ordinary cultivator, then that cultivator would have probably been torn into pieces by the energy storm that erupted from this place a long time ago. Li Lingfeng's complexion immediately turned deathly pale when his eightfold divine art was broken. Each of his divinatory diagrams was shattered by Gu Fei's unparalleled sword light, causing his body to shake violently and take a step back. The 8 divinatory diagrams were dispersed, but Li Lingfeng was forced to take 8 steps back. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth and dripped down the front of his clothes, giving Li Lingfeng a somewhat tragic feeling. The purple gold 8 symbols in the sky had already become dim, and it was on the verge of collapse. Break for me! Within the energy storm formed by the power of the eightfold symbols, a furious roar suddenly rang out. The spectators below the arena were all startled. In the midst of the roar, a wild and ferocious aura spread out from the arena. Even the high-level disciples paled. The wild and unparalleled Gu Fei was awe-inspiring. As soon as the shout resounded out, everyone below the arena saw a dazzling 3-colored sword light cleave straight up from the energy storm, and a shocking sword chi tore through layer upon layer of enormous waves of energy before slashing onto the purple gold 8 symbols in the sky with a bang. The purple gold 8 symbols was directly blasted flying, and it instantly became dim and lusterless. Moreover, the essence, energy, and spirit attached to the purple gold 8 symbols instantly dispersed. Li Lingfeng's head droned while the world spun around him, and he was unable to distinguish what was going on. His figure swayed repeatedly as if he was drunk, and he staggered a few steps back and almost fell on the arena. This Gu Fei is so ruthless. He actually dispersed the essence, energy, and spirit condensed on the purple gold 8 symbols with a single strike of his sword. This is no different from causing Li Lingfeng's painstaking efforts to be wasted. Some high-level disciples that knew a thing or two about equipment refinement couldn't help but whisper in discussion. The Tao of equipment refinement was to use one's own essence, energy, and spirit to refine a magic tool day and night, so that it could be connected with one's own aura. By attaching a strand of divine sense onto the magic tool, one would be able to move the magic tool freely like one's own arm. If the essence, energy, and spirit that had been fused into a magic tool were dispersed, then not only would the magic tool's master suffer an extremely great impact, even the magic tool itself would instantly lose its spirit, energy, and spirituality, and it would be no different than an ordinary weapon. If one wanted to make a magic tool possess spirituality once more, then one had to fuse the essence, energy, and spirit into the magic tool once more. It could be said that this magic tool of Li Lingfeng's was half useless. After the purple gold 8 symbols were blasted flying, the 3-colored sword light condensed by Gu Fei with the fusion of the 3 elements was unable to maintain its state any longer, and it dispersed. The 3-colored sword light transformed into specks of qi that flickered indeterminately like fireflies, and they once again entered Gu Fei's body. When the 8 trigrams' divine ability was destroyed, the storm of energy on the arena instantly vanished without a trace, and the energy of the 8 symbols that Li Lingfeng had driven over returned to the heavens and the earth. At this moment, blood seeped out from all 7 apertures on Gu Fei's face, and his appearance was terrifying to the extreme. When all the disciples that were spectating the battle below the arena saw Gu Fei's appearance, they instantly exclaimed in shock. Zhao Ziru, who was mixed within the crowd, was even more flustered. She didn't know to what extent exactly Gu Fei had suffered an injury, and this caused her to be extremely worried. Swoosh! Gu Fei, whose entire body was bathed in blood, took a stride forward, and he'd already arrived before Li Lingfeng, whereas Li Lingfeng was already on the verge of collapse at this moment. The 8 trigrams' divine ability was destroyed, causing Li Lingfeng's essence, energy, and spirit to be severely injured, whereas essence, energy, and spirit were the source of magic energy, and Tao energy and magic energy were all refined from essence, energy, and spirit. At this moment, Li Lingfeng already didn't have the strength to fight any longer, and he who'd practically exhausted his magic energy would probably be unable to even endure a single punch from Gu Fei. You've lost. Gu Fei no longer had any thoughts of attacking, because although he had destroyed Li Lingfeng's 8 trigrams' divine ability, he had already exhausted 95% of the essence in his body. However, Gu Fei still had the strength to fight. This was because even if his essence was completely exhausted, he still had a ridiculously powerful body. Just by relying on the strength of his physical body, he could still contend with ordinary martial cultivators for a while without being defeated. His powerful physique allowed Gu Fei to unleash his combat prowess to the fullest. His entire body had been tempered to the point where it was tough and soft at the same time. When it was tough, it was like metal, impervious to blades and spears, and difficult to be injured by Dharma treasures. When it was soft, it was like water without any force. He could control all the muscles and bones in his body freely, and every part of his body could deal a fatal blow to the enemy. This was the terror of a martial artist. I've lost. Li Lingfeng was a little absent-minded. He couldn't accept this reality. He knew that Gu Fei was very powerful, but Gu Fei's strength had exceeded his expectations. Geniuses were all arrogant. Li Lingfeng was undoubtedly a genius among the younger generation of disciples in the Taishan sect, but this genius had been defeated today. Li Lingfeng slowly calmed down, and the trace of frustration and discouragement that had welled up in his heart disappeared in an instant. He adjusted his mentality in an instant. The legend of invincibility was just a legend. In reality, which genius had not suffered setbacks? Setbacks were not scary. What was scary was the mentality you used to face setbacks. Thinking of this, Li Lingfeng no longer felt the slightest sense of defeat. His eyes narrowed into two slits, and two rays of light that were as sharp as knives looked at Gu Fei. You're very strong. The next time we fight, I will defeat you. You will be my whetstone. A whetstone that will allow me to go further on the path of cultivation, Li Lingfeng said indifferently. Very good. There was no expression on Gu Fei's face, nor did he say anything superfluous. However, the strong desire to fight in his tone was not concealed in the slightest. The path of martial arts was different from the path of cultivation. Martial techniques were battle techniques. They were the strongest, most direct, and most primitive techniques that humans had comprehended in the ancient times, when they fought against the heavens, fought against the earth, fought against demons, ghosts, and thousands of ferocious beasts. They were the most powerful, direct, and primitive techniques that humans had comprehended in the endless slaughter. Chapter 66. The battle for first place had already been decided. Gu Fei, a disciple of the Green Spirit Peak, was the biggest dark horse in this year's 9 Vein Trials. His performance had shocked the entire Taishan sect. No one would have thought, not even the higher-ups of the Taishan sect, that the Green Spirit Peak, which had been silent for hundreds of years, and had even been forgotten by some of the old monsters in the sect, would once again enter the eyes of everyone. Gu Fei's madness, not only made the hearts of the younger disciples of the 9 Veins of Taishan tremble, but also the higher-ups were deeply shocked. However, there were also people who did not think so, because in the past hundreds of years, no disciple of the Green Spirit Peak had been able to successfully enter the realm of transcending mortality. If he could not take that step, it meant that in 100 years, Gu Fei would follow in his master's footsteps. At that time, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. No matter how glorious he was now, in 100 years, he could only turn into a handful of dirt. For martial cultivators, 100 years was too short. It passed in the blink of an eye. For martial cultivators who successfully entered the realm of transcending mortality, the direct benefit was that their lifespan was greatly increased, and living for hundreds of years was not a problem. In these hundreds of years, martial cultivators had a lot of time to make breakthroughs on the road of cultivation, even reaching the great accomplishment of the primordial spirit, nascent soul, and breaking into the realm of controlling the void. Of course, there were very few people who could reach the great accomplishment of the primordial spirit and nascent soul. Therefore, although Gu Fei had shown shocking martial arts skills at the 9 Vein Trials, some of the higher-ups of the Taishan sect were not optimistic about Gu Fei because of this. For hundreds of years, no disciple of the Green Spirit Peak had broken through the shackles of cultivation and entered the realm of transcending mortality. Would Gu Fei be an exception? No one thought that Gu Fei could surpass the predecessors, because this hurdle was too difficult to surpass. The excitement of the day had already died down. Among the disciples of the 9 Veins, the most talked about thing was the only successor of the Green Spirit Peak, Gu Fei. Gu Fei had shown everyone that martial arts were not inferior to Taoist techniques. Pure power, as long as it was powerful enough, could break through all kinds of magical powers and spells. This was an unquestionable fact. There were 3,000 great Daos, and all of them could become saints. The path of cultivation was not the only one. Although the path of martial arts was full of difficulties, and it was very difficult to transcend the mortal world and become saints. Once one succeeded in cultivating it, they would become an even more terrifying existence than martial cultivators. The fact that Gu Fei defeated Li Lingfeng, who was in the 9th layer of the awakening state, was a very good proof. A bright moon hung high above the mountains, sprinkling down endless milky white moonlight, making the mountains seem as if they were shrouded in a layer of hazy gauze. There was light smoke and auspicious air rising, making the 9 peaks of Taishan look like the realm of immortals. In the supreme profound hall, the sect leader, Taoist Xiantian, sat on his throne. He looked around at the 7 junior brothers sitting on his left and right, then said with a frown, "I wonder if any junior brothers have any suggestions on what I just said? Feel free to speak your mind." Senior brother, why did the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect request to open the ruined sky realm earlier? There is no reason for them not to know that opening the ruined sky realm is much more difficult before the time is right, and there is no guarantee of success. Xuanfa Taoist, who sat on the first seat to the right of Taoist Xiantian, questioned, "Is there something we don't know about?" The full moon peak chief Taoist Xiansong said in a low voice, stroking his beard. In this year's 9 Peaks trials, no one from the full moon peak had made it into the top 10, but Taoist Xiansong did not seem to care and still looked calm. The Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect would not dare to do anything behind our backs. Without our participation, they can forget about opening the ruined sky realm. Purple Bamboo Peak Chief Long Hongxue said with some disdain. Although the 3 great Taoist sects were on the same side, they also shared different dreams. However, the 3 great Taoist sects each had their own backing and could not do anything to any of them. Even if the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect joined forces, the Taishan Sect was not worried. On the Tunglong continent, the Buddhist, Taoist, Demon, and Ghost sects represented the current situation of the entire cultivation world. The cultivation world of the Tunglong continent looked very calm on the surface, but there were undercurrents everywhere. Of course, the 3 great Taoist sects would not be so stupid as to kill each other and give other forces an opportunity to take advantage. Therefore, in the eyes of the Taishan Sect, the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect would not be able to come up with any earth-shattering conspiracy, and they would not dare to. For the longevity grass, we must open the ruined sky realm, but we also have to guard against the Guangqing Celestial Sect and the Shangqing Sect playing tricks. In 3 days, send those 10 people down the mountain, Taoist Xiantian said to the 7 peak chiefs after thinking for a long time. So urgent. Everyone present couldn't help but be a little surprised. Xianyuan Li Chan sent me a flying sword message, agreeing to open the ruined sky realm in a month. The ruined sky realm is in the 100,000 mountains, which is thousands of miles away. They should be able to get there in a month, Taoist Xiantian said. It's half a month earlier than the astronomical changes that occur every 2 60-year cycles. What on earth are old monster Xianyuan and the others trying to do? Taoist Xiantian, the chief of the Shaoyang Peak, gasped. To open the ruined sky realm, it needed to be coordinated with the astronomical changes. Otherwise, even a terrifying demigod would not be able to open the ruined sky realm. This was also why the 3 great Taoist sects could only open the ruined sky realm once every 120 years. Only the legendary demigods who could break through the void and transcend the mortal world could use their supreme magical power to break through the barrier of the macro world, tear through the void, and force their way into the ruined sky realm. But demigods who had reached the saint stage should have broken through the void and ascended to the legendary heaven realm. No one knew if there would still be a few immortals of this level left in the mortal world. Making wild guesses is not a solution. You will know the intentions of the Guangqing Immortal Sect and the Shangqing Sect when the time comes. Junior brothers, go back and make your preparations. Taoist Xiantian waved his sleeve and stood up from his seat. In the world of cultivation, strength was always the most important thing. With Taoist Xiantian's cultivation of the 9th heavenly layer of the void-controlling realm, it was rare for him to meet a worthy opponent in the mortal world. He was not afraid of the Guangqing Immortal Sect and the Shangqing Sect's schemes. Yes, senior brother. When the heads of the 7 branches saw Taoist Xiantian stand up, they also quickly stood up and bowed to him before leaving the Supreme Mystery Hall. After the heads of the 7 branches left, Taoist Xiantian returned to his cultivation area in the back hall and sat cross-legged on a praying mat. At this moment, one of the two Taoist children who were waiting outside the hall suddenly became extremely respectful, as if he was listening to something. Then, the Taoist child left the Supreme Mystery Hall and went straight to the back mountain. In the back mountain in the peach forest, Li Lingfeng sat on the ground under an old peach tree in front of the wooden house. In front of him was a small tea table. On the small tea table was a saucer, and on the saucer was a purple clay teapot and a red clay teacup. In the teacup, there was a ball of dark green tea that emitted a faint fragrance. Singing to the moon, how long will life be? I didn't think Senior Brother Li would be so carefree. Suddenly, a clear voice came from the small path outside the plum forest. Then a white figure came from the small path, stepping on the moon. Li Lingfeng didn't even bat an eyelid. He reached out and picked up the red clay cup in front of him. He first brought it to his nose and took a whiff. Then he closed his eyes and enjoyed the fragrance of the tea. Only then did he drink the tea bit by bit. However, he didn't swallow it immediately. Instead, he left it in his mouth. The person passed through the plum forest. His steps were like flowing water in clouds, without the slightest trace of the secular world. Soon, he arrived under the old plum tree in front of the wooden house. Junior Brother Ziyu, why have you come? Li Lingfeng had already drank the tea in his mouth bit by bit. Then he put the red clay teacup on the tea table in front of him. The person who came was Ziyu. He smiled and sat down opposite Li Lingfeng. Yes. Ziyu took a deep breath and said, good tea. The fragrance of the tea lingers and lingers in the nose. It makes one feel relaxed and happy. Haha, I only know about the way of tea. Li Lingfeng smiled. Then with a flip of his hand, a red clay teacup appeared in his hand. Come have a taste. As he spoke, Li Lingfeng placed the teacup in front of Ziyu. Then, he picked up the teapot and filled it up gently. Senior brother, that Gu Fei. Ziyu wanted to say something but stopped. He seemed to be hesitating. Right now, the only person who dared to mention Gu Fei in front of Li Lingfeng was Ziyu. As expected, the moment Li Lingfeng heard Gu Fei's name, his brows immediately furrowed. He put down the teapot and said indifferently, why did you mention him, junior brother? Ziyu smiled awkwardly. Nothing much. I just felt that senior brother losing to Gu Fei was a little unexpected. Does that Gu Fei really have such strength? Senior brother couldn't have lost to him on purpose, right? What are you saying? Li Lingfeng was a little unhappy. He said with some displeasure. Why would I show mercy to Gu Fei in a major event like the Nine Peaks trials? That Gu Fei does have such strength. He deserves to be number one. When Ziyu heard this, he could not help but be somewhat surprised. Li Lingfeng was their eldest senior brother, and was publicly recognized as the number one person in the younger generation. But now, following Li Lingfeng's defeat, the disciples of Taishan Peak also felt humiliated. Senior brother, you are only one step away from condensing your core of Wei. Now that you have the essence condensation pill, the matter of condensing your core is already set in stone. The next time you fight, you will still be number one among the younger disciples, Ziyu said with a smile. Many people heard the conversation between Li Lingfeng and Gu Fei in the arena. At this time, Ziyu had already understood why Li Lingfeng said that. The top 10 of the Nine Peaks trials could receive a reward from the sect. It was a precious pill that could greatly increase the success rate of condensing a core of Wei for martial cultivators who had awakened from the ninth heaven. With Li Lingfeng's level of cultivation, even without the essence condensation pill, he would definitely be able to successfully condense his core. Now that he had the essence condensation pill, wouldn't it be easy for him to condense his core of Wei? Martial cultivators in the transcending mortality realm could use their core of Wei to communicate with the inside and outside of their body, drawing upon the spirit chi of heaven and earth. Through the core of Wei, they could quickly convert the power of heaven and earth into their own spiritual power. In this way, the martial cultivator's spiritual power would be endless and would never dry up. The power of the path techniques and techniques that he could use would definitely be several times stronger than when he had awakened from the ninth heaven. Unless Gu Fei could break through to the ninth heaven, perhaps he would not be able to match Li Lingfeng. Martial artists who had awakened from the ninth heaven could still contend with martial cultivators at the first heaven of transcending mortality realm. This was because with every increase in cultivation, Gu Fei's strength would also multiply. I'm improving, but there's no guarantee that others won't improve as well. The path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. You can't take any shortcuts, Li Lingfeng said with a serious expression. Gu Fei's improvement was just too fast. He didn't seem confident that he could surpass him in a short period of time. After all, he, Li Lingfeng, had personally witnessed Gu Fei break through from the 7th heaven to the 8th heaven in the past few days of the 9 Peaks trials. Li Lingfeng felt a chill in his heart just thinking about how fast his cultivation had risen. He felt that it was inconceivable. Ziyu still wanted to say something, but at this moment, both of them seemed to sense something and looked towards the small path. Not long after, a short figure appeared on the small path illuminated by the moonlight. The boy in front of the hall? What's he doing here? When Li Lingfeng and Ziyu saw who it was, they couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The person who had come was the Dao boy who served in front of the Supreme Mystery Hall. Chapter 67. In the rear hall of the Supreme Mystery Temple, where Daoist Xintian cultivated, Li Lingfeng respectfully stood before Daoist Xintian with his head lowered. He didn't know why Daoist Xintian had summoned him. Even after a long while, Daoist Xintian remained motionless on the praying mat, as if he hadn't noticed Li Lingfeng's arrival. As for Li Lingfeng, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of the sect master. Although this wasn't his first time being summoned by the sect master, Li Lingfeng couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence for him as he stood before Daoist Xintian. Less than an hour later, Daoist Xuantian's eyelids twitched. Then, the purple gold 8 trigrams that never left Li Lingfeng's body suddenly trembled and flew out of Li Lingfeng's body. Startled, Li Lingfeng hurriedly looked up. At some point, Daoist Xintian had already opened his eyes. The purple gold 8 trigrams he had refined himself were now floating in front of him. Greetings, Grandmaster. Li Lingfeng hurriedly knelt on the ground. Yes. Daoist Xintian only nodded, then focused on the purple gold 8 trigrams in front of him. His eyes flashed like lightning, and with a single glance, he saw the inside and outside of the purple gold 8 trigrams. The purple gold 8 trigrams were only about half a foot in diameter, much smaller than when Li Lingfeng and Gu Fei had fought today. Clearly, Li Lingfeng had refined it to the point where it could grow or shrink at will. I didn't think Gu Fei's sword energy would be so powerful. Daoist Xintian stared at the sword mark on the purple gold 8 trigrams and exclaimed. The sword mark had split the purple gold 8 trigrams in half. The sword mark was so deep that it almost split the 8 trigrams in half. There's no spirituality at all. The essence of the artifact has been completely scattered. Daoist Xintian muttered to himself. Then, he pointed at the purple gold 8 trigrams that had lost its spirituality and turned into stubborn metal. Buzz! The purple gold 8 trigrams immediately shook, and transparent ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out from the purple gold 8 trigrams. Then the sword mark on the purple gold 8 trigrams actually healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, there was no longer any damage to the 8 trigrams. Daoist Xintian had used his great power to repair it. The only flaw was that the purple gold 8 trigram was still a piece of stubborn iron without any luster or spirituality. However, this wasn't a problem for Daoist Xintian. His right hand reached out towards the kneeling Li Lingfeng, and a strand of essence was immediately expelled from Li Lingfeng's body. Daoist Xintian then raised his right hand and sent the wisp of essence, energy and spirit he had expelled from Li Lingfeng's body into the purple gold 8 trigrams. Pung! When that strand of essence, chi and spirit entered the purple gold 8 trigrams, the purple gold 8 trigrams immediately shone brightly. The 8 trigrams seemed to have come to life, turning into 8 rays of light that rushed out of the purple gold 8 trigrams and circled around it. At the same time, Li Lingfeng, who was still prostrating on the ground, shuddered. Somehow, he could sense the existence of the purple gold 8 trigrams again. The connection between him and the purple gold 8 trigrams that had been severed was restored at this moment. Take it. Daoist Xintian waved his sleeve, and the purple gold 8 trigrams that had regained its spirituality flew towards Li Lingfeng. With his cultivation, restoring the purple gold 8 trigram spirituality was as easy as raising his hand. If Li Lingfeng were to refine his essence, energy, and spirit into the purple gold 8 trigrams again and refine its spirituality, Who knew how much time and effort he would have to spend? Thank you, Grandmaster. Li Lingfeng was extremely excited. He hurriedly and respectfully reached out to receive the purple gold 8 trigrams that flew to him. With a thought, the 8 trigrams around the purple gold 8 trigrams merged back into the 8 trigrams. The entire purple gold 8 trigrams was flowing with a layer of misty luster, as if there were streaks of light that were as thin as hair wandering on its surface. Obviously, the purple gold 8 trigrams had regained its spirituality. Get up, Taoist Xintian said calmly. Yes. Li Lingfeng put the purple gold 8 trigrams back into his magic treasure pouch, then rose to his feet and stood respectfully to the side. You can go back now. Taoist Xintian seemed to have asked the Taoist boy to summon Li Lingfeng, but he only needed to repair Li Lingfeng's magic treasure, and then told him to leave? Li Lingfeng was also very surprised to hear that. However, the actions of the sect leader were not something he could control. If the sect leader did not say anything, he would not dare to ask. Yes. Li Lingfeng, who was full of questions, retreated. In the huge stone chamber, only Taoist Xintian was left. After a long time he murmured to himself, with this purple gold 8 trigrams, I believe you will be able to protect yourself in the ruined heaven realm. With that, Taoist Xintian closed his eyes again, as if he had turned into a stone statue, and did not move an inch. At the same time, in the cave abode on Jade Spirit Peak, Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall. He was bare-chested, wearing only a pair of shorts. His eyes were closed and a vast wave of yuan qi was spreading from his body, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. Specks of 5-colored light surrounded him, which was the pure power of the 5 elements that had gathered from all directions. He was healing his injuries, and the Tai Chi Yin and Yang pattern on his chest was emitting gentle Yin and Yang Qi, which increased the speed at which the 5 elements' spiritual energy gathered by 10 times. Surrounded by the energy of the 5 elements, the muscles all over Gu Fei's body were slightly trembling. Strands of energy of the 5 elements seeped into his body through the pores all over his body, then melted into his flesh, tendons and bones, replenishing the yuan qi he had consumed during the battle with Li Lingfeng during the day. The cracked skin on his body had long since scabbed over. His body, which had been thoroughly tempered, had an astonishing healing ability. Wave after wave of 5 elements spiritual energy washed through his flesh and bones, forcing the clotted blood out of the injured parts of his body. As his flesh and blood surged, the injured parts of his body rapidly regenerated and healed. After breaking into the 8th heaven, Gu Fei's entire body had been tempered to the point that the inside and outside of his body had become one. With a single thought, an enormous amount of yuan qi could reach every inch of his body. Gu Fei's realm of controlling his body had reached an unimaginable level. Gu Fei guided the 5 elements spiritual energy outside his body, letting it pass through his flesh and blood and enter his internal organs and bones, causing every inch of his body to be filled with a 5-colored glow. Through the frequency of his breathing, the impure yuan qi in his internal organs, flesh and bones was expelled from his body through the pores of his skin. His flesh, bones and internal organs were constantly tempered and improved by the purest 5 elements spiritual energy. Gu Fei's physique was slowly changing. The cultivation of martial arts was to constantly temper the body and unearth the hidden treasures in the body, breaking the shackles of the human body, and unlocking the mineral deposits of energy in the body, realizing the continuous transformation and sublimation of the self. Gu Fei believed that one day, he would also be able to enter the Tao through martial arts and break through the boundaries of life and death, stepping into the legendary realm of immortals. 6 hours later, Gu Fei woke up from his meditation and walked out of the cave. At this time, the bright moon was already setting in the west. A cool breeze was blowing gently outside the cave. In the cracks of the rocks, unknown insects were chirping tirelessly. There was no other sound in the surroundings. It was very quiet. Chapter 68. At the foot of Green Spirit Peak, there was a clear lake in the middle of the bamboo forest. From time to time the mountain breeze would blow, swaying the bamboos and rustling bamboo leaves. Suddenly there was a strange rustling sound in the bamboo forest. Someone was running quickly in the bamboo forest. Several birds were startled and flew into the sky, flying into the distance. Whoosh! A silhouette appeared at the edge of the lake. Then, without any hesitation, he leaped into the lake. Plop! The calm surface of the lake, which was as calm as a piece of jasper, immediately set off waves. The calmness of the small lake was instantly broken by the arrival of this person. Splash! Water splashed in all directions, and a person emerged from the lake. The area around Green Spirit Peak was the cultivation area of Green Spirit Peak, one of the 9 branches of Taishan. In the dead of night, there would definitely be no disciples of other branches appearing here. The person who rushed into the lake was Gu Fei. At this moment he was swimming in the lake, washing away the blood stains on his body. The cold lake water not only cleansed his body, but also his soul. At this moment Gu Fei's heart was at peace. His tense nerves for the past few days had completely relaxed without him realizing it. Then, he actually began to circulate the ancient mysterious art in the lake. All of this seemed very natural. Gu Fei did not force himself to cultivate, so his body naturally reacted in this manner. Then the entire lake rippled. Wisps of spiritual qi gathered and fluctuated. Gu Fei was shrouded in a layer of mist and his figure became blurry. Slowly, Gu Fei stopped swimming on the surface of the lake and disappeared. He sank to the bottom of the lake, but the layer of mist on the surface of the lake didn't dissipate. The lake water calmed down. Gu Fei entered a mysterious state. He seemed to have become one with the surrounding lake water. The fish in the lake were not afraid of this intruder and swam around him. This feeling was very strange. It was as if he could feel the aura of heaven and earth. In a trance, Gu Fei felt that his aura seemed to really merge with heaven and earth and become a part of nature. This was a kind of mysterious martial state similar to epiphany. He no longer needed to breathe because all the pores on his body were opening and closing. He had entered the internal breathing state, a breathing method that allowed him to absorb nutrients from the surrounding space without using his nose. Endless spiritual energy was integrated into his body from his skin, and the turbid air was naturally discharged from his pores. Unknowingly, in this dreamlike state, Gu Fei's body was stimulated with a special ability. As long as Gu Fei was not in an absolute vacuum, there was no possibility of him suffocating. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Fei opened his eyes and rose from the bottom of the lake. In the east, a rising red sun hung high above the mountains, bathing him in the gorgeous morning glow. However, Gu Fei sensed that something was amiss the moment he emerged from the water. Without any hesitation, he shot out of the lake like a fish with a poof. Li Lingfeng. In an instant, Gu Fei appeared on the edge of the lake. At the same time, he also discovered the source of the abnormality. Next to a cluster of bamboo by the lake stood a young man in white. An ordinary-looking young man in white. However, it was this ordinary-looking young man that made Gu Fei feel a hint of danger. Gu Fei, have you been cultivating in the lake all night? A strange look flashed in Li Lingfeng's eyes. When did Li Lingfeng get here? Gu Fei thought to himself. He was in a strange martial realm, so he did not notice Li Lingfeng's arrival. This made him feel a little uneasy. Gu Fei flung his long, wet hair and walked towards Li Lingfeng with a faint smile. The wounds on the surface of his body had long since disappeared. His skin flickered with a sparkling luster, as if he had never been injured in the first place. Peeking at other people's cultivation is a big taboo. There's no way you don't know that. Gu Fei walked over step by step, but the aura coming from his body was gradually increasing. Li Lingfeng's expression changed when he heard this, but then he smiled and said, "You're looking for an excuse to fight me, aren't you? Unfortunately, I don't want to fight you for the time being." Gu Fei did not enjoy himself to the fullest during the fight for first place in the arena yesterday. It was because the arena was too small, and he could not fight to his heart's content. As soon as Li Lingfeng's 8 trigrams divine ability appeared, it enveloped the entire arena. Gu Fei had no place to hide, and he was obediently trapped in the 8 trigrams. If he was not confined to the space of the arena, Gu Fei could have completely avoided the 8 trigrams, and he would not have been forced to fight with his life on the line. Now that he encountered Li Lingfeng again, Gu Fei could not help but feel a little itchy. Now that you're in my place, it's not up to you whether you want to fight or not. Gu Fei took a step forward, and he was already 6 meters away from Li Lingfeng. At this distance, Gu Fei only needed to stretch out his hand to launch an extremely fierce attack at Li Lingfeng. It was a great taboo for cultivators to allow a cultivator to get close to them, In terms of fist and leg skills, cultivators were not a match for cultivators at all. Moreover, every move of Gu Fei's combat skills were extremely fierce, and they were killing moves that could kill the opponent the moment he attacked. The battles between cultivators were the most dangerous, and life and death could often be determined at the first contact. Eat my fist! A fierce light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes, and his body suddenly became blurry on the spot. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind rose out of thin air, and it instantly ruffled the clear water of the lake. At practically the same time, Li Lingfeng suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura envelop him in an instant. A chill shot up from the back of his spine, and all the hair on his body immediately stood on end. He didn't even think about it. He didn't have time to think about it. Li Lingfeng patted the magic treasure pouch on his waist, and the violet gold 8 trigrams immediately flew out and blocked in front of him. The 8 trigrams surged out, and the water in front of him was unable to flow in. In the next moment, Gu Fei's body appeared in front of Li Lingfeng, and his right fist directly blasted towards the 8 trigrams that seemed to have taken form. Golden waves swept out in front of Gu Fei's fist, and the fist force was like a surging river, and its indomitable momentum was completely revealed. The dazzling golden fist aura dyed the whole heaven and earth gold, and the terrifying fluctuation of yuan qi directly shook the whole space. Even the earth started to tremble, and the bamboo nearby was completely shattered by the fist force, turning into fragments that shot out all over the sky. Boom! The unparalleled fist aura instantly collided with the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams suddenly trembled violently, and 8 kinds of dazzling light burst out. The power of the 8 symbols of heaven and earth surged violently. The 8 trigrams seemed to be connected to a world of 8 symbols, and it actually swallowed the unparalleled fist force. However, the fist force of Gu Fei was really too strong, and 7 of the 8 trigrams had successively collapsed, and only the Sun trigram was still in operation. The 8 trigrams had collapsed, and Li Lingfeng's face instantly turned deathly pale. Seeing that Gu Fei was about to launch a second punch, he hurriedly formed a seal with his hand, and recalled the Sun trigram that represented the power of the wind. Then, his body and the trigram merged, and he turned into a gust of strong wind that flew out of the bamboo forest. The purple gold trigram was immediately put into the magic treasure pouch at his waist. I haven't had enough fun yet, where are you going? Gu Fei shouted, and his right foot pushed off the ground. Pung! With a bang, the soil splashed, and the ground under his foot immediately burst open. But he had already used the force to support himself, and turned into a golden lightning, chasing after the gust of strong wind that Li Lingfeng had turned into. This guy Gu Fei is really abnormal, and his strength seems to have increased a lot. Li Lingfeng was secretly shocked. Under Gu Fei's punch, he had almost triggered the internal injuries he had suffered yesterday, so how could Li Lingfeng still dare to continue fighting with Gu Fei? If he was at his peak, Li Lingfeng was not afraid of Gu Fei, but now he was not as good as Gu Fei because Gu Fei was at his peak and he, Li Lingfeng, could not display his peak strength. His body and the Sun trigram merged, and Li Lingfeng seemed to have turned into a gust of wind. His speed was unparalleled, and in the blink of an eye, he had rushed out of the bamboo forest. Gu Fei, pass on the order of the head teacher. In 3 days in the morning, the top 10 experts will gather at the Supreme Mystery Hall, and you must not be absent. Li Lingfeng did not stop at all, and instantly went far away. His voice came from afar, and it was abnormally clear. Whoosh! Outside the bamboo forest, a golden figure rushed out of the bamboo forest like a bolt of lightning. His extremely fast-moving body brought with it a strong gust of wind, and the bamboo leaves on the ground were suddenly blown into the air by the gust of wind, dancing in the air. Gu Fei's body seemed to be wearing a golden armor, and the metal energy was like a golden flame that steamed around his body. He stood outside the forest, staring in the direction that Li Lingfeng disappeared in, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. This Li Lingfeng's speed. Gu Fei clenched his fists, and an evil smile suddenly appeared on his face. Interesting, he actually used only 1 night to repair that magic treasure. This opponent is not bad. This time Gu Fei was wrong. The purple gold 8 trigram was not repaired by Li Lingfeng, but Gu Fei, even if he broke his head, could not imagine that someone had repaired the magic treasure for Li Lingfeng. Gather at the Supreme Mystery Hall? Just what is it for? Gu Fei was a little confused. The golden light that pulsed around his body had gradually weakened, and finally disappeared into his body, leaving only traces of a golden luster flowing on his skin. The power of the metal element was invincible. Compared to the other 4 elements, its attack power was the fiercest and fiercest. Using it to fight with others, it was truly indomitable. In a battle, momentum was very important. A strong momentum could make the opponent's heart palpitate, make the opponent lose their mind, and gain the upper hand even before the battle began. Let's talk about it in 3 days. Gu Fei muttered to himself for a moment, then turned around and walked into the bamboo forest. However, he did not dare to ignore Li Lingfeng's words, because he had come to pass on a message from the head teacher, Taoist Xiantian. Gu Fei was not so arrogant that he could ignore the words of the Supreme Mystery Sect's sect leader, Taoist Xiantian. 3 days later, Gu Fei returned to the cave, changed into a set of clean clothes, and sat on the praying mat. He had a vague feeling that something would happen in 3 days. He suddenly took out a small box from his body, looked at it and then sighed. He opened the small box, and a burst of fragrance immediately rushed into his nose. A vermilion red pill was quietly lying in the box. Chapter 69. For the past 2 days, the surroundings of the Green Spirit Peak had been very peaceful. Other than Li Lingfeng, who had come to the bamboo forest at the foot of the peak when he passed on the order of the sect leader, only Zhao Ziru, a disciple of the Purple Bamboo Peak, had come. However, in the abode of the Green Spirit Peak, the heavy stone door was tightly shut. Gu Fei seemed to be cultivating in seclusion. He was originally a cultivation madman among the younger generation of disciples of the Supreme Mystery Sect. He seemed to have no idea that Zhao Ziru had come here. Time passed in cultivation. Very quickly it was the 3rd day. On the morning of the 3rd day, when the eastern sky began to reveal a trace of light, the door of the abode of the Green Spirit Peak opened. Gu Fei slowly walked out from inside. He was dressed in white, and his long hair was simply tied behind his head with a ribbon. His face was not very handsome, but it was well defined and revealed a resolute aura. He looked up at the sky and then walked down the mountain. A faint mist lingered in the mountains. On the small path, there were still sparkling dewdrops hanging on the leaves on both sides. As Gu Fei walked on the mountain path, waves of cool air hit him in the face. The fragrance of the plants rushed into his nose, making him feel refreshed. After half an hour, a white figure arrived at the Purple Bamboo Peak. At this time the eastern sky began to brighten, and the darkness that shrouded the world began to be dispelled by the light. In a small valley with beautiful scenery and blooming flowers, there was a small house made of purple bamboo. The reason why the Purple Bamboo Peak was called Purple Bamboo Peak was because of the purple bamboo that grew on the peak. This kind of purple bamboo was not something rare, but it was very hard. It was difficult to cut this kind of bamboo in the slightest with ordinary knives and swords. Most of the disciples of the Purple Bamboo Peak liked to use this kind of bamboo to build their training grounds because this kind of bamboo was very strong. Gu Fei silently walked into the small valley, and came to the front of the small house made of purple bamboo. He could clearly sense that there was a rhythmic wave of magic power coming from the small house of purple bamboo. That person was cultivating inside but did not seem to notice his arrival. Gu Fei stood outside the door for a long time until the sun rose above the mountains in the east, like a red disk hanging on the horizon. Gu Fei looked up at the sky and knew he couldn't wait any longer. He took out a small box from his bosom and gently placed it on the ground in front of the door. He didn't want to disturb the person cultivating in the hut, so he placed the small box in front of the door and left. Just as Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the entrance of the valley, a green figure silently appeared in front of the small house. The appearance of this person was like a gust of wind, without a trace. This was a middle-aged woman wearing a green robe. Her eyebrows were like the mountains in the distance, and her face was like a lotus flower. When she was young, she was definitely a devastatingly beautiful woman. This person was Zhao Ziru's master, Yan Hengyun. She looked in the direction that Gu Fei had disappeared, then looked at the small box on the ground in front of the hut. The expression on her face became a little strange. Then Yan Hengyun's figure flashed and disappeared in front of the small house, as if he had never been there in the first place. Inside the Supreme Mystery Hall, Taoist Xiantian and the 7 peak heads were all seated. There were also 9 youths standing in the hall. These 9 were the top 10 youths who had stood out during the 9 Peaks trials. Why isn't that Gu Fei here yet? Li Lingfeng couldn't help but look out of the hall. Seeing that it was getting late, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. As the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation under the sect leader's faction, Li Lingfeng had long since understood why the sect leader's grandmaster had summoned the top 10 young disciples in the 9 Peaks trials. The trial of the ruined sky, which only happened once every 260 years, should be held by the top 10 disciples of this year's 9 Peaks trials. According to some of the martial uncles who had participated in the trial of the ruined sky, it was a place full of opportunities, but also full of danger. However, no one was willing to reveal what kind of place it was. They only knew that most of the people who had experienced the trial of the ruined sky had become experts in the world of cultivation. Rumor had it that even the sect master had participated in the trial of the ruined sky. What's wrong with that Gu Fei? Could it be that he dares to ignore the sect master's order? Just as Li Lingfeng and the others were getting impatient, a white shadow flashed at the entrance of the hall, and a person walked in from outside. The 9 youths standing respectfully in the hall looked up. If the person wasn't the successor of the Green Spirit Peak, Gu Fei, then who else could it be? Greetings, sect master, greetings, first seats. Gu Fei quickly walked forward and bowed respectfully to Daoist Xiantian, who was sitting on the throne, and then to the 7 peak heads on either side of him. Daoist Xiantian nodded, and the 7 peak heads only glanced at Gu Fei indifferently without saying anything. Since everyone is here, I won't say anything more. Here are 10 jade slips. Take them and you'll know why I've summoned you here. As Daoist Xiantian spoke, he waved his sleeve, and 10 rays of white light flew out of it and floated in front of Gu Fei and the others. Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng, Ziyu, and the others hurriedly caught the jade slip that flew in front of them, and then probed it with their divine senses. In the next moment, the expressions of the 10 top young experts became extremely interesting. Shock, stupefaction, ecstasy, bewilderment. All kinds of expressions flashed across their faces like a lantern. Ruined sky realm, 9-colored grass? When Gu Fei probed the jade slip with his divine sense, he was first shocked by the contents of the jade slip, and then he frowned. There was actually not much content in the jade slip. It only contained a map, the appearance of a kind of spiritual essence of heaven and earth, and a description of the expedition down the mountain. It turned out that there was a mysterious place in the 10,000 mountains of the Tunglong continent called the Ruined Sky Realm. This mysterious place was discovered by the founding masters of the 3 great Taoist sects together, and it opened every 120 years, or 260 years. The 3 great Taoist sects had agreed that each sect could only send 10 disciples into the Ruined Sky Realm to train for 10 days each time it opened. If they did not come out of the Ruined Sky Realm within 10 days, one of the portals into the Ruined Sky Realm would close, and it would open again after 260 years. In other words, if they could not come out of the Ruined Sky Realm on time, there was no need for them to come out. Over the past thousands of years, the 3 great Taoist sects had opened the Ruined Heaven Realm at least dozens of times. During these times, it was inevitable that some disciples failed to get out of the Ruined Heaven Realm before it was closed. However, none of these disciples who were trapped in the Ruined Heaven Realm were still alive when the Ruined Heaven Realm was opened again after 260 years. At this time, a middle-aged Taoist with black hair and a long beard walked out from the back hall. He was dressed in a green robe, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. This is your uncle Master Dan Chenzi. He will be leading the expedition this time. You must all listen to Dan Chenzi's instructions, understand? Taoist Xiantian said indifferently. Yes, sect leader. Everyone responded in unison. Well, there's no time to lose. Go back to your respective residences immediately and pack up what you need. We will gather in the square in an hour, Taoist Xiantian said to Li Lingfeng and the others with a wave of his sleeve. Gu Fei was stunned when he heard this. He had never imagined that he would be leaving Taishan Mountain so soon. Before this, he had never thought about leaving the mountain. The outside world only remained in his memory when he was 8 years old, and these memories were already very vague. Chapter 70. Everyone returned to their respective residences, packed their things, and returned to the Supreme Mystery Hall. When everyone had arrived, Taoist Xiantian and the heads of the 7 branches walked out of the hall. Following behind Daoist Xintian and the 7 branch heads was Dan Chunzi, the leader of the team. He was a terrifying expert who was only one step away from breaking through to the void-controlling realm. This was enough to show how much importance the upper echelons of the Supreme Mystery Sect placed on this trip to the ruined sky realm. Even in the entire Supreme Mystery Sect, there were not many cultivators at the 9th level of the Ascended Realm. When Gu Fei and the others saw Daoist Xintian, they hurriedly bowed. Daoist Xintian only nodded slightly, then waved his sleeve, and a scroll shrouded in golden light flew out. As soon as the scroll left his sleeve, it instantly unfurled and rapidly expanded into a huge scroll that was 6 feet wide and 4 feet long. It seemed both real and illusory as it floated in the air. A Dao Technique scroll? Gu Fei and Ziyu looked at each other. Of course they knew what it was. The mysterious expert who tried to kill Gu Fei at the foot of Green Spirit Peak had used a Dao Technique scroll to escape. This kind of scroll that had the power of a Dao Technique sealed on it was even more precious than a Dao Talisman that had the power of a Dao Technique sealed on it, and the power of the Dao Technique it released was even more powerful. Even in a large Dao sect like the Shangqing sect, not many people were willing to spend a lot of effort to refine a Dao Technique scroll, because it was too time-consuming and laborious. Therefore, Dao Technique scrolls were rare in the world of cultivation. The middle-aged Taoist Dan Chunzi leaped up and landed lightly on the huge Dao Technique scroll. Then Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng, Dongfang Chan, Ziyu, and the others leaped onto the scroll one after another. The gigantic Taoist Technique scroll became illusory, as if it had already transformed into nothingness. However, when Gu Qing leaped onto it, he discovered that there was a gentle force supporting him from beneath his feet. It actually made him feel as if he was standing on the ground, very stable. On the scroll, Dan Chunzi and the disciples bid farewell to Daoist Xintian and the 7 peak heads. Dan Chunzi formed a seal, and the huge scroll immediately carried everyone into the sky. It turned into a golden cloud and quickly flew south. The southern wasteland 100,000 Great Mountains was located in the southern part of the Tunglong continent. It was a boundless and desolate land. It was thousands of miles away from the Supreme Mystery Sect in the Qi Kingdom, and was no longer within the borders of the Qi Kingdom. Originally, the Taishan sect had planned to open its doors to recruit disciples from the secular world after the 9 Peaks trials. However, since the trip to the Void Sky, which was held once every 2 60-year cycles, would determine whether Daoist Xintian and the 7 chiefs would be able to break through to the demigod realm, the recruitment of disciples that happened once every 10 years was temporarily postponed. However, it seemed that the outside world had not received the news yet. Thus, people from all over the Qi Kingdom, and even the entire Central Plains, the royal family, the wealthy merchants, and even the common people were all escorting children of the right age to Taishan Mountain. In the eyes of the common people, if their children had a chance to enter the Celestial Gate and learn the way, it would be a matter of supreme glory. Thus, every time it was the day that the 3 great path schools recruited disciples, there would be a sea of people outside the stations of the 3 great path schools. All kinds of people from all over the continent would gather together, and it was extremely lively. "Grandpa, how far is it?" On a mountain road leading to Taishan Mountain, a young and crisp voice came from a black carriage coming from the other end of the mountain road. The fog on the mountain road had not dissipated, and there was still a lit lantern hanging in front of the carriage. Even though the sun was already high in the sky, the fog in the mountains had not completely dissipated. A white-haired old man in a cotton robe was driving the carriage, holding a horsewhip in one hand. The mountain road was steep, and the carriage did not go very fast. Soon, the old man replied to the child in the carriage while concentrating on driving the carriage. Walking in the mountains, especially driving a carriage, was not an easy task. If one was not careful, they might hit a big tree or hit a rock on the mountain road. The carriage would overturn and roll into a deep valley or down a cliff, and there would be no hope of recovery. The carriage was passing through a dense forest. The forest was dark and they could just barely see the road. The old man was very focused, and soon, the carriage passed through the dense forest and came out of the forest. The sun was a bit dazzling. The old man stopped the carriage by the side of the road and blew out the lantern hanging in front of the carriage. "Grandpa, why did you stop?" The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a child with red lips and white teeth, who looked like a porcelain doll, poked his head out and asked, "Haha, young master, Let's rest here for a while and eat something before we continue on our way," the old man said with a smile, and then jumped out of the carriage. He untied a linen bag tied to the horse's back and took out some dry food from it. "Hey, Grandpa, look, what's that?" Suddenly, the child looked up at the sky in surprise, and his little finger pointed to the southern sky as he shouted to the old man. The white-haired old man quickly looked in the direction that the child was pointing and saw a golden cloud rushing out of the mountains, flying quickly toward the south. The golden cloud moved very quickly, and after a while it disappeared into the southern sky. "That is." The old man's face was full of surprise. He seemed to think of something and could not speak for a long time. He stared blankly in the direction that the golden cloud disappeared. "Grandpa, what is that? Could it be that the immortals who ride on the clouds in the mountains have come out of the mountains?" The child was excited, and his little face was flushed, which made him look very cute. "Yes, the immortals who ride on the clouds and ride on the mist," the old man murmured to himself, but no one knew what he was thinking. He was already a person who was about to be buried in the soil. The immortal path? He had no fate with it in this life, but he hoped that it would be in the next life. The golden cloud that the old man and the child saw was the giant path technique scroll that Dan Chunzi had used to carry Gu Fei and the others south. They were flying in the mountains, but they did not hide their whereabouts, because this was still the territory of the Taishan sect. It seemed that other than the great demons, no one would dare to come here and cause trouble. There were not many great demons like the demon lord of 6 paths in the entire cultivation world of the Tung Long continent. Otherwise, the whole world would be plunged into an abyss of misery. High up in the sky, Dan Chenzi controlled the path technique scroll and flew between the sky and the earth. The wind was biting cold, and it was like the edge of a knife tearing through the outside of the scroll, making an extremely sharp sound that made people's hearts palpitate. Flying in the wind was not an easy task. For example, the Taoist art scroll emitted a power that protected everyone within it. The astral winds outside were enough to tear them to pieces. It was no wonder that only great cultivators in the Imperial Void Realm could soar between the sky and the earth and ignore the wind of the 9 heavens. If it were not for the path technique scroll, even Dan Chenzi would not have been able to withstand the endless attack of the wind. Gu Fei looked down from the scroll and saw that the mountains were moving backward rapidly. Soon, he saw that there were more and more people below, and some cities and towns began to appear. The kingdom of Qi had a territory of tens of thousands of miles. It was a superpower that occupied a territory of tens of thousands of miles to the east of the Central Plains. The Tung Long continent was vast and boundless, and the Central Plains was the most fertile land in the entire continent. There were also 2 empires that occupied a territory of tens of thousands of miles, one in the south and one in the west of the Central Plains. The 10,000 mountains of the southern wasteland bordered the kingdom of Yan. The southern wasteland was a unique place. Although it belonged to the southern Yan, and the kingdom of Yan had established it as the southern wasteland prefecture, the prefecture of the southern wasteland was subordinate to the kingdom of Yan. However, the prefecture of the southern wasteland was far away from the emperor of Yan, and they did not really listen to the orders of the emperor of Yan. It was like a country of its own. The first destination of Gu Fei, and the others in the southern wasteland, was the Dragon Emperor city of the southern wasteland. The people of the 3 great Taoist sects met up in the Dragon Emperor city, and then entered the 10,000 mountains together. The flying speed of the Taoist technique scroll was undoubtedly extremely fast. By noon, the huge golden scroll had already carried Gu Fei and the others out of the territory of the kingdom of Qi, and into the territory of the kingdom of Yan. According to Dan Chenzi, they would be able to reach the Dragon Emperor city of the southern wasteland by nightfall. It was a distance of tens of thousands of miles, and they could reach it in one day. The flying speed of the Taoist technique scroll was really shocking. The Taoist technique scroll under their feet should be incomparably precious. However, just as Dan Chenzi was controlling the scroll to carry them past a deep mountain range, a figure wearing a black robe and surrounded by black qi appeared on the peak of a mountain. It was a pale-faced, crimson-haired young man. His crimson-haired hair casually draped over his shoulders like a waterfall, and his body was surging with endless demonic qi. That was the demonic qi that even mortals were afraid of. The crimson-haired young man suddenly raised his head and looked at the golden cloud that was quickly passing by above his head. A trace of an evil smile appeared on his face, and then he grabbed towards the golden cloud in the sky with his right hand. Although it seemed like a casual grab, it shook the heavens and the earth, and the wind and clouds changed color because of it. Surging demonic chi surged out of his hand, and in an instant, it covered the heavens and the earth and covered half of the sky. The heavens and the earth immediately darkened. The surging demonic chi formed a huge demonic hand, and from below, it grabbed towards the golden cloud in the sky. This scene was shocking. The demonic hand shattered the cloud in the sky, and covered the heavens and the earth. Before it could grab the cloud, it had already violently shook, as if it was about to disperse. The people on the cloud were greatly shocked. The boundless demonic chi made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and even their souls were about to leave their bodies. Roar! Dan Chenzi did not panic in the face of danger. With an angry roar, an unparalleled magical power surged out of his body. Then the golden cloud that was formed by the Taoist technique scroll suddenly increased in speed. It seemed to have turned into a flickering shadow, and in an instant, it had rushed forward hundreds of feet. The gigantic demonic claw that was as large as a mountain grabbed thin air. Huh! On the mountain peak, the crimson-haired young man's eyes flashed with a strange look. He was a little surprised, as if he did not expect Dan Chenzi and the others to be able to dodge his claw. However, this crimson-haired young man was like a supreme demon. His primordial spirit was illusionary, and 1,000 miles were like a courtyard. His claw grabbed thin air, and with a flip of his palm, the gigantic demonic claw actually appeared above Dan Chenzi and the others in an instant, and directly slammed down towards them. Dan Chenzi's face immediately turned ashen, and his forehead was already dripping with sweat. This sudden attack from the demon was simply too powerful, and he could not contend against it. If he had escaped alone, he might have had a chance of survival, but Dan Chenzi did not dare to abandon Gu Fei, Li Lingfeng, and the others to escape alone. Chapter 71. Demon Lord of Six Paths, don't be so arrogant. Just as Gu Fei and the others were about to be hit by the demonic hand that was as large as a mountain, a loud roar suddenly came from the sky. The rolling sound waves shattered the clouds in the sky. Heaven and earth trembled, and the mountains trembled. In the blink of an eye, just as everyone despaired and thought that they were about to be shattered by the demonic hand, a streak of fiery light flew over from the east like a bolt of lightning. Next, it revolved around the gigantic demonic hand and forcefully shattered it. Demonic chi surged out and enveloped the sky, causing it to turn into night. At the same time, it also enveloped Dan Chenzi, Gu Fei, and the others below. The magic scrolls under everyone's feet were instantly surrounded by the exploding demonic chi. The impact of the demonic chi seemed to have stimulated the power of the magic scrolls. The magic scrolls suddenly burst out with dazzling golden light. Runes appeared and formed a rune light shield, protecting everyone inside. The golden cloud formed by the magic scrolls was like a lonely boat in a raging sea under Dan Chenzi's control. It shook violently, as if it could capsize at any time. On the peak of the mountain, the crimson-haired young man frowned, and he turned his head to look towards the eastern horizon. He saw a ball of fire flash in the horizon, and then it arrived before him in an instant. Its speed was so fast that it was truly shocking. Pung! Flames soared into the sky, as if the sun had suddenly fallen from the sky. A figure was wrapped in a ball of fire, and it quickly appeared in the sky in front of the red-haired young man. The terrifying heat wave burned the world, and the rolling demonic chi that covered half the sky was actually mostly dispersed by this pure yang power. In the flames, a Taoist wearing a feather robe and a star crown stood in the air. Streams of golden light surged out from the feather robe on his body and lingered around him. There seemed to be several golden three-legged birds flying around him. Taoist Chaoyang? When the red-haired young man saw this Taoist, he could not help but narrow his pitch-black eyes, which seemed to have no pupils. Rays of black light shot out from the gaps of his eyes. The person who came was the head of the Supreme Mystery Sect's Shaoyang Peak, Taoist Master Chaoyang. It turned out that Taoist Xintian and the other upper echelons of the Supreme Mystery Sect were still worried and had sent Taoist Master Chaoyang to follow Dan Chenzi, Gu Fei, and the others from afar to secretly protect them. As expected, Dan Chenzi and his party were intercepted by the Devil Monarch of Six Paths deep in the mountains and forests of the Yin Kingdom. Boom! Demon Monarch of Six Paths flew up into the sky, and the mountain under his feet was crushed by him. Rocks flew everywhere, and dust rose high into the sky. Nobody can save the people I want to kill. His arrogant words echoed in the mountains. The Devil Monarch of Six Paths punched out, and the surging devil chi turned into a devil dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The devil chi rushed forward and pounced on the golden cloud that was trapped in the devil chi. Damn it! When Daoist Chaoyang saw this, he could not help but be furious. He shook his robe, and 9 balls of fire immediately rushed out of it, setting off a monstrous fire that rushed toward the Devil Monarch of Six Paths. At the same time, in front of Daoist Chaoyang, the pure yang fire condensed into a 3-legged golden crow, which flew toward the devil dragon that the Devil Monarch of Six Paths had thrown out. Daoist Chaoyang's feather robe was embroidered with 9 golden crows. The golden brilliance of the pure yang fire surged like a tide, and streams of light were continuously extracted from the golden feather robe. The 9 golden crows seemed to come to life, as if they were about to rush out of the feather robe. 9 huge balls of fire, which were like suns, suddenly exploded around the Devil Monarch of Six Paths. The pure yang fire burned everything, and the terrifying heat caused the void to distort. Visible ripples spread out, and even the Devil Monarch of Six Paths had to retreat. Whoosh! The demonic monarch of Six Paths rushed out of the sea of fire created by the 9 pure yang flames as if he had teleported. The dense demonic aura around him was dispersed, revealing the illusory figure inside. At this time, the devil dragon that the Devil Monarch of Six Paths had unleashed reached Dan Chenzi, Gu Fei, and the others who were trapped in the devil chi. Daoist Chaoyang and the pure yang fire's giant golden crow caught up with the devil dragon. The devil dragon and the golden crow immediately tangled with each other, and they cancelled each other out. The energy storm that erupted swept out, and the golden cloud that the Devil Monarch of Six Paths had turned into was directly blown away. The people standing on the golden cloud that the Devil Monarch of Six Paths had turned into became unsteady, and they staggered and stumbled. It was a mess. Everyone was horrified. Even Dan Chenzi, who was at the 9th heaven of the ascended mortality realm, had a deathly pale face. He stood firmly on the golden cloud, and his hands formed a Tao formula to control the Devil Monarch of Six Paths. No one knew how far they had been blown away by the energy storm, but they could only hear the deafening roars of the Devil Monarch of Six Paths. On the golden cloud that the Devil Monarch of Six Paths had turned into, besides Dan Chenzi, the 2 people with the highest cultivation were Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng. However, at this time, the golden cloud that the Devil Monarch of Six Paths had turned into was simply trapped in the storm. The sky and earth were spinning, and it was shaking up and down. Apart from Dan Chenzi, no one could stand steadily. All of them rolled on the ground in a sorry state. After tumbling and flying for a while, Gu Fei suddenly felt a violent tremor. Then, golden light flashed before his eyes, and he fell down involuntarily. Kacha, he seemed to have fallen into a forest. His body bumped into many things, and he smashed many trees and branches. Be careful, it's a forest below. Dan Chenzi's voice sounded in Gu Fei's ears. Then he heard Dan Chenzi's angry roar, and a vast wave of magic power spread out. Dan Chenzi seemed to be fighting with someone. Pung! After passing through a layer of branches, Gu Fei smashed into the ground, and a rotten smell of dead branches and leaves immediately drilled into his nose. It was soft, and under his body was a thick layer of dead branches and leaves. The dead leaves and branches that had accumulated over the years had actually turned into a layer of soft mud that was several feet thick. When Gu Fei smashed into it, his body did not suffer any impact, and of course he was not injured. As soon as Gu Fei's back hit the ground, he immediately jumped up and half-squatted on the ground. His eyes were as sharp as the edge of a knife, and he quickly scanned his surroundings. He saw that he was surrounded by trees that were more than 10 meters tall, with lush branches and leaves. The sunlight only shone through the gaps in the canopy, and it was mottled and dim. Soon Gu Fei found traces of the others. Li Lingfeng, Ziyu Dongfang Chan, and the other 8 people had also landed in this forest. Gu Fei identified the position of the others. They were not far away from him, and he could even see a fellow disciple in white standing on the ground not far away from him. Obviously, the big shock just now was caused by the golden cloud formed by the Taoist technique scroll hitting something, or receiving some kind of attack which caused everyone to fall from the golden cloud. In the distant sky, two monstrous auras emitted endless power. They were two powerful auras that could change the color of the heaven and earth. Demon Monarch of Six Paths and Taoist Chaoyang were fighting, and earth-shaking explosions could be heard from time to time. Gu Fei could even feel the ground shaking when the explosions came. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion came from outside the forest. A part of the forest was completely destroyed, and the trees were all turned into pieces. Two figures were moving quickly, and they struck out with terrifying power. The forest was destroyed one after another. In front of these two people, everything seemed so fragile. Dan Shenzi was fighting with someone, and the vibration caused by the battle immediately attracted Gu Fei's attention. At this moment, a few exclamations came from the forest. It seemed that the other people scattered in the forest were also attacked. Just as Gu Fei was feeling bewildered, a pile of withered leaves in front of him suddenly exploded with a pung. Among the withered leaves that filled the sky, a ghost-like black shadow rushed toward him like lightning, and a cold light was aimed at his throat. It was so sudden that Gu Fei didn't have time to react. The cold light had already left an extremely faint shadow in the air and shot toward Gu Fei's throat. Chapter 72. At this critical moment of life and death, Gu Fei's thoughts could no longer keep up with the changes in the situation. However, as a martial artist, his muscles, bones, and flesh had been tempered to the point that they were transparent from the inside out. He could control every inch of his muscles and bones as he pleased. At the moment when the cold light that was cutting towards his throat stimulated the skin on his neck, Gu Fei instinctively and subconsciously transferred the qi of the divine armament that he had refined into his blood and qi through the weapon refining technique to his neck. In an instant, his entire neck turned purplish gold. Strands of divine armament qi that were as thin as hair densely covered the skin of his neck. Clang! A crisp sound of metal rubbing against each other rang out. Gu Fei only felt a chill on his neck. Then he felt an extremely sharp weapon ruthlessly cut him. There was a burning pain where he was hit. In the dark forest, sparks flew. In the nick of time, Gu Fei had managed to avoid the fatal danger of having his throat slit. In an instant, his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. His heart in his chest was pounding as if it was about to jump out of his throat. Between life and death, this was a real life and death situation. The god of death had brushed past Gu Fei. At the critical moment, he had avoided the tragic fate of having his throat cut. The person who had suddenly rushed out from the withered branches and withered leaves and launched a fatal attack at Gu Fei was obviously shocked. He could not believe that his sure-kill attack had not even scratched the skin of his opponent. At such a close distance with such a swift and violent attack, even a young expert like Gu Fei would find it difficult to dodge. If it was an ordinary person, their head would have been separated from their body. However, the scene of blood splattering that person had expected did not appear. This person was obviously an expert assassin. Since his attack had failed, he wanted to escape. Unfortunately, Gu Fei would not let this guy who had almost taken his life escape so easily. Humph! Gu Fei's eyes were like cold stars, and his gaze was as sharp as the edge of a blade. There was an infinite killing intent in his eyes. He was truly enraged, and all the yuan qi in his body instantly erupted. Rays of qi shot out from his pores like countless needles. It was as if he had turned into a hedgehog with spikes all over his body. Not a single feather could be added to his body, and not a single insect could land on it. His long hair fluttered in the wind due to the yuan qi fluctuations emitted from his body. Like a fierce beast that had been awakened from its slumber, Gu Fei's 5 fingers were like steel hooks. Swish! His 5 fingers tore through the air and made a sound like ripping cloth. He grabbed the man's right wrist with lightning speed. That person turned pale with fright. With a twist of his wrist, the cold light in his hand sliced towards Gu Fei's arm. His quick reaction showed that this person was definitely an experienced assassin. In the face of danger, he did not panic. However, this person was clearly a demonic cultivator. The demonic qi emitted from his body clearly indicated his identity. A demonic cultivator's forte was not close combat. Although this person was proficient in the art of assassination, close combat did not seem to be his forte. After his attack was ineffective, this person wanted to increase the distance between him and Gu Fei. Unfortunately, he could not do as he wished. Just as Gu Fei grabbed the demonic cultivator's wrist, the sharp metal chi in his palm was suddenly released and surged into that person's arm. Crack, crack, crack. A series of bone-chilling sounds of bones and tendons shattering immediately came from the demonic cultivator's right arm. His entire right arm, tendons, bones, and flesh, was completely shattered by the violent metal chi that surged into it from Gu Fei. It became a pile of meat paste. Roar! The demonic cultivator roared and struggled with all his might. He endured the immense pain and forcibly broke his right arm, then rushed forward. His entire right arm was severed at the base. A mist of blood erupted, and the pungent smell of blood immediately filled the air. This demonic cultivator was truly ruthless. He actually cut off an arm in a heroic manner. However, even so, Gu Fei, who had gotten close to Lin Yun, wasn't easily shaken off. Trying to escape? Gu Fei sneered. A violent killing intent surged from his body. He grabbed the severed arm in his hand, which could no longer be distinguished from bone or flesh, and smashed it towards the demonic cultivator who was rushing forward with all his might. At the same time he took a step forward. The ancient battle technique, 8 desolation steps, displayed its terrifying speed. Gu Fei left an afterimage where he stood, but his real body was already chasing after the demonic cultivator like the wind and lightning. When the demonic cultivator heard the strange sound behind him, he felt a strong gust of wind rushing towards his back. He hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! An object brushed past his body and smashed into a large tree in front of him, directly splitting the tree in two. The upper half of the tree fell down, and the forest was immediately filled with dust. You can go die now. A bone-chilling and suffocating voice sounded in the ears of this demonic cultivator. Then a fist shrouded in golden light smashed towards his chest. It was a simple and direct punch, but it contained such great power that it made it impossible for him to dodge. Just as the unstoppable golden fist was about to smash into the demonic cultivator, a huge wave of magic power surged from the demonic cultivator's body. With a pung! His entire body turned into a cloud of black chi and quickly rushed out of the forest. The heavenly demon body transformation technique? In the end, Gu Fei's punch was still a split second too slow. It was as if the punch had hit empty air, unable to exert any force. However, all of his power was gathered in his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones, so he could withdraw it at will. There was not the slightest bit of delay in his punch, so he withdrew it without any hesitation. Then he pressed his palm towards the cloud of black chi. The force of his palm enveloped the sky and immediately blasted the demonic cultivator out of the surging black chi. The demonic cultivator seemed to have suffered a great impact. He staggered a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood, almost falling to the ground. You want to use your broken arm to activate a demonic escape technique and escape? You're delusional. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly appeared behind the demonic cultivator. He opened his right hand and with a crack, his fingers directly pierced into the demonic cultivator's head. The force of Gu Fei's 5 fingers directly penetrated into the demonic cultivator's Naiwan palace and destroyed his origin spirit. The demonic cultivator's eyes rolled back, and he died instantly. With Gu Fei's current cultivation level, he could be said to be undefeatable in the awakening self realm. It was difficult for him to meet an opponent of the same level. This demonic cultivator was only at the 7th or 8th ascending heavens realm. How could he be a match for Gu Fei? Only cultivators at the transcending mortality realm could threaten Gu Fei in a head-on battle. This demonic cultivator had actually made Gu Fei his target. He was truly unlucky. In just a short moment he was killed by Gu Fei with lightning speed. There were all kinds of extremely cruel and horrifying secret techniques in the demonic path. Even if the physical body was destroyed, as long as the origin spirit did not dissipate, there might still be a glimmer of hope to avoid death. However, if the origin spirit was destroyed, the trace of life would return to the reincarnation cycle of heaven and earth. Even a powerful cultivator would not be able to save it. Pung! With a bang, the demonic cultivator's corpse fell heavily onto the withered leaves like a broken sack. His body was still twitching slightly. Gu Fei's 5 fingers, which had pierced through the demonic cultivator's skull, seemed to be covered in a layer of colorful light. There was not a single trace of blood on them. After killing this demonic cultivator, Gu Fei scanned his surroundings. Outside the forest, There would occasionally be bursts of strong light. Dan Chunzi and the demonic cultivator were still fighting. A heart-palpitating wave of demonic chi came from outside. The demonic cultivator's strength did not seem to be much weaker than Dan Chunzi, who was at the transcending mortality realm. At this moment, Gu Fei had already understood that the people of the Devil Dao had clearly calculated the place that they would definitely pass through, and had set up an ambush here in advance to ambush them. This is the wave emitted by Li Lingfeng's eightfold divine art. He's also fighting? Gu Fei suddenly looked to the left. He could vaguely see light flashing in the forest ahead. There was a blood-red light that exuded a terrifying evil wave. It swept up and down, and everywhere it passed, there seemed to be nothing that could stop it. Trees fell, and the trees that were swept by the blood-red light all withered, as if their life essence had been sucked out in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. Haha, Li Lingfeng, I heard people say that you are the #1 cultivator in the younger generation of the Taishan sect. It seems to be an exaggeration. Wanton laughter came from ahead. From the words, it was not difficult to imagine that the person was showing off his arrogance and seemed to have the upper hand. The blood-melting demonic blade. Is that demonic weapon in your hand? Li Lingfeng's words were a little flustered. It seemed that the blood-red light had a great background, making it difficult for him to remain calm. However, the eightfold divine art launched by Li Lingfeng's primordial 8 trigrams was also marvelous. Although the power of the blood-red blade was amazing, it could not do anything to him for a while. There were people fighting in all directions in the forest. Gu Fei sensed a few familiar waves of magical power. Ziyu Dongfang Chan and the others had already fought with the demonic cultivators. Compared to the great battle that took place a few dozen miles away, the battle here could be considered as a small skirmish. Tens of miles away on top of a mountain range, a devilish aura as black as ink blotted out the sky, emitting an extremely evil aura that struck fear into all living beings. Within a radius of 100 miles, all the animals that sensed this devilish aura frantically fled for their lives from the mountain range as if they had gone mad. Such a terrifying demonic chi covered half the sky. On the other side of the sky, raging flames burned the sky. In the sea of fire, there was a great righteousness that was the complete opposite of the demonic aura. In the demonic clouds there seemed to be demonic dragons rolling, and in the sea of fire, there were faint 3-legged giant birds flying. The battle between the demon lord of 6 paths and Taoist Zhaoyang had reached a white-hot stage. Below the demonic clouds and raging flames, the mountains were shattered, and the earth was cracked. The terrifying cracks were like bottomless abysses. All of this was caused by the two of them. Chapter 73. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted, and the mountains shook violently as if doomsday had arrived. Several mountains below immediately collapsed, and rubble flew into the sky. It was an extremely powerful scene. The two great experts of the Imperial Void Realm, the righteous and evil, launched an intense battle. Devil Chi covered the sky and earth, surging and surging violently, covering a part of the sky and causing a part of the world to fall into darkness. However, in the next moment, countless flames emerged from within the demonic cloud. Pillars of fire broke through the surging demonic cloud and shot out, restoring light to the world. Two figures moved quickly in the sky, unleashing powerful divine abilities that were powerful enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Taoist Chaoyang wore the most precious treasure of the Shaoyang Peak, the 9 suns' brilliant sky golden crow sky incinerating robe. 9 balls of fire surrounded him like scorching suns, sweeping away the heavy demonic chi. He fought with the great demon monarch of 6 paths. The aura emitted by the two experts was like a mountain, causing people to have the urge to look up. Even Gu Fei, who was dozens of miles away from the battlefield, could sense the powerful aura of the two peerless experts. He could not help but feel a trace of fear in his heart. He felt that he was as small as an ant in front of them. Fortunately, Taoist Chaoyang and the demon monarch of 6 paths had misgivings. They intentionally avoided Gu Fei and the others, and the battlefield quickly moved far away. Even so, the shocking aura emitted by the two peerless experts caused the battle in this part of the forest to temporarily stop. Everyone was shocked and inconsolable. However, as Taoist Chaoyang and the demon monarch of 6 paths left, the righteous and evil realms in the forest immediately recovered from the shock and continued to fight. In the dark forest, when Gu Fei was about to go and help his fellow disciples, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him like a phantom, blocking his way. It was a middle-aged man. He wore a black robe, and his temples were a little white. He was tall and slender, and his eyes were deep and sharp. The appearance of this middle-aged man caused Gu Fei to feel a sense of threat. He could sense a dangerous aura from this person. This person was like an unsheathed divine weapon, giving off a cold feeling of being forced by the edge of a blade. The moment this middle-aged man appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted in an instant. The undisguised murderous aura on his body caused Gu Fei to feel as if he had fallen into icy water, his entire body turning cold. You actually killed him? The middle-aged man glanced at the corpse of the demonic cultivator that Gu Fei had killed, and his eyes were practically spitting fire. You killed my disciple, I want you dead. The middle-aged man was furious. He opened his mouth and a ray of light shot out from his mouth towards Gu Fei. Spewing sword flashes? A sword immortal art? When Gu Fei saw the middle-aged man in front of him spit out a chilling red light, he was startled. Without thinking, Gu Fei immediately used the 8 desolate steps and rapidly retreated like a phantom. This person was clearly a sword cultivator at the transcending mortality stage. It was difficult for him to contend against him. No wonder the person who attacked him just now also used an incomparably sharp sword light. It turned out that he was this middle-aged man's disciple. This kind of flying sword condensed from a sword immortal art was much more powerful than the ordinary magic treasures of martial cultivators. The sword immortal Dao was said to be able to break through all techniques with a sword in hand. It didn't matter if it was a magic treasure, as long as one slashed out with the sword, everything would be destroyed. It was truly domineering. Boom! 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 Gu Fei's figure moved quickly in the forest. However, the middle-aged man pointed at the fiery red sword light with one hand and chased after it. Wherever the sword light passed, trees were immediately chopped in half and fell to the ground with a loud noise. Countless withered branches and withered leaves were stirred up on the ground. How can there be such a sword expert in the demonic path? Why does this person's sword light look so familiar? The 8 desolate steps was indeed a top-notch movement technique. With Gu Fei's cultivation, although he only knew a little about it, he had already displayed the wonders of this combat technique. It allowed him to often avoid the sword light strangulation at the most critical moment. However, it also made Gu Fei break out in a cold sweat. You are the mysterious person who attacked me at the foot of Green Spirit Peak that night. Gu Fei exclaimed. He could already see that the sword light used by this middle-aged man was the same as the one used by the mysterious person who attacked him at the foot of Green Spirit Peak the night before the 9 Peaks trials. The sword light of the Li Fire Sword Chi was cold, but the sword chi it emitted was vast and mighty with a terrifying wave of heat. I didn't kill you that night. You won't be so lucky now. The middle-aged man's face was full of anger. His expression was ferocious, and there was actually a thick demonic aura on his face. He had actually entered the demonic path of the sword and cultivated a uniquely fire demonic sword. A crimson-red demonic sword light swept up and down, and Gu Fei could only retreat, unable to fight back at all. One chased while the other fled. The two of them were extremely fast. Soon, the two of them rushed into the depths of the forest, far away from the battlefield where everyone was. However, the strange situation on Gu Fei's side attracted the attention of Dan Chenzi, who was fighting with another demonic cultivator outside the forest. Although Dan Chenzi was fighting with someone else, his eyes and ears were alert in all directions, constantly paying attention to the movements in the forest. The demonic path's ambush this time seemed to be made up of outstanding figures of the younger generation. There were only 2 demonic cultivators in the transcending mortality stage. These demonic cultivators seemed to be training their troops, letting the outstanding figures of the younger generation fight endlessly with Gu Fei and the others, using this kind of life and death battle to temper the outstanding figures of the younger generation of demonic cultivators. Since ancient times, it had been an unchanging law that the righteous and evil could not coexist. When the righteous met the demonic cultivators, there was no need to say any unnecessary words, and they directly drew their swords against each other. Roar! Dan Chenzi shot out thousands of silk-like golden rays, forcing the demonic cultivator who was fighting against him to retreat. Then, He turned around and rushed into the forest, chasing in the direction in which Gu Fei had escaped. The people from the Heavenly Demon sect are really hateful. They actually sent 2 experts in the transcending mortality stage. That Gu Fei is definitely not a match for an expert in the transcending mortality stage. Dan Chenzi was a little anxious. If anything happened to Gu Fei, he, Dan Chenzi, would also be punished by the higher-ups of the sect. Each of the top 10 young experts had unlimited potential. If any one of them was killed, it would be a great loss for the Supreme Mystery Sect. Dan Chenzi, who was leading the team, would certainly not be able to escape the blame. Dan Chenzi, where do you think you are going? Your opponent is me. The demonic cultivator who was fighting endlessly with Dan Chenzi was a black-faced man with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He used a supreme demonic technique to shoot out layers of demonic light, scattering the thousands of golden rays. Then when he saw Dan Chenzi rush into the forest, he shouted loudly and immediately chased after him into the forest. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps with all his strength. Although the middle-aged man was in the transcending mortality stage, it was still difficult for him to catch up to Gu Fei, but Gu Fei also could not lose the middle-aged man. For extremely fast figures, one in front and one behind, ran through the forest. Soon they had chased each other for dozens of miles. After rushing out of the forest, Gu Fei could not help but be dumbfounded. In front of him was a bottomless abyss. There was no way forward, and there were pursuers behind him. Gu Fei had actually fallen into a desperate situation. Chapter 74. In the face of the middle-aged man who was approaching step by step, Gu Fei's muscles tensed up, and his body faintly emitted strange crackling sounds. It was the sound of yuan qi rapidly surging in his body, flowing through his bones and joints. The middle-aged man with a gloomy face seemed to have transformed into a divine sword that had been unsheathed. His whole body surged with a cold sword aura that made Gu Fei feel great danger. Gu Fei did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly spread the divine weapon qi of the short purple rod that had been smelted into his body all over his body. The silk-like divine weapon qi of the essence passed through his flesh and blood. His skin suddenly turned purplish gold, as if his body was cast from fine iron, giving people a feeling of unparalleled strength. Humph! Struggle on your deathbed, die. The middle-aged man smiled sinisterly, and then he formed a sword finger and pointed it at Gu Fei. The fiery red sword light that was circling and dancing around him suddenly shone brightly, and then emitted an unparalleled cold sword qi, shooting toward Gu Fei. This was a sword immortal flying sword. Not to mention flying to kill the enemy from 100 steps away. The flying swords released by some mighty figures could even take the head of a person from 1,000 miles away. Killing people was as easy as taking something out of one's pocket. Moreover, the flying swords used by those who cultivated the way of sword immortals were not ordinary objects. They were tangible objects that were condensed from the essence of the 5 metals, which were rare in the world. Those who cultivated the way of sword immortals only had their swords in their lives. They breathed and exhaled at the sword every day, using their own essence, qi, and spirit to communicate with the sword, tempering it to be full of spirituality, and its power was unfathomable. With the current strength of Gu Fei's body, even if he could withstand the ordinary magic treasures of cultivators, it would be difficult for him to withstand the sword immortal flying sword that was refined from the essence of the 5 metals. However, Gu Fei had the weapon refinement technique. He had smelted the short purple rod that had been passed down from his master into his body. After the divine weapon qi of the essence spread throughout his body, he could ignore the sharpness of the flying sword. Want to kill me? Not so easy. Gu Fei bellowed angrily and directly punched at the crimson sword light that was about to strangle him. The fist force was as fierce as a surging river. However, the middle-aged man's cultivation level was a full realm higher than Gu Fei's after all. Although the art of sword immortals was a branch of Taoism, it was a divine power with the greatest offensive strength. However, Gu Fei's surging fist force was directly split apart by the crimson sword light, and the sword light and the fist instantly collided. Boom! A strong light burst out from the point of impact, and Gu Fei felt an unstoppable force coming from the surface of his fist. Immediately, half of his body went numb, and he involuntarily took 4 or 5 steps back. Roar! Gu Fei let out a roar as his long hair danced in the wind. His eyes emitted a terrifying murderous glint. Pung! The ground under his feet was left with a large pit, and the soil shattered. He desperately tried to stop himself from retreating, but in the end, he did not take the sixth step, because there was already a bottomless abyss behind him. Once he took the sixth step, he would fall into the abyss. Good boy, what kind of divine power is this? The middle-aged man's gloomy face revealed traces of demonic chi. He was very surprised that this boy, whose cultivation level was only at the realm of awakening self, could directly use his flesh and blood to directly resist his flying sword. It was really unexpected. So this boy had this kind of divine power. No wonder last time in the Taishan sect, even when he tried to kill him, he could not kill him. The middle-aged man was shocked. This middle-aged man was a member of the demonic path, but the cultivation method he practiced was the orthodox way of the Sword Immortals. Last time at the Jade Spirit Peak of the Taishan sect, he wanted to kill Gu Fei and frame the Guangqing Celestial sect, thus provoking a dispute between the three great Taoist sects, so that the demonic path could benefit from it. Unfortunately, the upper echelons of the three great Taoist sects were not the kind of simple-minded people who only knew how to cultivate the way of the heavens. Although the Taishan sect was also secretly investigating the attack on Gu Fei, they did not find the Guangqing Celestial sect because of it. What kind of divine power is this? What does it have to do with you? Gu Fei was like a beast that had been forced into a dead end. He stared fiercely at the middle-aged man in front of him. At the same time, all the muscles and bones in his body trembled, and a huge amount of yuan qi suddenly burst out. The half of his body that had been paralyzed by the huge sword qi on the flying sword immediately recovered. That's true. Why talk so much to someone who is about to die? The middle-aged man said as he waved his hand. The fiery sword light immediately flew toward Gu Fei like a waterfall. The sword light covered all directions, making it impossible for Gu Fei to escape. The middle-aged man actually wanted to force Gu Fei to jump off the cliff. Zhao Xuanji, don't you dare! A loud shout suddenly rang out. Then, a vast wave of magic power rippled out from the forest behind him. Numerous golden threads shot out of the forest soundlessly like lightning bolts, flying towards the middle-aged man. Dan Chunzi. The middle-aged man was shocked. The sword light that had flown in front of Gu Fei was immediately called back by him, protecting him. Ding ding. Sparks flew everywhere. The middle-aged man used the sword light to protect himself, blocking the countless golden threads that were shooting toward him. The golden threads collided with the sword light, making a series of crisp sounds. The thousands of golden threads seemed endless, as if they had a mind of their own. They surrounded the middle-aged man and shot randomly. This sudden attack immediately caused the middle-aged man to be thrown into a fluster. The light of the sword was right in his face. Gu Fei had thought that he would not be able to escape death today, but things took a turn. Dan Shenzi, the uncle of the head of Taishan Peak, arrived in time, and Gu Fei was lucky enough to avoid being buried in the abyss. Gu Fei looked at the golden threads that were shooting out from the forest in front of him, and found that these golden threads were actually extremely sharp golden needles. Damn it! The middle-aged man roared furiously repeatedly. He was about to kill Gu Fei in an instant and take revenge for killing his disciple, yet Dan Shenzi had suddenly attacked and spoiled his plans, and it truly caused him to be indescribably shocked and furious. A strand of rage was stuck in his chest, and it simply caused him to have the impulse to go berserk. At this time there was a flash of shadows in the forest. Dan Shenzi had just arrived. All of you go to hell. The middle-aged man Zhao Xuanji was furious. His pale face was already so gloomy that it was about to drip water. After he let out an angry roar, the red sword light around him rushed into his body. He and the sword became one, and a towering sword chi broke out. The thousands of golden needles that surrounded him were all shaken away. There was only a light clang, like the cry of a dragon in the ninth heaven. In an instant, Zhao Xuanji turned into a shocking sword light, and the sword chi shot straight to the bull star, turning the world red. Demon sword 9 parts kill kill kill. Zhao Xuanji became one with his sword and let out a mad roar. An astonishing sword rainbow suddenly shot out. 9 beams of sword chi turned into 9 beams of scarlet sword light. The golden needles that filled the sky were immediately shattered by the 9 beams of sword light. The 9 red sword lights rushed out like 9 fire dragons. 8 of the sword lights quickly flew toward Dan Chunzi, who was rushing out of the forest, and one of the sword lights slashed toward Gu Fei. Oh no! Gu Fei was shocked. The red sword light was extremely fast, and in an instant there was no time for him to dodge. The cold sword chi had already caused a piercing pain on his skin, and a great sense of danger instantly enveloped him. At this moment all the hairs on his body stood on end. Pung! Gu Fei only had time to gather the essence of the divine weapon in his body to protect himself. He used his arms to block in front of his chest, and then he was ruthlessly struck by the red sword light. The scarlet sword light traversed 2,000 to 3,000 feet. This was Zhao Xuanji's most powerful killing move. It was as if the void had been split in half by the sword light. Ripples could be seen with the naked eye as the sword light passed through the space. Wah! Gu Fei cried out miserably as he was sent flying 1,000 feet away by the peerless sword light. The sound of bones breaking rang out from his arms, and they drooped down limply. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood as he flew backwards. The essence of the divine weapon protected his skin and flesh. Even such a powerful sword chi was unable to break through the defense of his skin and flesh. It only left 2 white sword marks on his arms. However, the terrifying impact from the sword chi caused his arm bones, which were as hard as metal, to break. Gu Fei was sent flying out of the cliff. Below him was a bottomless abyss, shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see what was happening below. This time Gu Fei was scared out of his wits. He, who was already heavily injured, was startled once more, and it immediately aggravated his injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his vision went black before he fainted. His body fell down like a kite with a broken string. Zhao Xuanji, you deserve to die. At this moment Dan Chunzi, who had just rushed out of the forest, happened to see Zhao Xuanji send Gu Fei flying out of the cliff. His eyes instantly turned blood red, and he let out a roar that shook the forest. The furious Dan Chunzi formed seals with his hands, and thousands of golden threads immediately appeared, wrapping around the 8 shocking sword lights that were flying towards him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As if cutting through cloth, the 8 sword lights actually broke through the layers of golden threads, and their momentum towards Dan Chunzi did not decrease at all. Hiss! The enraged Dan Chunzi immediately sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this. This guy was going all out. The sword chi slashed straight at him. Dan Chunzi was shocked and angry, but he didn't panic. He fiercely stomped on the ground with both his feet. Pung! Soil splattered, and the ground under his feet immediately burst open. Dan Chunzi borrowed this force to soar into the sky, narrowly avoiding the 8 streaks of sword light that contained unparalleled sword chi. Then he flipped upside down, his hand pressing down towards Zhao Xuanji. Rumble! A giant golden hand suddenly rushed out, and endless spiritual energy was drawn over by Dan Chunzi's Taoist technique. He used the 5 claws mountain splitting technique to return the favor to Zhao Xuanji. The 5 claws mountain splitting technique was a very basic Taoist technique in the Taishan sect, but even the most basic Taoist technique, when used by Dan Chunzi, who was at the 9th level of the transcending mortality realm, it still had great power. The golden palm was as big as a small mountain, and the area below it shook violently, bringing with it a wind as sharp as a blade. The powerful pressure pressed down on Zhao Xuanji until the ground cracked, and his feet sank into the soil. They were both cultivators of the transcending mortality realm, but Dan Chunzi was an expert who was only a step away from breaking into the controlling void realm, and his cultivation was much stronger than Zhao Xuanji's. Dan Chunzi directly used overwhelming power, and the most direct attack to put Zhao Xuanji in a desperate situation. After using all his strength to activate the most powerful wave of sword chi, Zhao Xuanji's spiritual power had almost been depleted by half, and it was difficult for him to resist Dan Chunzi's angry attack. The giant golden hand shrouded down, sealing the area, causing it to tremble violently. Zhao Xuanji could not escape even if he wanted to. He could only desperately urge the sword chi in his body, squeezing out every bit of power in his body. His body became one with the sword, as if he had transformed into a heavenly sword, the tip of the sword pointing directly at the giant hand in the sky. You don't want to live. Suddenly, a rough shout came from the forest, and then a black gust of wind swept out from the forest, blowing sand and stones everywhere it passed and uprooting trees. There was a fierce and evil power in the wind, and someone attacked from the wind, directly breaking the field formed by the giant hand, sweeping up Zhao Xuanji, who was shrouded by the giant hand, and then instantly leaving. Boom! It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Just at the moment when the wind swept away Zhao Xuanji, the giant hand blasted down, exploding with a loud noise. The earth trembled and dust rose high into the sky. Then there was a loud rumble, and half of the cliff collapsed. The scene was extremely shocking. Chapter 75. In the south of the Yan Kingdom, there was the Yunmeng Mountain. It was an ancient mountain range that was rarely visited by humans. This mountain range was filled with strange peaks and was surrounded by clouds all year round. It was as if there was a thin veil covering the mountain, hence the name Yunmeng. The Yunmeng Mountain was majestic and steep. Aside from the ancient forests that could be seen everywhere, there were also some beautiful sceneries. There were springs and waterfalls, as well as quiet valleys filled with flowers and the fragrance of flowers. It was said that there was no lack of cultivators in the mountain, but the people outside of the mountain had never seen any of them. The most convenient and time-saving way to cross the 800 miles of Yunmeng Mountain would be to take a boat on the waterway. A river called the Yan River flowed from the north to the south, passing through the Yunmeng Mountain and connecting the north and the south. It was the only way to get to the southern barren county of the Yan Kingdom. Whether it was a merchant traveling between the north or a visitor, they would all take a boat along the river. This was many times more comfortable than walking on land and crossing the mountains. There were many passenger boats coming and going on the Yan River. There were even merchant boats that came from the southern barren lands to buy precious herbs or the fur of various beasts. If it was an ordinary passenger ship, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if it was a merchant ship that was fully loaded with goods purchased from the southern wasteland, there would be a lot of treasures on it. Naturally, there would be those desperados who wouldn't hesitate to take the risk of being beheaded and having their families exterminated just to rob that merchant ship. Therefore, on some merchant boats, there were many people who were skilled in martial arts to protect the boats. Of course, these martial artists only knew some martial arts. The true meaning of martial arts had long been lost in the secular world. As for some large caravans or merchant groups, they did not need to hire bodyguards or martial artists to protect their goods, because they had their own guards. At noon, 3 large boats sailed down the river. Their flags fluttered in the wind. From time to time, there would be groups of guards in light armor patrolling the deck of the boats. The security was tight. On the bow of the 3 boats, there was a large flag that fluttered in the wind. The flagpoles were several feet high, blue with yellow characters, and the 2 words Haotian were written on the flag. On the deck of the leading ship, there were 3 figures leaning on the railing, pointing at the scenery on both sides of the river. The cries of the apes on both sides of the river are endless, and the boat has already crossed the mountains. The scenery on both sides of the Yunmeng Mountain is really good. It's rare to see it in other places. On the deck, a handsome young man with white teeth and red lips sighed softly. He was dressed like a young master of an aristocratic family. This young master's voice was clear and melodious. If it wasn't for the fact that he was dressed like a young master of an aristocratic family, one would think that it was a woman speaking. "Young master." A pretty and cute maid in an emerald green dress called out. Suddenly, she covered her mouth and giggled. Then she said, "The wind outside is strong. Young master, why don't you go inside?" He, Xiao Chui, my cultivation is one of the best among the disciples from the influential clans in Yanjing. I'm not weak, so don't worry. The handsome young master tapped the maid's head with his folding fan and smiled. It turned out that this young man, who looked like a young master, came from the capital of the Yan Kingdom, Yanjing. "Missa." "No, young master, look." "What's that?" Suddenly, another maid in a light yellow dress beside the young man pointed at the river in front of them and said in surprise, "Xiao Yu, how many times have I told you to call me young master outside? Don't call me miss, understand?" The young man said to the maid named Xiao Yu unhappily. Yes, young master, there seems to be a person on the river in front of us." The maid named Xiao Yu pointed at the river in front of them and said in a panic. It turned out that this handsome young man was actually a tomboy, a girl dressed up as a man. At this time the ship had already approached. About 100 feet in front of them, there really seemed to be a white figure floating in the water. That's The young lady dressed as a man and the maid, Xiao Chui, also saw the white figure on the river in front of them at this moment. They were extremely shocked. Grandad Zhong. The young lady dressed as a man suddenly called out to the cabin. A breeze suddenly appeared on the deck. As the breeze passed by, a figure suddenly appeared on the deck. He came and went like the wind. This person who suddenly appeared was definitely a master, at least in the secular world. The person who suddenly appeared like a ghost was an old servant. He was dressed in a green gown with a stooped body and white hair. Looking at his appearance, he was really an ordinary old man who couldn't be more ordinary. However, ordinary was only the appearance of this old man. Grandad Zhong, look. The young lady dressed as a man pointed at the river in front of them and said to the old man. Her words were very respectful. She didn't treat the old man as a servant, but as an elder. Huh. The old man called Grandad Zhong looked at the direction that the young lady was pointing at. He couldn't help but frown. His turbid eyes flashed with a ray of light. Grandad Zhong waved his right hand, and a silver light immediately sprang out of his sleeve. It was a silver whip. The silver whip flashed in the old man's hand like a spirit snake. It suddenly sprang out of the water and coiled around the person in the water. Then he suddenly lifted his right hand. Voila! The person floating in the water was pulled out of the water and flew towards the ship. Grandad Zhong took 2 steps back, then reached out his hand to catch the person who was coiled by the silver whip and flew towards the deck. Then he put the person on the deck. The person's clothes were tattered, and his eyes were closed. He was in a coma. He's still breathing. It seems that he can be saved. Grandad Zhong quickly checked the person's physical condition, and found that the person was not dead yet. There was still a faint power surging in the person's body. Even if this person can be saved, so what? It has nothing to do with us. After saying that, Grandad Zhong put away the silver whip, then lifted the person with one hand and was about to throw him into the river. It seemed that Grandad Zhong didn't want to cause any trouble. This person was seriously injured, and the bones of his arms seemed to be broken. Who knew who beat him up like this? This person floating on the river looked a bit strange. After all, Grandad Zhong had been in Jianghu for a long time, so he was far more vigilant against these strange things than ordinary people. Grandad Zhong, wait. Since this person is not dead, let's save him first. Seeing that Grandad Zhong was about to throw the person back into the river, the young lady dressed as a man hurriedly stopped him. Chapter 76. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious. Suddenly, a clear and melodious sound of a zither entered his ears, causing Gu Fei to wake up from his drowsy state. The sound of the zither was like flowing water, extremely beautiful. It made people feel as if they were in the mountains, with a cool breeze blowing on their faces, making them feel comfortable. Sometimes it was like rain pattering on banana leaves, as if a storm was approaching, and dark clouds were pressing down. Sometimes it was romantic and sometimes it was sad and heavy. Just by listening to the sound of the zither, one could already tell the ups and downs of the zither player's state of mind. Gu Fei opened his eyes and saw that he was lying on a bed. It seemed that this bed could move, moving up and down slightly. What is this place? Gu Fei abruptly sat up, but a bone-deep pain suddenly came from his arms and chest. The sudden pain caused him to involuntarily cry out in pain. At this moment the sound of the zither stopped. Then Gu Fei heard a series of footsteps approaching. Looking down, Gu Fei saw that the fractures on his arms had been fixed with wooden planks. However, when he sat up on the bed, his injuries were shaken, so the pain was unbearable. Creak! Bang! The door was pushed open from the outside and a few people walked in. Gu Feilian quickly raised her head and saw 4 people walking in. The person in the lead was a youth so handsome that it made people's eyes light up. This young man looks a little like Ziyu. Why do they both look like boys and girls? Gu Fei's gaze swept across the 4 people. The figures and appearances of the 4 people who came in were immediately reflected in his eyes. Yes, you're finally awake. The young man in the lead was not very old. He looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. However, he seemed to have purposely lowered his voice when he spoke. Even so, the young man's voice was too delicate. And the voice sounded like a girl's. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel that something was strange. This was a kind of intuition, and he didn't really sense anything strange about this youth. Who are you? Where is this place? At the same time, Gu Fei's eyes flashed and a fiendish aura immediately spread from his body. This person, standing behind the young man, was an old man with a hunched back and white hair. He was dressed in a green robe, and he felt that the young man's aura had changed drastically. He suddenly became extremely dangerous, causing his heart to palpitate. The old man quietly took half a step forward. Although the old man had only taken half a step forward, the angle was just right. Could even be said to be flawless. Not only could he advance to attack and retreat to defend, he could also vaguely protect the youth and the two pretty maids by his side under his wings. Obviously, this old man dressed like a servant was an expert with rich combat experience. My surname is Ling, and this is the Haotian Trading Group's merchant ship, the youth replied with a chuckle. He didn't seem to notice Gu Fei's hostility towards him. However, the youth's clear and deep voice, which was trying to pretend to be mature, sounded a little awkward to Gu Fei's ears. Brother, why were you injured and fell into the water? Did you meet with bandits? Or, if our ship hadn't passed by and saved you, you would have been in big trouble, brother. The youth tapped his folding fan on his palm and sat down on a chair at the side. The youth didn't say the words "enemies are hunting me down," but everyone could hear the obvious meaning behind his words. Haotian Trading Group? Gu Fei couldn't help but ponder. This was the first time he heard of this name. Gu Fei had been cultivating on the mountain since he was young. To the outside world he was like a blank piece of paper. Everything in the outside world was unfamiliar to him. I'm Gu Fei. Thank you for saving me. Gu Fei was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. Furthermore, he was determined to keep his mind pure and unaffected by the outside world. Therefore, Gu Fei didn't think too much before saying his name. Gu Fei? There aren't many people with the surname Gu in the Tonglong continent. There aren't any families with the surname Gu in the Three Kingdoms. May I know where Brother Gu is from? The youth asked after thinking for a while. At this moment, the hostility on Gu Fei's body had already subsided. The old servant's tense nerves finally relaxed. Gu Fei glanced at the old man in the green gown casually. His gaze made the old man's heart palpitate. It was as if he could see into the depths of the old man's heart. This youth was no ordinary person. The old man couldn't help but be wary of Gu Fei. A person of unknown origin and who wasn't simple made the old man, who was used to seeing the world, feel uneasy. The old man naturally stood behind the handsome youth. In reality, he was protecting the youth at all times. Even the slightest movement in the surroundings couldn't escape his eyes. This person's body doesn't have any waves of spiritual power. He isn't a cultivator. Could it be that he's the same as me and practices the martial way? Gu Fei had already seen that this old man wasn't simple. His aura was restrained and his footsteps were silent. He looked like a very ordinary old man. However, Gu Fei could feel a well-hidden aura from this old man. Seeing that Gu Fei seemed to be a little hesitant, an emerald green servant girl next to the youth immediately said unhappily, "You are very rude. Why aren't you answering my young master's question? If my young master hadn't saved you from the river, you would have been fed to the tortoises in the river." Xiao Chui, don't be presumptuous. The youth waved the fan in his hand and looked at Gu Fei with a faint smile. He seemed to be reprimanding Gu Fei, but there was no reprimand in his words at all. Gu Fei looked at Xiao Chui, and there was no expression on his face. He said lightly, "I am from Taishan Mountain of the Qi Kingdom. I wonder if Brother Ling is satisfied with this answer?" Gu Fei had been brought back to Taishan Mountain by his master, Wan Xiancheng, when he was a child. He grew up on the mountain, so it wasn't wrong to say that he was from Taishan Mountain. Taishan Mountain? In the room, everyone's expressions changed. The old man standing behind the young man was also clearly shocked, a trace of surprise appearing on his face. The eyes of the youth named Ling suddenly lit up. He immediately stood up from his seat and closed the fan in his hand. He said with some excitement, "Could Brother Gu be a disciple of Taishan Mountain?" It was no wonder that the tomboy dressed as a man would be so excited. It was because the three great Taoist sects had an extraordinary status on the Tonglong continent. They were the three great Taoist sects that everyone yearned to join. And this youth named Gu Fei in front of them was very likely to be a disciple of the Taoist sects. How could these ordinary people not be surprised and excited? Now one of the three great Taoist sects, the Taishan sect, opened their doors once every 10 years to recruit disciples. In the entire Central Plains, there was no one who did not want to be selected by the Taishan sect. They wanted to step into the ranks of Taoist cultivators and have the opportunity to understand the great path of immortality. And the two servant girls next to the youth were already tongue-tied. They looked at Gu Fei in shock, as if they were looking at a monster. Recently, the Ling family had been worried about which child of the right age to send to the Taishan sect of the Qi kingdom to participate in the disciple selection. This girl named Ling, who was dressed as a man, had come out to play and relax because of this. She wanted to stay away from the open and hidden struggles of the family. In a large family, no matter how smart the leader of the family was, no matter how powerful he was, there would inevitably be disputes for the sake of profit. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, mutual deception was the most annoying thing. Brother Ling also knows about the Taishan sect? When Gu Fei saw the surprised expressions of the crowd, he was startled. He did not understand. He had never been to the outside world, so of course he did not know what the three great Taoist sects meant in the Tunglong continent. Cultivating Taoist cultivators and becoming immortals meant that they could enjoy longevity, and even live as long as the heavens and the earth. This was something that every ordinary person yearned for. Haha, Brother Gu must be joking. As he spoke, the youth named Ling also knew that he had lost his composure. He sat back down in his chair. The three great Taoist sects are the Taoist holy lands of the Tunglong continent. Who doesn't know about them? Oh, Gu Fei was a little surprised. At this time he had a rough idea of what kind of existence the sect he belonged to was in the Tunglong continent. Gu Fei did not have any ulterior motives. Everything he did was done as he pleased. Whatever he thought, he put it into action. He did not have as many scruples as the rest of the world. That's right. I am from the Green Spirit Peak of the Taishan sect. May I know where Brother Ling is from? Can you tell me? Gu Fei's temperament was the most straightforward. He said what he thought and went straight to the point. Haha. Miss Ling, who was disguised as a man, seemed very happy. She smiled and said, as expected, Brother Gu really is a disciple of the Taishan sect. It is great to be able to make friends with Brother Gu. Yes, I'm Ling Yan from the Haotian Trading Group, and the Ling family's patriarch is my father. I'm the 13th child in my family, so you can call me Ling 13. Ling Yan, who was disguised as a man, formally introduced herself to Gu Fei. Hearing Ling 13 introduce herself like this, the two pretty servant girls beside her could not help but cover their mouths and smile at each other. The old man in the green robe behind her also had a strange look in his eyes. Everyone's expressions fell into Gu Fei's eyes. Although he was simple-minded, he was not a fool. He felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what was wrong. Gu Fei had almost no experience in the world. Even though Ling 13 acted like a girl, he could not tell that this extremely handsome young man in front of him was a girl. Of course, apart from Ling 13's name and gender, everything else she said was not a lie. This girl was the 13th daughter of the leader of the Ling family of the Haotian business group, Ling Luoyan. Brother Ling, if there is nothing else, I would like to rest. Gu Fei was in a hurry to heal himself. How could he continue talking to Ling Yan? Oh, I was too happy and forgot that Brother Gu is injured. I am really sorry. If that's the case, I will take my leave first. Ling Luoyan stood up from her chair and cupped her hands towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded and did not say anything else. Ling Luoyan, who was disguised as a man, did not mind. She smiled indifferently and then left the room with the two servant girls and the old man in the green robe, closing the door behind her. Who would have thought that I would survive such a disaster? So there is a big river under the abyss. How dangerous! When Gu Fei thought of how he had been thrown out of the abyss by Zhao Xuanji's sword, he could not help but tremble, and his heart beat faster for no reason. At this time, night had already fallen, and the stars in the sky were beginning to appear. 3 large ships had long been anchored at a pier by the river, and the lights on the ships illuminated the nearby river. Ling Luoyan and the others came out of the cabin onto the deck. I did not think that I would meet a disciple of the Taishan sect on this trip. This trip was really worth it. Ling Luoyan murmured as she looked at the river. The two servant girls, Xiao Chui and Xiao Yu, were waiting on her side. Miss, forgive this old servant for being blunt, but that Gu Fei will probably cause us a lot of trouble. Uncle Zhong frowned and said in a low voice. Uncle Zhong, why do you say that? Ling Luoyan was stunned when she heard this. Miss, think about it. In the entire continent, who would dare to make a move against someone from one of the three major immortal sects? Someone who would dare to make a move against a disciple of the Taishan sect, one of the three major immortal sects, cannot be provoked. Moreover, this old servant did not feel the spiritual power of a cultivator on Gu Fei. Chapter 77. In the cabin, Gu Fei, who was in his room, didn't know that Ling Luoyan and the rest were already suspicious of his identity. He was sitting cross-legged on his bed, using his internal vision to observe the situation in his body. However, it was no wonder that Ling Luoyan and Uncle Zhong were suspicious. How could there not be a disciple of the Taishan sect, one of the three great Taoist sects, who did not cultivate the way? However, Gu Fei's body really did not have the otherworldly aura of a cultivator. Moreover, cultivators walk the path of core formation, nascent soul, and ascended to the way of immortals and gods. They condensed their essence, qi, and spirit, and attracted the spirit of heaven and earth into their bodies. What was the way? That was the collective name for the way and magical power that cultivators referred to. Therefore, there was bound to be a fluctuation of magical power spreading from the body of a cultivator. However, Uncle Zhong could not have imagined that Gu Fei was different from the Taishan sect. The cultivation method of the Green Spirit Peak was not a way, but a martial art. It was a kind of body refining technique that originated from ancient times and was now lost. Therefore, Uncle Zhong could not sense the fluctuation of magical power on Gu Fei's body, and thus became suspicious of Gu Fei's identity. This was not something that Gu Fei could think of, and he did not need to think about such things. He was now at ease, and he was focused on advancing bravely on the path of martial arts. He could not be bothered with the gazes of others. Under the inner vision, Gu Fei found that not only were his forearms fractured, but even his sternum had cracked. Although Zhao Xuanji's sword could not break through Gu Fei's weapon refining technique, and could not hurt his flesh, the power contained in the sword light was too great. Even if it could not hurt Gu Fei's flesh, it had broken the bones of Gu Fei's forearms. That was not all. Gu Fei's hands were in front of his chest, and when the sword light hit his arms hit his chest. The huge impact caused cracks to appear on Gu Fei's sternum. What a powerful flying sword technique! Gu Fei was secretly alarmed. If he hadn't used the weapon refinement art to fuse the divine weapon qi into his body to block the flying sword light, he would probably have been killed by Zhao Xuanji's sword on the spot. Even so, Gu Fei already knew that not only had his muscles and bones been injured, but his internal organs had also suffered internal injuries. Zhao Xuanji, I will return all of this to you tenfold. Gu Fei had never wanted to kill someone so badly before. Zhao Xuanji had already threatened his life twice. The first time was at the foot of the Green Spirit Peak in the Taishan sect, beside the bamboo forest. At that time, Zhao Xuanji, dressed in black and masked, had strangled Gu Fei with the fiery sword qi, almost taking his head from his body. This time he had sent him flying off a cliff. Fortunately, below the abyss was the Yin River that spanned 800 kilometers across the Yunmeng Mountains. Otherwise, even if Gu Fei's body was as tough as steel, he would still have broken his bones and died on the spot. The impact of falling from the bottomless abyss was simply too great, and Gu Fei would definitely not be able to withstand it. If he really smashed into the ground, not only would his muscles and bones not be able to withstand such a great force, even his internal organs would be shattered. Someone had already reattached his arm and fixed it with a wooden board, so Gu Fei began to use the body refinement art to heal his injured body. Gradually, a strange sound came from within Gu Fei's body. It was a soft and muffled explosion. As his tendons, bones, and flesh trembled, a huge amount of vitality emerged from his qi and blood, converging on his injured body. The cracks on his sternum immediately healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Where his forearm was fractured, the vitality turned into threads of light that penetrated his flesh and wound around his broken bones. The threads of vitality gathered around the wound from all directions, connecting the bones and muscles, circulating qi and promoting blood circulation. The clotted blood that had accumulated in the broken bone was immediately forced out of his body. The pain in Gu Fei's wound gradually subsided, and a refreshing feeling slowly seeped into his muscles and bones, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. At this rate of recovery, my arm will be able to move in less than 2 days. I estimate that it will be completely healed in 5 days. Gu Fei felt the condition of his wound and was already well aware of the state of his injury. As the saying went, it took 100 days to recover from an injury. This meant that if one's muscles and bones were injured, they wouldn't be able to recover without a few months of medical treatment. However, Gu Fei cultivated the body refinement art. Not only was his body 100 times stronger than an ordinary person's, but his flesh and blood also contained the vitality of the 5 elements. Even if his forearm was fractured, the broken bones and broken tendons could be regenerated in a few days, and he would be completely healed. It had to be said that Gu Fei's body's recovery speed was truly astonishing. This was perhaps the advantage of being a martial artist. Not only was his body strong, but he could also quickly recover from injuries. The Haotian merchant group's ship rested at the pier of the Yan River for a night, then set sail again when the sun rose. Even if the wind and water were smooth, the Haotian merchant group's ship could only travel 100 or 200 kilometers a day. Of course, this was also because the ship only traveled during the day. There weren't many boats that dared to sail on the Yan River at night, as it was simply too dangerous. There were countless dangerous shoals and submerged reefs along the waterways of the Undying mountain. Even during the day there were still dangers. Who would take the risk to travel at night? In the next 2 days, apart from the servants who brought him 3 meals a day, no one else came to disturb Gu Fei. Perhaps because they knew that he was recuperating, even that handsome young man who looked like a girl didn't appear. Gu Fei couldn't have asked for more than anyone to disturb him, so he naturally seized the time to recuperate. Now the broken bones in his forearms had already healed, and he could move them again. However, if he wanted them to be as good as new, he would have to continue cultivating for a few more days, using boundless vitality to refine his new bones and make them as hard as before. However, through the idle chatter of the other people on the ship, Gu Fei also learned about the general situation of the Haotian merchant group's 3 ships, as well as their destination. To Gu Fei's surprise, the destination of the Haotian merchant group's fleet was a town called Bluestone Town at the exit of the Yan River, outside the Undying mountain in the south. As Gu Fei's injuries gradually healed, not only his strength, but his acute spiritual perception also returned to the level it was before he was injured. During these 2 days, Gu Fei paid a little attention and spread his spiritual perception on the ship. He discovered that the ship he was on was actually carrying over 100 people. Most of the people on the ship were agile and had a murderous aura about them. They were clearly experienced guards. Although Gu Fei was a little puzzled, once he understood the situation on the ship, he no longer paid attention to the outside world and began to cultivate on his own. On the evening of the 3rd day, the Haotian merchant group's 3 ships sailed into another dock. After the ships anchored at the dock, young master Ling Yan sent servant girl Xiaoya to invite Gu Fei over. Chapter 78. Fishermen sang in the evening as the sun set. Those who had gone out to fish returned one after another with their fishing boats and fishing nets. The Yan River basin within the 800 miles of the Undying Mountains wasn't completely deserted. On both sides of the Yan River, where the water flow was steady and slow, there were docks every 1 to 200 miles for ships traveling from the north to the south to rest. Although it was in a primeval forest like the Undying Mountains, there were many people living at the docks along the river. In order to ensure that this 800 miles of waterway would be unimpeded, the Yan Kingdom had set up relay stations at each of the docks, and there were even troops stationed in the relay stations. Even so, there were still many cases of bandits robbing merchant ships in these remote areas. Some fugitives were constantly eyeing this waterway that connected the north and the south. The Haotian trading group's 3 large ships were docked at the dock, their flags fluttering in the wind. In the evening, many people walked out of their cabins and stepped onto the dock, entering the small village at the dock to buy some food or daily necessities. At this time, Gu Fei followed the servant girl Xiaoya to the deck at the bow of the ship. There were more than 10 ships of various sizes anchored at the dock, but there was no doubt that the Haotian trading group's ships were the most eye-catching. Haha. Brother Gu, how's your injury? I've been busy with chores these few days and haven't been able to visit you. I hope Brother Gu doesn't mind. Ling Luoyan, who was disguised as a man, hurriedly stood up when she saw Gu Fei walk out of the cabin. Thanks to Brother Ling, my injury is no longer a problem. I'll be completely healed in a few days. Under Xiaoya's guidance, Gu Fei sat down at a carved red sandalwood table on the deck. When Ling Luoyan heard this, a strange look flashed across her eyes. At the same time, she also noticed that the wooden planks used to fix the broken bones on Gu Fei's arms had disappeared. Evidently, the broken bones in Gu Fei's arms had been reconnected and could be moved in the past few days. How could his injury have healed so quickly in just a few days? Although Ling Luoyan was shocked, she remained calm and collected as she sat down with a faint smile. Brother Gu's injuries actually healed so quickly. It's really surprising. Ling Luoyan said with a smile. She was very curious. Could it be that Gu Fei had taken an elixir of immortality? For normal people, it would take at least a few months for broken bones to regenerate. Ling Luoyan no longer doubted Gu Fei's identity. Actually, in these 3 days, Ling Luoyan hadn't been busy with the ship, but had used the Ling family's information network to investigate Gu Fei's identity. Although they were on a ship, and the ship was sailing in the Yunmeng Mountain, Ling Luoyan had ways to communicate with the outside world. With the power of the Haotian trading group, news about the Taishan sect and Gu Fei quickly reached Ling Luoyan. My cultivation method is a little unique, so even if I'm injured, I can recover very quickly. Gu Fei told the truth and did not intend to hide anything. The reason why Gu Fei was so calm was because he already knew that there were no particularly powerful experts on the 3 ships of the Haotian trading group. Although this young man called Ling Luoyan also had a good cultivation base and was not an ordinary young master, he was still a far cry from Gu Fei. Even if Ling Luoyan was playing some tricks behind his back, he was not worried at all. Strength. Gu Fei had overwhelming strength. No matter what tricks he had, they were no match for his fists. Oh! Ling Luoyan was a little surprised and said, Brother Gu is from the Taishan sect, but if I'm not wrong, you don't seem to be a cultivator. Gu Fei couldn't help but smile when he heard this. This Ling Luoyan was interesting. With his cultivation base and knowledge, how could he see through me? It must have been that old man called Uncle Zhong who told him. In the past, he had heard from his master that in the secular world, the so-called martial arts techniques were just fancy but useless. Those who truly understood the true meaning of martial arts were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, from the aura that Uncle Zhong exuded, he was clearly a cultivator and had already refined his qi and blood. However, it seemed that this person's cultivation had stopped there. Could it be that he had only scratched the surface? Had he not truly inherited the true meaning of martial arts? After Gu Fei left the mountain, he immediately met a warrior with a strong cultivation base. This made him a little curious. He faintly felt that in the secular world, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I'm not a cultivator, and not everyone in the Taoist sect is a cultivator. Gu Fei replied. Although he had a straightforward personality, he was still very clear about what could be said and what couldn't be said, and he would never be vague about it. Oh! Ling Luoyan smiled non-committally. She didn't seem to want to continue discussing this with Gu Fei. She then changed the topic and said, Brother Gu, would you like to come ashore with me? Come ashore. Gu Fei was a little stunned. Looking at this person's manner, he must be from a wealthy family. What was there on the boat? Why was he going ashore? Could it be that he was going ashore to play? A small village by the pier. I've never been to such a place before. I want to go up and take a look. I'd like to invite Brother Gu to come ashore with me. In fact, this Ling family's 13th daughter, who was disguised as a man, had been on the boat for the past few days and was bored to death. Hearing Ling Luoyan say this, Gu Fei knew that if he didn't agree, it would be a little unreasonable. Moreover, it was this youth called Ling Luoyan who had saved him from the river. Gu Fei had never wanted to owe anyone any favors. There were no restraints in the world better than favors. This was the so-called, agreeing to something is worse than owing someone money. Too many restraints would affect one's state of mind, which in turn would affect one's cultivation. In the eyes of Taoists, this was karma. Taoists were particular about the unity of heaven and man. The Supreme was emotionless. and only by severing all karma in the world could one comprehend the Tao and become an immortal. Alright, since Brother Ling has invited me, I'll decline, Gu Fei said. After 3 days of recuperation, the crack on his sternum had already healed, and the bones in his arms had also regenerated. As long as he didn't engage in any violent collisions, there wouldn't be any problems. However, Gu Fei's injuries had only just healed, and his arms couldn't burst forth with great strength for the time being. His broken bones had been regenerated, and he couldn't withstand too much yuan qi for the time being. Then let's go. Seeing that Gu Fei had agreed, Ling Luoyan's face instantly revealed a brilliant smile. It was as if 100 flowers had bloomed at the same time. Extremely dazzling. This. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. Her smile seemed like, when junior sister Zhao was happy, she also smiled like this. However, this brother Ling was clearly a man. Gu Fei had been cultivating the ancient body refining technique on Taishan Mountain's Ling Chui Peak since he was young. There weren't many female disciples in the sect, and the women he had seen were either Zhao Ziru or a few female seniors in the sect. How could he tell that the Ling Luoyan in front of him was a woman disguised as a man? In fact, if it was someone who had some experience in the world, they would have long seen that Ling Luoyan was a young girl, and a girl with a peerless beauty that could captivate even the birds and put the moon to shame. Young master, do you want me to wait by your side for your orders? When Ling Luoyan and Gu Fei were about to go ashore, Uncle Zhong, who was wearing a green robe and had a stooped body, suddenly appeared behind them like a ghost. Aya, you scared me to death. Ling Luoyan's body suddenly trembled, and she almost fell from the edge of the boat because of the sudden voice that came from behind her. Uncle Zhong, you're going to scare people to death by appearing and disappearing like a ghost, Ling Luoyan said with a lingering fear in her heart. Her appearance was that of a girl, but in fact she was really a girl. Only a person like Gu Fei, who was not familiar with the affairs of the world, would not be able to see it. I really deserve to die for scaring the young master, but I didn't do it on purpose, Uncle Zhong analyzed. Although he called himself an old servant, he was clearly different from the other servants. In fact, Gu Fei already knew that Uncle Zhong had been secretly observing him and Ling Luoyan. How could this be? Was he a man-eating beast that would eat Ling Luoyan? This feeling of being watched made Gu Fei feel very uncomfortable. Thus, when Uncle Zhong came out from the dark, his expression became somewhat displeased. Alright, you stay on the boat. I won't be at ease without you watching the boat, Ling Luoyan said. She did not want anyone to be between her and Gu Fei. Yes. Uncle Zhong took a look at Gu Fei and retreated. The two of them leaped onto the pier and disregarded the astonished gazes of the people on the pier as they headed towards the shore. Leaping from a boat that was dozens of feet high onto the pier was no different from suicide for an ordinary person. Dusk. The bright red sun above the mountains in the west gave off the last rays of the day, dyeing the clouds in the sky a fiery red, as if there were balls of fire burning in the clouds. The two of them were stepping on a bluestone pavement. Gu Fei realized that the bluestone pavement not only had traces of horses and carriages passing through it over the years, it was obvious that this pier had some history. Beside the pier was a relay station. At the entrance of the relay station, there were a few armored soldiers surrounding a table, shouting until their ears were red. There seemed to be an upside-down white porcelain bowl on the table. What are they doing? Gu Fei stopped in his tracks and asked curiously. From the looks of the soldiers, they did not seem to be quarreling. No way. Ling Luoyan looked at Gu Fei as if she was looking at a monster. You don't even know this? I don't know. Should I know? Gu Fei said with an awkward smile. His tone was very serious, and he was not putting on an act. Open. For 5, 6, 15 points, haha. I win, pay up, pay up. A bearded man who looked like a military officer lifted the upside-down porcelain bowl on the table and shouted loudly. They're playing a game. There are 3 square objects in the bowl with 6 sides, and each side has 6 points from 1 to 6. These objects are called dice, and they're betting on big or small. If they bet on a big number, they win, and if they don't, they lose, Ling Luoyan explained with a smile. Hearing this, the trace of surprise on Gu Fei's face immediately disappeared. He did not stay any longer and walked forward. No wonder there was only 1 in 10 million people who could transcend reincarnation. To a large extent, it was because they lost their will to play and ruined their future. The small village on the pier was actually not much to look at. After the two of them walked around the village, they came to a quiet forest outside the village. "Brother Ling, is your ship heading south? Where's your destination?" Gu Fei suddenly asked as the two of them walked on a small path in the forest. Gu Fei already knew that the Haotian Trading Group's ship was heading south. Ling Luoyan thought for a while before saying, "The ship's destination is Bluestone Town after leaving Yunmeng Mountain, but our caravan is heading to Dragon Emperor City in the southern wilderness." Chapter 79. Southern Wasteland Dragon Emperor City? I didn't expect us to travel the same way, Gu Fei said in amazement. This was too much of a coincidence. Ling Luoyan's group had actually expanded their business to the southern wasteland? If Nangong Chu knew what kind of business group Haotian Business Group was, he wouldn't be surprised. Haotian Business Group could be said to be the largest business group on Tonglong continent. The Haotian Trading Group's tentacles had practically extended to every place in the continent where humans resided. The three kingdoms of the Central Plains, the Buddhist land of the West, the northernmost Devil Land, and even the extremely mysterious and illusory plentiful city Ghost Estate of Legend had business dealings with the Haotian Trading Group. "Oh, Brother Gu is also going to the southern wasteland? We're going the same way. Why don't we travel together so that we can take care of each other?" Ling Luoyan was a bit surprised but soon became happy. If they could establish a relationship with Taishan sect, one of the three major Taoist sects because of Gu Fei, it would undoubtedly be a great thing for Haotian Business Group. That's great. It was Gu Fei's first time going down the mountain, so how could he know how to go to the southern wasteland? Ling Luoyan's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. If he traveled with Ling Luoyan's caravan, he wouldn't have to worry about not reaching Dragon Emperor City. At this moment, Gu Fei, who was walking with Ling Luoyan on a tree-lined path, suddenly stopped in his tracks and furrowed his brows. Then, the sound of birds flapping their wings could be heard from the forest in front of them. A few black birds soared into the sky from the forest and flew into the distance. At this moment, Ling Luoyan also noticed Gu Fei's abnormal behavior, and the birds that were obviously startled out of the forest. It seemed that something in the forest ahead had startled the birds that were resting in the forest. As the sun set, the sunlight was already blocked by the mountains. The forest seemed very gloomy. Wisps of thin, gauze-like mist lingered in the forest. It was very quiet all around. Just as Ling Luoyan was in a state of shock, Gu Fei, who was beside her, suddenly pulled her along and quickly rushed into the forest beside the small path. Just as the two of them hid behind the tree, a black shadow rushed out from the forest in front of them with a whoosh sound. Gu Fei's gaze was like lightning. In an instant, he clearly saw the appearance of the person who had suddenly rushed out of the forest. When he saw this person, Gu Fei couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. That was because that person could no longer be called a human. That person's body was an existence that existed between a corporeal and incorporeal. This person had a face that was even whiter than a piece of white paper, and a pair of eyes actually flickered with a strange green light. The black clothes on his body seemed to be covered by a layer of fine gauze. Moreover, Gu Fei discovered that when this extremely strange person walked, he was actually as light as a feather, as if his feet did not touch the ground. Just as that extremely strange person rushed out from the forest ahead, a streak of light suddenly appeared in the forest behind that person and rushed out from the forest. The speed of that streak of light was unbelievably fast. In an instant it had caught up to the person in black from behind, and with a twist it actually twisted that person into two. Ling Luoyan, who was hiding in the forest beside the road, could clearly see this scene. She couldn't help but be shocked, and was about to let out a cry of surprise. However, just as Ling Luoyan was about to cry out, a large hand covered her wide-open mouth. Ling Luoyan's cry of surprise was forcefully blocked in her mouth. Of course she couldn't cry out. However, a shocking scene occurred. The body of the black-robed man, who had been sliced into two by the vigorous light that was like a soaring dragon, actually seemed to have no physical body. It was hazy and covered with a layer of black gas. There was also no cry of pain, and there was no scene of blood splattering. The two halves of the body that had been cut into two actually merged together, and in an instant a black light flashed, and that person's body actually became whole again. This! Hiding behind a tree, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The cultivation of this white-faced person in black did not seem to be very high. His body was twisted into two, but he could still instantly recover. What kind of remarkable ability was this? It was really too shocking. The pale-faced person in black seemed to be very afraid of the person behind him. After his body recovered, he hurriedly turned into a gust of cold wind and rushed up the mountain. "Humph! Where do you think you're going?" In the forest, a cold laugh sounded. Following that, a white figure walked out from the forest. The cold streak of light made a turn in the air, and with a whoosh, it flew towards the person in white. With a clang, it entered the person's sword sheath behind him. A disciple of the Guangqing celestial sect? When Gu Fei saw the streak of light that flew out from the forest, his expression changed. Then, he saw that the streak of light twisted the person in black who seemed to be covered in a layer of black gas, and then saw the person in white who walked out from the forest. Gu Fei's eyes immediately narrowed into a line. Why did the disciple of the Guangqing celestial sect appear here? Gu Fei's heart was filled with questions. Who was that strange person in black, who was being chased by the Guangqing celestial sect? The person in white who walked out from the forest was a young man in white who carried a long sword on his back. After that young man kept his flying sword, he did not stop at all. He immediately used the divine movement technique and chased after the escaping gust of cold wind. Obviously, this young man from the Guangqing celestial sect did not cultivate the sword immortal technique to the realm of one with the sword. He could not merge his body with the sword and control the sword to fly in the sky. However, that young man in white's divine movement technique allowed him to fly like the wind. He stepped on the treetops and chased after the escaping gust of cold wind like lightning. His speed was not slower than the escaping gust of cold wind. Go. Let's go take a look. A sharp light flashed in Gu Fei's eyes. Then, he extended his hand and hugged Ling Luoyan's waist. Flying up, he stepped on the treetops and chased after that young man in white. Ling Luoyan's face could not help but blush when Gu Fei hugged her waist. Her heart was pounding. Although she was dressed as a man, she was still a girl after all. Being hugged by a man made her feel shy. Ling Luoyan was the little princess of the Haotian business group. She was a proud daughter of the heavens who was pampered by her family. When had she ever been so close to a man? At this moment, Ling Luoyan's heart gave birth to a strange feeling. The three of them walked through the forest as if they were flying. Very quickly, they left the forest outside the small village on the pier and entered the mountains. In this primitive forest, 1,000-year-old trees had intertwined roots and 100-year-old vines intertwined. Under the trees that were 20 to 30 feet tall, there were all kinds of extremely dangerous ferocious beasts roaming about. After chasing for 100 miles, the young man from the Guangqing immortal sect finally blocked the man in black who was escaping in front of them in a small valley. Gu Fei hugged Ling Luoyan and arrived outside the small valley. They hid behind a large rock outside the valley. Looking into the valley, they saw that the ghost-like black shadow was confronting the young man in white. At this moment, the sky had already darkened completely. However, this did not affect the vision of these practitioners. Don't push me too far. The dark figure's green eyes were like Willow, the wisp, and they seemed extremely evil in the night. His voice was also incomparably cold and there was a chill in it. Humph! You ghosts, instead of staying in the ghost palace of Plentiful City, you actually came out to drive people's souls and absorb their divine souls to cultivate that evil ghost weapon, the 5-ghost pennant. You really deserve to die. With a shake of the young man's shoulder, the divine sword on his back immediately flew out of the scabbard with a clang sound. It charged towards the black shadow that seemed to be illusory. A sharp sword chi immediately spread out from the valley.